discussion, I will be joined by Dr. Christine Mwemesi, who is the Managing Director, Emergency Plus Medical Services, as well as Felix Musila, who is a Communications and PR Officer. And later on the show as well, we will be linking with our colleague Rashid Mwamkondo all the way in Isili, where they will be having a discussion on the safety, or rather safety in construction, or if I may put it in Swahili, it is usalama katika ujenzi. This is definitely a discussion that you want to tune into and get to listen to what they have to say concerning that. Now, right now, I am not alone in studio. My colleague Mike Njue is right here with me. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Vivian. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Welcome to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Njue, and today we are going to tackle a very interesting topic centering around personal branding. The conversation centers on personal branding for entrepreneurs and business leaders. How can you use your personal branding, and how does it help you stay ahead of the competition, especially in business and job market? But before we do that, let's see what Ray has in store for us. Good morning, Ray.
Good morning to you, Tim. Indeed, we would say that you have almost less than 90 days, to accomplish your New Year's resolutions. I don't know if you made them in 2023, but well, we're already into the last quarter of 2023. You still have time.
Yes.
Now, we have so much in line for you in regard to what has been making headlines in the last 12 hours, including, now, according to the Public Service Commission, is that civil servants can no longer meet their basic needs. Why? Government has been introducing a series of, taxes, including the house levy, and now there's a proposal to also increase the NHIF payment. And civil servants are saying government needs to shield them from shame of not meeting their basic needs. That's one of the titles that we have running on our one of our dailies here, and we're going to be focusing on that as we proceed with this particular program. And talking about breaking news, towards the end of yesterday evening, at least 65 students of Irege School in Kakamega were hospitalized, displaying symptoms of weak limbs and such. And the causes of that particular issue is yet to be known. So we are going to also be doing a follow-up in the course of our broadcast. And as Michael and Vivian mentioned, is that we're going to be joining our team live from Isili, where the National Construction Authority is holding a roadshow to sensitize Kenyans on the need to have, to follow proper guidelines when it comes to building and construction. We are not so much shielded into unscrupulous dealers who set up buildings, and at the end of the day, we are ever reporting, collapsed buildings, loss of life, as well as property. Maybe you and I would learn to check, how strong are these pillars? Do you even check, Vivian and Mike, when you're moving into a new home, do you check how strong the building that you're moving into is?
I honestly do not check. Or should I say that I don't know how to check? How am I able to just look with my bare eyes and be able to know that this foundation here is strong or not, if the building is, steady enough?
It's not even in the list of things you'd even think about as prioritizing when looking even for a house.
True.
It's one of the things that it's the last thing you would think about looking at how the house is constructed, the structural integrity of the house. It's the last thing you will
Now that's the thing. Now this particular roadshow is out to sensitize the public on telltale signs on their safety when it comes to building and construction, and also emphasize on those who are in this particular value chain to adhere to the laid down guidelines. There's been a bill that has been in the offing as far as the review of the construction bill, and strategies there to be followed. And we're going to be keeping tabs on that. Remember, loss of life and loss of property is not something that we can easily forget or push under the carpet. But then now let's pick news, and we start off with former Attorney General Amos Wako, wants Parliament to review electoral laws to make servers automatically open and accessible to Kenyans immediately after the elections. While making submissions before the National Dialogue Committee, the former Busia senator also called for the involvement of opposition political parties in the formation of the Electoral Commission to enhance transparency in elections.
Former Attorney General Amos Wako appeared before the National Dialogue Committee to offer legal proposals to enhance good governance. Wako said there is need for Kenya's electoral system to borrow from historical best practices to avoid election petitions. Wako is proposing that the top 3 political parties have representation in the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
My proposal and recommendations, having studied the 3 matters of appointing commissioners, is that we have a mixed system of some commissioners nominated by political parties and some commissioners appointed through a refined system that we now have. In this way, the benefits from both ways can be realized.
I just want to agree with you on the persons of gravitas. How you achieve that is something that we probably may want to develop with us.
Some amendments ought to be made to the various laws to make clear that the chairman of the Electoral Commission does not act on his own, but he acts on the decision of the Commission, on a decision that collectively arrived at.
The former Attorney General also recommended the enactment of a law that will ensure election servers are automatically opened and accessible to Kenyans immediately after elections.
In other words, as soon as the presidential elections are declared, and that's normally the last to be declared, the server should be open, and it should be open and accessible to whoever wants to access it.
The former Busia senator also wants a national consultation forum on the economic crisis be convened to develop solutions for lowering cost of living. Kitui Senator Enoch Wambua also appeared before the National Dialogue Committee to defend his proposal to have Kitui County split into Mwingi and Kitui counties. Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party and the ruling Kenya Kwanza Alliance are expected to make submissions on Tuesday.
The conversation around opening up of servers, we wait and see if that particular committee is going to put that in its report. Now, governors want protection from what they term as perennial threats to oust them from their seats by members of the County Assembly. Council of Governors Chair Wegoro says they will be presenting a matter as part of their grievances to the National Dialogue Committee. Kirinyaga governor was re-elected for another term, saying the COG will be seeking an increment of the equitable share of revenue for the county governments from the current 15% to 45%.
On Monday, the Council of Governors held a full council meeting, the highlights of which were the elections for the Executive and Technical Committee chairs to steer the council forward for the next year. Governor Anne Waiguru and her Wajir counterpart Ahmed Abdullahi retained their seats as chairperson and vice chairperson respectively. Nandi Governor Stephen Sang is the new whip. In the committees, Tharaka Nithi County Governor Mudhomi Njuki is in charge of the health docket. Arid and semi-arid lands and disaster risk management committee will be headed by Garissa Governor Nadif Jamal, while the trade, industry, manufacturing and enterprise development committee will be chaired by Nakuru County Governor Susan Kihika.
County governments are committed to deliver on their mandate in a focused and coordinated manner. We endeavor to continue harnessing potential opportunities for prosperity to ensure citizens access timely and quality services in all devolved sectors.
The governors decried differences in the parameters of ouster for members of parliament, senators and county assembly, timing them as lengthy in comparison to theirs.
So the only thing we are asking is that the same provisions that you have provided for the National Assembly, kindly do provide the same for the governors. And that, I think, will go a long way in addressing perennial impeachment.
Other issues that will be presented to the committee include funding and periodic costing of national and county functions and increase of the equitable share of revenue for the county governments to 45%.
Establishment of a borrowing framework by counties and delimitation of boundaries by the counties.
The council committed to further focus on fully devolving functions and resources. They're now calling on the national government and other devolution stakeholders to embrace consultation, cooperation and collaboration to enable the council to serve the people of Kenya effectively.
Now, the Director of Public Prosecution says he'll present 202 witnesses in the 1.1 billion shillings Canada-Finland scholarship scandal. Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago and his two co-accused persons, Joshua Lele and Mesha Krono, appeared Monday at the Nakuru Law Courts for mention of the case that has caused protest across the county.
Senator Mandago and his co-accused are being charged for their involvement in the botched 1.1 billion shillings overseas education program. The prosecution told the court that it intends to present 202 witnesses, among other documents in the case.
The issue of supply of the documents is anchored on the orders which were granted by the court on 17th August 2023, that the documents are to be supplied at their own cost. So once they bear the costs, we will begin to supply the documents within 2 weeks.
The defense counsel applied that they be granted 60 days to peruse the documents presented by the DPP in preparation for the case. On August 2023, the trio pleaded not guilty on 10 counts, including conspiracy to commit felony, stealing, and forgery when they were put on their defense. The case will be mentioned on January 15th, 2024. Elsewhere, the 63 billion shillings graft case facing former Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich failed to proceed despite the witnesses presenting themselves in court, as the prosecution declined to read them and adduce their evidence. Trial Magistrate Eunice Njue declined the prosecution's prayers of adjourning the matter for 14 days to give the new sworn-in Director of Public Prosecutions time to relook at the charges on the file, saying it was not on merit as the office did not make a written application for the prayers.
The DPP, under the Constitution at Article 157, has a discretion to file an application, whichever application, or to review a file at any time or at any stage of a trial. And that should not be a bar to this trial. And therefore, I find that considering that there are witnesses before the court, I find that the application for adjournment is without merit.
Rotich and his co-accused are charged for allegedly misappropriating the said amount that was meant for construction of Aror and Kimorer dams. Hearing of the matter continues.
Now, the Ministry of Lands has launched an audit exercise across its registries in the country ahead of the cashless revenue collection and full digitalization launch. Cabinet Secretary Zakaria Njue says the exercise intends to enhance service delivery and tax collection.
Speaking at the flagging off of 8 audit teams to traverse the country, Lands Cabinet Secretary Zakaria Njue said the officers have up to 14 days to submit the audit report that will guide the adoption of cashless revenue collection and the launch of digitalization of services at the ministry.
We've learned a lot while doing this exercise here in Nairobi, and we believe while going to other parts of the country, the whole exercise will be fast, and that's why we want to start preparing early.
Sentiments echoed by Principal Secretary Nixon Korir, who noted that the nationwide audit exercise will also help in ensuring a clean database to guide policy and decision-making going forward.
For a service that we offer at 500 shilling, you'll realize the members of the public are being charged close to 5,000 for that service by the middlemen in the middle between the public and the members of the public. And therefore, members of the public will pay the actual figure, because that one you'll pay to the government and there will be no middlemen.
At the same time, the ministry has revealed plans to increase its manpower in a bid to address some of its perennial challenges, among them delays in land valuation.
We were a bit challenged because we were depending 100% on government. We were depending on Exchequer to get the budget to run our operations. But in this financial year, we are also approved by the Treasury and Parliament that we can now have a spend A in A, that is spending on source, up to a budget of 1 billion.
Well, now let's talk about that particular profession of being a teacher and its rewards. We all give thanks, especially to our primary and kindergarten teachers, for being where we are. We do not thank them enough for the strides that we make while scaling up the education ladder. Now, Kenyan teacher Millicent Kasines has been nominated for the 2023 prestigious Vaki Foundation Global Teacher Prize. The Kenyan teacher was selected from over 7,000 nominees and applicants from over 130 countries globally. Kasines, who teaches at the BL Teza Special School for the Deaf in Karunga, Migori County, has told that KBC Channel 1 that once she will use her newfound platform to continue to push for the education and protection of children with special needs. The Global Teacher Prize is organized in collaboration with UNESCO and in partnership with Dubai Cares, a global philanthropic organization based in the United Arab Emirates.
They called and told me that I'm one of them, but they'll interview me. So I was interviewed by the Vaki Foundation. And after the interview, I was nominated as the best in Kenya and among the best 8 in Africa. And I'm among the finalists, the 50 finalists in the world. Yeah, generally it means a lot, not only to the special children, but it's also like a sensitization to the community, because when I was starting the school, there were very many children who are still in the villages who are not accessing education. I started the school with 6 deaf children who are not going to school. And then later, as I continued doing the home visits, sensitization in chief barazas and churches, I realized that there were very many deaf children out there who are not going to school.
Indeed, we owe a lot to our teachers, especially those who taught us the very basic language, how to pronounce your ABCs and such. With fond memories, I remember Teacher Benedict of Joy Home Kindergarten, where I started my journey. That is a hero among many. Now, Kenya Revenue Authority raked in 37.5 million shillings during the 2-month pilot of the Kenya Revenue Authority online auction between August and September. Commissioner General Humphrey Watanga says the process will boost government's efforts to decongest the ports and ensure cargo is cleared in a timely and efficient manner.
This year's annual Taxpayers Month, dubbed Tunawiri or Let Us Prosper, is a call to Kenyans to embrace their role in supporting growth and prosperity through painstaking tax payment.
We want to make sure that for us to create compliance, tax compliance, tax must be sensitive in terms of the target group. So improvement of efficiency in tax policy and administration is very vital to the balanced act of effectively providing services to taxpayers while we are mobilizing the much-needed revenue to finance development.
With a target to raise 2.5 billion shillings in ordinary revenue, the financial year 2023-2024, the taxman is employing various strategies, among them the tax amnesty program.
I encourage all taxpayers who have accrued interest and penalty charges up to December 2022 to pay their outstanding principal taxes and get a write-off of the penalty and interest accrued.
KRA anticipates to collect approximately 50 billion shillings through the tax amnesty, targeting those who have accrued interest of up to December 2022.
KRA now calls on taxpayers across the country to take advantage of the online auction and purchase items at affordable prices.
The taxman is banking on the success of the 2-month pilot phase of the online auction that raked in 37.5 million shillings to boost coffers. Watanga said the online auction will be accessible to registered taxpayers countrywide and globally, and is set to increase transparency in the bidding process, characterized by faster negotiation.
Still on matters business, fish prices in the country might increase in coming weeks after fishing activities in parts of Lake Victoria decreased due to the high cost of fuel. A section of fishermen say they have drastically reduced hours at the lake due to the high vessel operational costs.
Kenya shipped 8.5 million tons of fish last year from China, worth 1.4 billion shillings. Fish imports are set to increase drastically this year, despite a 10% duty increase as fishermen in Lake Victoria reduce operations due to high cost of fuel.
Nyuma ilikuwa bei ya mafuta ilikuwa ni kidogo, ilikuwa kama 170 hivi 150 hivi. Lakini saa hii imepanda, sasa iko 230 hivi. Sasa tunaona hapo ni ngumu sana.
Fishermen in Lake region now say they have been forced to cut down hours spent on Lake Victoria to cut down on production costs. The fishermen add that low purchasing power of their customers makes a price increment impossible, as cheap fish imports would edge them out of the market.
Tunachukua omena hapa kwa boats, alafu vile tunaanika omena. Hizo omena zetu siku hizi zinakwama kulingana na bei ya petroli. Unakuta kama zamani tulikuwa na bei ya rahisi, tunaweza kutuma omena mpaka Mombasa, Nairobi, zingine zinaenda manchi zingine mbalimbali. Lakini wakati huu unakuta kama tunapitia njia kali kabisa, tunakwama na omena hapa.
The dwindling earnings have also affected the economy of towns adjacent to the lake.
Wengi wetu ambao walikuwa wanafanya biashara yao imeathiriwa kwa namna moja ama nyingine, kwa sababu unajua mafuta ndio inaendesha uchumi wa Kenya. Ningependa kumwambia rais wetu ambaye ni Mheshimiwa William Ruto aone, aingilie hii gharama ya maisha.
To mitigate against the high fuel prices, some fishermen have resorted to illegal fishing methods that are jeopardizing fish stock at the lake.
Bei ya mafuta tunaona iko juu. Bila tunafanya kazi tunaumia. Itabidi uombe Mungu ukienda kazi upate samaki mingi, ndio unaweza pata chenye kuweka kwa meza. Mahali mafuta imefika, hatuwezi pata kitu kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya.
Lake Victoria accounts for 60% of the total fish produced in Kenya.
Now what that means if you enjoy a bit of fish, especially coming direct from Lake Victoria, well, you might have to do with the fish imports that are likely to be more cheaper. Now, as local fishermen say that the cost of fuel is affecting their operations. We cross over to sports, where the Kenya Under-20 Women's National Soccer Team Rising Starlets coach Beldine Odemba has named the provisional squad for the upcoming two-legged second qualification round against Angola for the 2024 FIFA Under-20 Women World Cup to be held this month. Beldine Odemba charges begin their first leg at home this Sunday, followed by the second leg in Angola on October 14th. 30 players called up joined the camp on Saturday to intensify their training, as Angola will tentatively arrive in the country on October 6th. The winner of the tie on aggregate will face the winner of the second round tie, pitting Cameroon against Botswana. Some of the players selected in the squad include Nelly Achieng, Dorcas Glander, Ruth Akinyi, Elizabeth Muteshi, Fasila Adhiambo, among others. Now, off to still matters sports, that is. The Kenya National Lionesses head coach Dennis Njue is optimistic the 7th and 15th ladies teams are in good shape and will register exemplary results in the forthcoming Olympic qualifiers for the WXV3 tournament in Tunisia and Dubai, respectively.
The Kenya Lioness 7-a-side and 15-a-side team are dedicated to intense training sessions at RFUA grounds, enhancing their game strategies and physical fitness ahead of their Tunisia and Dubai assignment. Tactician Dennis Mwanza is expected to name the final squad tomorrow for the two teams.
And the qualification of the men really motivates us, though they've run their race. It's up to us now to do our part. Also, the recent wins in the women's national teams across the country is also a good motivation. Looking at this Harambee Starlets, looking at the Malkia Stars, I think it's time for women to also shine in sports. For us, the girls are hungry, knowing the impacts of qualifying and what will be added to the team.
The ladies 15-a-side team qualified for the third tier after finishing second in their Women's Rugby Cup Championship held in Madagascar early this year. Mwanza Chargers will travel to Dubai on Friday and will play against Spain in their first match of the WXCV3 tournament.
And definitely with the boys qualifying, the girls also have the other, like, we know we can do it because we train with the boys here at the same time. So we are like, oh, if the boys did it, why can't we do it? And we train the same place, we do everything together, so we have high hopes.
Meanwhile, the 7-a-side team will be looking forward to qualify for the Olympic Games in Paris 2024 after the men's team Mashujaa got their tickets to Paris after humbling South Africa last month.
We are going to put our right foot forward. We are going for the experience, since this is going to be our first international game to play as a 15s. We are going to enjoy ourselves and we are going to learn as well, so that's it.
The team will travel next week and will play host Tunisia in their first match.
All the best to the Lionesses there. Still on sports, former African club champions KCB women's volleyball team defeated Kenya Prisons by 3-2 as the Kenya Volleyball Federation playoffs kicked off at the Kasarani Indoor Arena. Meanwhile, Kenya Pipeline beat DCI by 3-1 in a match played at the same venue.
Players who have...
The Paul Bitok Chargers bagged the first set 25-18 before Kenya Prisons labored to win 25-22 in the second set.
The tournaments in Kenya, so she has to fill in the boots. And
in the third set, KCB made their winning intention clear with a 25-10 win.
Nice attack from...
The Kenya Prisons gave their best in the fourth set, which they bagged 26-24 to set the match into fifth set, where KCB secured 15-12 to bag the victory.
Indeed, it's a wrap. KCB take it. KCB thankful to God.
In another match, Kenya Pipeline beat DCI by 3-1 in a match played in the same venue.
Tuka sets it. Ball is on court.
Kenya Pipeline won first and second set 25-16, 25-22 respectively, before losing the third set 25-27. In the fourth set, Kenya Pipeline secured serving 25-17 win.
This game going to KPC by 3-1. And KPC take the first...
That puts a cap on Matters News this morning. Be sure to still keep tabs on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke for further details, and our subsequent bulletin beginning just some few minutes after 10 as we speak. News check there, where we're also going to be concentrating on the sensitization campaign by the National Construction Authority that are traversing various parts of Nairobi, asking you and I to be more careful when we move into buildings. Check for the telltale signs of safety. And also we get to learn exactly what is being done by the National Construction Authority to weed off, or rather to take off the table unscrupulous traders and those who are in that particular value chain who are not willing to adhere to the laid down guidelines. I've been your host, Regina Manyara. I leave in the capable hands of my colleagues, that is Mike and Vivian, to take you through the rest of the programming.
Serikali ya kaunti ya Turkana ya kualika kwenye kitovu cha utamaduni cha Ekales, eneo la Lodwar, kwa makala ya 7 ya tamasha ya utamaduni wa Turkana na utalii. Tangia tarehe 12 hadi tarehe 14 mwezi Oktoba mwaka 2023. Njoo ujionee asili ya binadamu pamoja na visima vya mafuta vya Lokichar. Kenye kwenye runinga ya KBC Channel 1, Radio Taifa na idhaa ya Kiturukana.
Tunazungumzia maadili ama uadilifu miongoni mwa vijana.
Allah amekuamuru wafanyie wazazi wako wema. Mzazi hahitaji kitu kwako, anachohitaji ni
ushindani. Hapa lazima na kulizana swali, lazima tuulizane.
Kate, what is this now? Wakili, shut up and double your order. Manake huu mkutano utakuwa mrefu sana.
Ni kawaida yake kutoka mapema ofisini kila siku.
Kila siku?
Kila siku.
Afu wewe mwenyewe mrembo nikaenda ndogo. Kaitwa nani? Kwa kazini kwako na sikukuu umetoka.
Lakini it's too much. It's not good for business.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us right here on Good Morning Kenya. Now we get into the headlines. We get to find out what the newspapers are saying on this 3rd day of October. And if I may begin with the Standard newspaper, and on the headline it says, "Save us from salary shame." This is a cry for help by civil servants. Now the Public Service Commission, in a memorandum to the National Dialogue team, has said public servants can no longer make ends meet. In some instances, up to half the employees take home less than a third of their salary. And if we may just get into the numbers, out of 79,253 public officers, 17,132 earn less than a third of their salary, and out of 31,000 prison officers, 13,000 of them earn less than a third. This is 42.8% of those earning less than a third of their salary. And out of 106,000 of the disciplined forces, we have 51,000 earning less than a third, which is 48.5%. And it's a cry for help because the rising cost of living is impacting negatively on the public officers, which has resulted in low morale, poor performance, and poor social welfare. And many of these civil servants are undergoing depression at the moment. And some of the recommendations that have been put down right here is that they should review taxation regime or increase salaries or exempt those serving mortgages from similar levies or taxes, or staggered implementations of the housing levy, or make it a percentage of the basic pay, not the gross. And another recommendation is the number of levies and VAT imposed on fuel to be reviewed to reduce price of fuel, which will make the cost of living come down. I don't know what you think about this particular story right here, Mike, on this cry for help for civil servants.
Well, you know, there's the increase on taxes, and you know, some of these civil servants, the increase on taxes without maybe increasing salaries.
The salary, yeah.
That will have a serious dent on how they spend, because people have to cut down on how they spend, because they need to meet certain needs.
Exactly.
They have to cut down on others. So it's going to have a serious effect on how even the will to help perform
in
is
their
affected. Yes,
it is definitely affected, and having in mind that most of them are servicing several loans, so you know, including, if we include the taxes that have been put in place, then it shows that truly they are taking, as the numbers are saying right here, they're taking less than a third of their salaries.
Yes,
so that's a really dire situation, and that particular story is on page 2 of the Standard. If you want to get to know the details of this particular story, you can get a copy of the Standard and check that story on page 2. And yet another story right here on page 3 of the Standard is barely half of Kenyans utilize CBK's 50% cut on default loan. I don't know if people even knew about this. Only 40% of borrowers who had been listed negatively took advantage of the regulator's call to pay half of what they owed their lenders in exchange for a clean record, a credit reference bureau has revealed. Now, the reprieve was to give borrowers a clean slate with lenders, which was one of President William Ruto's goals as he sought to liberate 7 million Kenyans listed negatively. So, Kenyans had the opportunity to just pay 50% of whatever they were lending, whatever they had borrowed and had not been able to pay. They were just to pay 50% of this for them to be taken out of the CRB. But it shows that only 40% were able to take advantage of this particular advancement, you know, that was given to them. And there are 24 million Kenyans listed with CRB, with about 60% of them being mobile loans related.
Kenyans are living on debt.
We are living on debt.
Kenyans are living on debt.
Yeah.
Given the number of, you know, there are so many online lenders, and some of them, you know, are crying out. Because Kenyans, they borrow, then when it's time to refund, Kenyans wanasema wacha ikae.
Yeah, they get another mobile app.
Yes, not even mobile app. Some of them change lines.
Yeah.
Some of them change lines, and it is the 24 million is a very high number, showing how Kenyans are living on debt, how things are getting hard by the day. Yes.
And 4.2 million borrowers adversely listed are adversely listed with CRBs were expected to repay 30 billion Kenyan shillings.
Kenyans are not even, they don't worry about getting listed by CRB. That is the last thing.
The last of their worries.
Yes, the least of your worries.
Yeah, that story is on page 3 of the Standard. Now, on to yet another story right here on the Standard before I give it to Mike to let us know what is happening on the Daily Nation. Yeah. Is the return of criminal gangs in Nakuru is causing jitters among residents. Now, residents of Nakuru County West have raised concerns over the return of organized criminal gangs that terrorize residents. Now, some of the areas that are largely affected by this surge in criminal attacks at night and also in broad daylight are Rwanda and Kaptembo. This is in Nakuru. And the elders from estates led by their chairperson held meetings yesterday during which they called for a security operation to flush out the gangs. I hope that something is going to be done concerning that particular story, because several cases have been reported from those areas that I've just mentioned in Kaptembo and also in Rwanda, and some of them are really, really bad because we are having school girls being defiled, you know, and women being raped in broad daylight. We hope that something is definitely going to be done concerning that, and security is going to be looked upon in those areas. What is happening on the Daily Nation?
Before I even go to the Daily Nation, it also points out to the effectiveness of the Nyumba Kumi initiative. You know, you have to know your neighbor.
Exactly.
And these people, the Nyumba Kumi initiative sometimes helps because the people around within an area know each other. So pointing out crime should be easy. It should be easy. But then again, it reaches a point when speaking out becomes a problem, and the effectiveness of Nyumba Kumi now comes into question. Yes. Now on to the Daily Nation. On the front page of the Daily Nation, we have a very big topic here. Travel. Ruto stops party for joyriders. The president has instructed, they are saying they were, this is in light of cost cutting. And the paper is saying they were used for traveling first class, staying in swanky hotels, and getting generous allowances for their shopping. And many state officers or civil servants would often fight to be part of a delegation heading out of the country, meaning there was something good coming out of it in terms of money. But all this will now come to an end after President William Ruto issued an new directive suspending non-essential travel while limiting delegation sizes, including for the presidency, and trimming travel budget. Will the president succeed this time round? This story continues on page 6. It's told in detail on page 6 and 7 of the Daily Nation. It's saying here that state officials hit with travel ban as Ruto seeks to get a grip on spending. You know, this, Vivian, this comes at the backdrop of high cost of living. And yesterday, some papers were saying, is the government living beyond its means? So this, the story is saying President William Ruto has slammed brakes on non-essential travel.
It's actually needed, because even from the story that we just saw on the front page of the Daily Nation about the cry from civil servants, we definitely need to cut costs. And if we're cutting costs, we should cut costs on everything, everything that we can, including that. So I feel like that's a really good move by the president. It's a really good move,
because some people, when they hear there's a trip and foreign trip, they want to joyride, go on trips, take photos, post, and that is on the taxpayers' budget, and that is impacting negatively on the economy. The story further continues to say that latest development sees the immediate suspension of foreign travel by government officials, and this was in a memo issued yesterday by the Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, Felix Koskei. The government will no longer reimburse expenses incurred on trips taken for benchmarking and study visits, training and related capacity building initiatives, research, academic meetings and symposia undertaken by government officials. That's definitely a great needed, move that will help in at least saving a shilling or two in such hard economic times. Another story that has caught, that is making headlines on page 4 and 5 is the review of review impeachment law. Chair of Council of Governors Waiguru urges after winning another term as the Chair of Governors. The story continues on page 4 and 5. Yes, on page 5 of the Daily Nation. Now, the Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru will continue to serve as the Council of Governors chairperson for another 3 years after retaining her seat in an unanimous decision by the council. She's the first woman governor to hold that position.
Yes, and she has retained it.
She has retained it, meaning there is something they see that she's doing that is they want her to continue with. Now, they in this story, Waiguru was elected last year to the position of that was formerly of being held by Embu Governor Martin Wambora. Yes. Now another thing. Yes, another thing that governors want done is a change of law to make impeachment more difficult. You know, there are some governors right now that are facing threat of removal of office. So Some governors want the law on the impeachment reviewed to prevent members of county assemblies from tabling a motion. I have a question, Vivian.
Yeah.
Do you think sometimes MCAs use impeachment to blackmail governors?
To like punish them in a way?
Yes.
I would say yes and no, because some of the governors or deputy governors that we have seen MCAs try to impeach,
yes,
they actually had reasons behind it. You know, they actually had reasons behind why they were sorting or going that way of trying to impeach their governor or deputy governors.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's very easy for them to use that, you know, against the governors,
yes,
for blackmail and something around that.
As a means to an end.
Yeah. It is also very possible,
yes,
for them to do that. But we know that at least one governor or deputy governor has been impeached by MCAs, but luckily for them, most of them have been saved by
yes,
the senators.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
you know,
Senate.
so most of them have been saved on that. And as I can just let you know what the Star is saying concerning, yes, that particular story.
Yes.
Governors now push for tough impeachment laws amid fresh wave of impeachments. Governors are now calling for tightening of laws to save them from erratic removals by MCAs and senators on flimsy grounds. This even as the county chiefs under the umbrella, the Council of Governors, unanimously retained Governor Waiguru, as you have just mentioned.
Yes.
In the polls held during the council's full meeting of COG headquarters in Nairobi, the governors also retained Wajir Governor Ahmed Abdullahi as the vice chairperson and Nandi's Stephen Sang as the whip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still on that
story.
Mm-hmm. The fresh wave of impeachments include Governor Nyaribo of Nyamira.
Mm-hmm.
There is also Kawira Mwangaza of Meru, and remember Kawira Mwangaza, this is the second time she faces the threat of impeachment.
Mm-hmm.
She was saved by Senate last time.
Yeah.
Then there is Kimani Wamatangi of Kiambu facing the removal of facing the same threat of removal of office by the MCAs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's shift gears now to a story that will interest Kenyans still.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the bipartisan talks.
Yeah.
Kenya Kwanza and Azimio snub talks. The rival factions played a game of wait and see with each other. The ongoing talks between government and opposition leaders seeking to end political impasse arising from last year's disputed presidential election failed to take off yesterday after both sides kept off the venue. That is interesting because this committee is supposed to come up with a report, mm-hmm, to help end the political impasse that was occasioned by last year's disputed presidential elections. Now, according to the teams, the committee is chaired by Wiper Democratic Movement leader Kalonzo Musyoka and Kikuyu MP National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah representing Kenya Kwanza. The team, according to the team's schedule for yesterday, Kenya Kwanza team was slated to make its presentation after IEBC selection panel with Azimio coming next. That story is told on page 7 of the Daily Nation. Now there's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 42 billion staff pensions held up by employers. The amount of pension cash that employers are deducting from employees but not remitting to schemes has ballooned to 41.8 billion.
41.8
spelling doom for thousands of workers who face life in retirement without the cash. The Retirement Benefits Authority says most of these employers are quasi-government institutions, mainly public universities. That story is continued on the last page of the Daily Nation, where they say employers owe pension schemes 42 billion, mm-hmm, money that has been deducted from employees, and the number of elderly people added in Inua Jamii program after registration was reopened amounts to 500,000. So that story is continued on the last page of the Daily Nation.
Okay, if I can take you through another story right here on the Standard, cashless payment to weed out Lands Ministry fraud. Now, the Ministry of Lands has transitioned to a cashless payment system to prevent middlemen from exploiting citizens. The Lands Cabinet Secretary Zakaria Njue said the adoption of cashless transaction through the e-government platform will lead to cost reduction, corruption eradication, and improved efficiency within the ministry. If I may quote him, we are implementing this change to enhance service delivery. The Ministry and State Department of Lands and Physical Planning have been actively working to ensure swift and efficient service delivery. Now, that story is on page 5 of the Standard, and I believe this is the way to go. The more cashless we go, the better in terms of eradicating corruption in the country. On to yet another story right here. Gachagua puts Mount Kenya leaders on notice as supremacy war rages. They are trying to find out who is the kingpin of the Mount Kenya region. Now, Deputy...
Yes, that is going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, yes. So Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is poiling for a supremacy battle in Kenya Kwanza with a push to ring-fence Mount Kenya's support base. Now, Gachagua has put on notice elected leaders from the region who directly engage with the powers that be instead of going through him. Although he did not express or say who the leaders who do not go through him engage with, his remarks that those who engage do not put those who do not engage with him do not put the region's interest first, but their stomachs. Now, this is something that I know we will be seeing for a while, trying to just find who is going to be the next kingpin after the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Exactly.
That story is on page 6 if you want to get more details on that particular story. And one other story on the Standard that I feel we should touch on before we get on to our next discussion is Mandago's stories. Former Uasin Gishu governor and now senator Mandago, now Uasin Gishu senator, and his two co-accused will have to defend themselves against accusations of a botched scholarship deal. We all know about this particular story on the education scandal that came up at the Uasin Gishu County, where students were supposed to be flown out of the country to Finland and Canada to pursue their education, but that did not come to be, and so about 202 witnesses have been lined up to testify against the senator and his co-accused, that is Senator Mandago. Now, Senator Mandago's lawyer requested for 60 days to 60 days for them to just go through some of the to make sure that they are sufficient with everything that they are working upon. They requested for 60 days, and the court actually did grant them the 60 days. So we will be seeing how that story will be panning out, because it is a story that is of interest and was made of interest to the entire country.
There's an interesting story on page 8 of the Daily Nation, and it's about El Nino, and it is highlighting areas that are likely to be affected most by the El Nino, especially after drought. The Isol's arid and semi-arid areas, that is, they are expected, or it is said that they might be affected the most by the El Nino rains, because as at now, the current forecast shows that there's an over 90% probability that El Nino will hit the country starting from this month through to December. And some of the counties that are highlighted here include Marsabit, Turkana, that is Baringo, Samburu, Wajir, Garissa, Tana River, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Mandera, Narok, and Isiolo counties. There's also, the story continues to say that there might be areas that will also have floods, probably, or particularly along the coast and the southern lowlands and the Lake Victoria Basin. This points out to how people need to prepare before the rains hit. Another story that I have seen on page on page 12 of the Daily Nation. Kenyan officials tight-lipped on this undisputed police mission to Haiti. Remember that Kenya is supposed to export 1,000 police officers to Haiti to help fight crime in that country. Now, the Ministry of Interior has remained tight-lipped on the impending deployment of police officers to Haiti, even as Kenyans await a decision by the United Nations Security Council on whether to endorse a resolution to deploy a multi-agency force by January. Now, President Ruto supports this motion, supports this idea, and he even he has President Ruto support for the mission. He told the General Assembly, the UN General Assembly last month, that collective action by members of international community was needed as Haitians were suffering immensely from the bitter legacy of slavery, colonialism, sabotage, and neglect.
Yeah, and the Inspector General of Police is assuring and telling critics who have been casting doubts on the ability of the Kenyan police to be able to battle the Haiti gangs. He's assuring them that the officers are well trained. You know, their level of training is high, according to him. And he said that I mean, our officers have been to different countries, you know, foreign countries across the globe for peacekeeping, and they've been doing a good job. You know, they've been doing a good job. So he is just assuring Kenyans, and I'm sure you've seen so many critics online trying to say that, you know, they don't think our police are capable.
Some are even questioning the human rights violation. They allege human right violations by the Kenyan police. So we wait to see how the UN Security Council will rule.
Yeah, but according to the Inspector General of Police, the officers are ready and prepared for that. Maybe one last story before we finish off in the headlines, and it's to the Pokomo community in Tana River County is celebrating, or they are celebrating a significant milestone with the official dedication of a Bible translated in their dialect. Now, the Pokomo community had no Bible that was translated in their dialect, you know, and we know that the Bible has been translated in so many languages, but the Pokomo are now, after 38 years, getting an opportunity for them to have a Bible that is translated in their dialect, and it has taken 140 million Kenyan shillings to get to this, you know, for the Bible to be translated in the Pokomo dialect. So that's a plus for the Pokomo
They can
people.
read the Bible in a language they understand
and they can comprehend.
Yes,
absolutely. This is where we put a cap on today's In the Headlines, but don't you go too far. We'll be back with more discussions right here on Good Morning Kenya.
The National Construction Authority, NCA, is the legal body mandated to regulate the construction industry and coordinate its development. The authority, in partnership with KBC Channel 1, invites you for an accreditation drive and safety sensitization exercise under the theme Usalama kwa Ujenzi on Tuesday, 3rd October, 10th Street, Eastleigh. There will be entertainment and free education on matters of construction in Kenya. Come meet your favorite presenters and artists including Njue, Mgenge, Dufla and Diligon. The exercise shall kick off from 9 a.m. from 10th Street, Eastleigh, next to Huduma Center, where we shall offer accreditation for construction workers and site supervisors. To be accredited, please carry a copy of your national ID, passport size photos, copies of academic certificates or recommendation letter from an NCA registered contractor. This exercise shall then be followed by a roadshow flagged off by the Kamukunji Constituency Member of Parliament, Honorable Abdi Yusuf Hassan. The roadshow will proceed to Shauri Moyo, Majengo, Bahati, Kariobangi, Fedha, Pipeline, Kayole, Dandora, Kangundo Road, Mwiki, Kasarani, and end at Roysambu. Jenga Haki, Jenga Smart. The National Construction Authority, promoting excellence in the construction industry.
If you're so sure about your accusations, I suppose you have a proof, right? I know how rotten you are. That is why it will only be me who's going to drag you out of my sawmill plant.
Let go of me!
Hey, you leave her alone, will you?
That's enough, Uriel!
You told my brother what I did. I have told you that when you irritate me, it will cost you very dearly, and I mean dearly.
Why don't you go with her instead of pursuing me just to annoy your brother? Because what can be expected from a man who allows his wife to treat him like this?
Live from Broadcasting House, Nairobi, Kenya. This is KBC English Service.
And welcome to Beat Time Show, the very best of the 80s and 90s with me, John Korani, JK.
Timeless music hits across the decades.
This is the place to be after you've had a tough day. Here we celebrate love and life.
Don't believe me, just watch. The sound of KBC English Service.
I'm your host Caroline Wangishi, Carol Gatata Moshero.
My name is Geoffrey Mongai B. News, information and entertainment. KBC English Service, Kenya's official national radio.
Welcome back. Good Morning Kenya continues. Now we are tackling entrepreneurship on Entrepreneurship Tuesday. My name is Mike Migwe, and today we are going to talk about a topic that is dear to, especially to small business owners, business leaders, people who want to explore the opportunities on the job market and in the business world. We are going to talk about personal branding for entrepreneurs and business leaders. And to help me with this conversation in studio, I'm joined by Mengo Sherastin, who is a personal positioning and branding consultant and an expert in branding, positioning, communication, marketing, and digital marketing. Karibu sana Bwana Mengo.
Asante sana.
Welcome to Good Morning Kenya.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well.
Yes.
I'm glad to be here.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe the first question, just to familiarize yourself with the audience.
Yes.
What inspired you to get into personal branding and positioning?
Yes. First of all, it's very interesting that my background is actually, you would expect my background to be in PR, communications, and so on. But what I really studied in school was engineering. And at the time, I was seeking to be an aircraft engineer.
Yes.
By then we only had diploma being offered at the time.
Yes.
So I did it. There was only diploma. I finished, and then of course the job market was. Is that you hear reality versus expectation?
Yes.
You expect the market to be big and welcoming and all this, but that was not the case. So as a backup, because I knew I had skill, I was good with people.
Yes.
I believed that, and then I said, what kind of career can I pursue that is still accommodative of who I am as a person? So I went into roles in marketing and sales. And as I have been working all through, I realized that I was busy fronting products, but what people were really buying was me. It was not the product mostly. And people didn't really worry so much how good the product was if I was not good enough for them.
Exactly.
So then I asked myself, what could this be? Then I landed, a book landed in my hands called The Brand Called You. And I took so much interest and I read, and from then on I started working on my own personal brand.
Nice.
I started working on myself. I started being the product instead of fronting the product, and I started to see success. Afterwards I decided then, how many other people are having the same problem as me? So let me be that person who solves that problem for them.
Nice.
And that is how I came to share that which had worked for me.
Nice.
Yes.
Now briefly share what personal branding is and how it helped a person in staying ahead of competition in a very competitive market nowadays.
Yeah. I love the way you have asked that question.
Yes.
Because it's about you getting ahead. That's the whole point. People think personal branding is fake it till you make it. They think personal branding is looking good, wearing suits, being a celebrity.
Yes.
And that's not true.
Yeah.
Personal branding is simply, first of all, finding out who you are, finding out how you fit in the market, and then deciding to be visible enough that the market gets to know you and what you're good at, and then you provide value to the market. That's what really personal branding is. Packaging yourself properly for what you do, and then putting yourself out there for the world to see.
Which now brings us to authenticity. You want to project a very competent personal brand.
Yes.
But now, what is the role of authenticity in developing and maintaining a strong personal brand?
Very, very good questions, my friend. I'm so happy to be here.
Yes.
So, authenticity is the whole bedrock of a strong personal brand.
Yes.
Because without authenticity, it will crumble at some point.
Yeah.
We have seen stories. So in fact, for me, it's sad that at some point I saw stories of a personal branding consultant that was not authentic. That's how bad it can get.
Yes.
So the role of authenticity is that you want to put out there your real self. I understand there is one thing also called aspiration, which I really, really encourage even my clients to do. That find that person in your line of work that is doing very well and start to emulate them, because I believe success leaves clues. But at the same time, don't forget to be yourself. And authenticity is lost because people don't start with introspect.
Okay.
You just look around and say, I see barbers are doing very well. I just want to be a barber. There is money in this thing and I can learn it and do it. But you forget that maybe you are sensitive to people's hair. You shave people's hair and you start having
even the chemicals that you use.
You're not even sure the chemicals will work for your skin.
Yes.
And in fact, worse, you're not patient, because there are those clients who will say, this one you have not done it very well. So you have to find those personal attributes that support you in your personal branding journey. Otherwise, you will lose authenticity on the way. So the question of authenticity is solved by introspect at the very beginning of when you want to build your personal brand. Yes.
Now, let's talk about personal brand and corporate brand. There are many people who don't know the distinction. Maybe you can create...
Important.
Yes.
Because it's good that I share this story. Last weekend I went to, there was a gathering, and then I went there to display my business, you know, the way you would exhibit. And I saw my banner is written personal branding.
Yes.
And when people come, they expect that I'm printing t-shirts and flyers.
Oh yeah.
So there is that assumption that anytime you see branding, it's
yes,
t-shirts and
hoodies,
banners and brochures, caps, and this and the caps. No, it's personal branding, and it's a whole different thing.
Yes.
Now, to your question, corporate brand, personal brand, and product brand.
Yeah.
These are different things.
Yes.
A corporate brand, and even there are people who try to sell their personal brand as a corporate brand. It will never work. Corporate brand, first of all, for your information, the public is starting to resent corporate brands because there is the feeling that all they want is my money, all they want is to sell me something. But when you're talking to a person, that may you start having the feeling of the realness of the business or the realness of the transaction. And there is this feeling that when you're dealing with a corporate brand, there is that feeling of superficialness, you know, that this is not really a human being who has needs like me.
Yes.
So personal branding comes to bring that human feeling. Personal branding actually humanizes corporate brands. I'll give you an example of what Safaricom is doing now.
Yes.
I saw recently the CEO of Safaricom, Mr. Ndegwa, did an interview with one TV station. And they went up close and personal. Who are you? Where do you come from? How was your journey? I thought they'll stop there. I saw another clip. They went with him to his former primary school.
Wow.
Why would they do that? That is not selling, it's not an advert. But what they're doing, they're saying, these people that work with us are people like you.
Yes.
So picture the person who has gone to that primary school. They easily connect with Safaricom now.
Yes.
Because they say, the people who work there are people just like me.
They feel inspired.
Easily, because if he got there, I can get there too.
Yes.
So your personal brand also should do the work of doing what? Inspiring, as you're saying. Especially for leaders and business leaders. Seek to inspire.
Yes.
So that's, I think, briefly, that's how I'd like to differentiate the two.
Yeah. Now, you're also an expert in digital marketing. Now, business leaders, how can business leaders and entrepreneurs capitalize on the digital space? Because we are living in an information age and social media, everything is happening on social media. How can entrepreneurs and business leaders capitalize on this chance to enhance their personal branding?
Yes, and it's good that you want us to give it the lens of personal branding.
Yes.
Because business leaders have delegated, I think they have delegation is a good thing. They have delegated these duties or digital marketing to their teams.
Yes.
And they have departments for that, and it's a good thing.
Yes.
But remember one thing, you are simply selling the business and forgetting to sell yourself as the leader, founder, entrepreneur, CEO of this business. Because now, when you are out there, you inspire trust automatically. You bring credibility with your experience, with your vision, and then people now want to connect with your business. But they'll not connect with your business directly. They connect with your business through you. So social media, why? Why social media? Because right now, I know when this program closes, me and you, the first thing we will look at after saying goodbye is our phones.
Yes.
So you want to be where people are.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And right now, the world has changed.
Yes.
Even newspapers, now we have e-paper. Books, we have e-books. I don't know when we are now starting to have e-people in form of bots.
Bots, yes.
Yes. So that's where the world is heading. And the fact, if you're not headed there, then you're losing it. Let me give you an example, but I'll give you a political example.
Please do.
Ronald Reagan,
yes,
he won the presidency in the US in the era of television.
Yes.
He just maximized when television was becoming big.
Yes.
He just maximized on television, he got it. Obama maximized Facebook.
Yes.
Trump maximized Twitter.
Yes.
Now the next one, we don't know what he will use.
Yes.
I think it will be Trump, but I don't know. He's back on Twitter,
yes,
but he isn't using it as much.
Yes.
But still, what I'm saying is that get the media of the day that is working and harness it. But business leaders are not doing that. They think this is for young people. This is for people who are not busy.
Yes.
But they are losing big time. How does Elon Musk find time for Twitter? Do you ever ask yourself, if we are so busy,
yes,
the richest man on earth has time for Twitter? So you're not busy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You just don't have a strategy.
Yeah.
So get that social media team, talk to them and have a discussion on how they are going to bring your personal brand out front.
Yes.
And then now get the world to know what you do. Yeah.
Yes. Let's talk about longevity in terms of personal, in the context of personal brand.
Yeah.
What contributes to a lasting brand identity, and what steps can create the same a lasting personal brand?
The questions are very good. I'm so happy. So it's the longevity is dependent on strategy.
Yes.
Because a personal brand that is not built on strategy, how do you know when you're wrong and when you're right? Let me give you again an example. Look at what we call today influencers as we know them.
Yes.
For most of them, you will see they will rise and then there's a level they reach and they plateau.
Yeah.
Why? Because today they are selling shoes, the next day they are selling hair products, the next day they are selling cosmetics, the other day they are selling garbage collection services, the other day they are selling phones, the other day it's laptops.
Shoes.
So what are they really about? So one important component of that longevity is focus. You must have that focus of what your personal brand really addresses.
Yes.
That focus is very important because now people know you for something.
Finding focus, is it the same as finding purpose?
Finding purpose is much deeper because that's, I don't want to call it spiritual, but it's at a deeper level.
Yes.
Because I expect by the time you are focusing on something, you already have found purpose.
Yes.
And personal branding is much deeper than simply having a title. And that's why it's, in fact, leaders, I talk to leaders and I tell them personal branding is a leadership requirement because it's all about your vision, your values, your attributes. So when you have found your purpose, then you choose what your purpose means in terms of what problem is your purpose solving, what value is your purpose adding, and then you focus there. Because right now myself, I've been tempted so many times to work with corporate brands, and you get tempted, but I know that with time it will water down my brand again.
Yes.
So that focus, when people know you for a certain thing.
Yes.
So today, if you have maybe you have an issue with your bones, do you want to go to a general practitioner or to a bones and joint specialist?
That I would prefer a bone specialist.
And in fact, you will not even care how much they charge. You just know that they are the experts. They know my problem. And it's the same thing even with businesses.
Yes.
That when people know you for a certain thing, you become the expert in that thing. You become the go-to person for that thing. And that is how we should build our brands. That focus and staying in that focus, because the more you stay in a niche, especially say maybe I am providing cleaning services, but I'm only providing them to hospitals. Now, every hospital will know me because they will say, I don't want to bring someone who has just come from cleaning a living room.
Yes.
I want someone who has just been cleaning a lab.
Yes.
So they understand how a lab looks like.
Yes.
And therefore now I get to work with more clinics, I get to work with more hospitals, and I have more experience serving them. Therefore I have more value to give them because I have so much knowledge in that area. And that's the importance of focus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, personal branding is crucial in creating trustworthy relationships in the workplace, in the business world, even in personal businesses.
Yes.
Now, in line with that, what are your views on the future trends and challenges in personal branding? And how should entrepreneurs and businesses leaders prepare for them?
Yes. So first of all, this is a fact. The future of branding is personal. And evidence is showing that every day.
Yes.
Research is showing that every day.
Yeah.
I was seeing some statistics, although I don't know what's wrong with us Africans and research. We don't like to do research, but most of these statistics are coming from the US. I see that most consumers prefer buying from businesses whose owners are on social media.
Yeah.
Most consumers, they'd rather buy from someone who they see is active on social media. There is now being in social media and then being active on social media. So this is how important it is for business leaders to be on social media. So that when you're on social media and engaging actively, you are establishing that trust.
Yes.
Someone I would be more comfortable tweeting under the CEO of Safaricom's handle. I will, for some reason, I'll convince myself that I've spoken to him.
Yes.
Than when I talk to customer care. I'll assume I'm talking to a bot.
Yes.
So these are important components of how a person should look at personal branding. Now, the future is bright, but the future is filled with fake it till you make it. That's what people think.
That's the notion out there.
So there is a problem of perception of what personal branding is, and then there is a let me call it a knowledge gap in terms of us as professionals, us in the personal branding, PR, communications. We have not taken enough time to educate the public on personal branding.
Yes.
So that I see as a challenge.
Yes.
Now again, there is limited information, even online.
Yes.
How fast do articles on personal branding come out? You know, but how fast do articles on general entrepreneurship come out?
Yes.
You see, so there is that knowledge gap, and then there is the issue of cost also. It's not cheap to build a personal brand.
Yeah.
And it's not cheap. When I say it's not cheap, I'm not only talking about money.
Yeah.
I'm also talking about energy. I'm talking about time.
Yes.
And I know the reason. In fact, another reason I came into personal branding is that I saw there are so many coaches teaching personal branding, but to get that person who will walk with you step by step on how you build your personal brand, there aren't many. And that's what I chose to do. I chose to be the person who doesn't just teach, but walks with people step by step, and we lack that in the market. There aren't many people who do that step by step, walking with you to get your personal brand to where it's supposed to be.
Now, still on personal brand, deciding to create a personal brand is like you are investing in not like it's you are investing in yourself.
Yes.
How do you quantify the return on investment on when it comes to matters personal branding?
Interesting question. Now, I had another person saying, how do you measure personal development?
Yes.
It is difficult to measure, and it's because it's a long game. It's not a short game, which you can do the ROI calculation. It's a long game. But now this long game, this is how I measure it. I measure it in terms of how much exposure is your business getting as a result of your personal brand being out there. That is one thing you can measure. Easily you can measure the sales from the time you started
and the time
to maybe a certain period of time.
Yes.
Another thing you can measure is inquiries. Are there inquiries coming through as a result of you being out there? Again, another way to measure it is leads.
Yes.
Especially now, this is why digital marketing is very interesting to me. How can you measure the output of a billboard?
Interesting.
But social media, there is all the analytics, impressions, engagements, leads, and everything. So that's why I encourage people, even if they're building your brand offline, building it online gives you the measurables.
Yes.
You will say that since I started this Facebook page with my name on it, so far I have seen, I used to have 100 likes when I started, now I have 100,000 likes. I used to get 50 leads when I started, now I'm getting 300 leads. So online is much easily measurable now, and the digital media is a blessing in a very big way.
It all boils down to your presence and activeness and how active you are on social media.
Yes.
So people, entrepreneurs and business leaders must give a focus on social media and digital space.
It's very important, because really you're not selling to, even if you were selling to cows, you would have to be in the field where they are grazing.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
So the people you're selling to are online. They are on these social platforms. Now, again, social platforms, not all of them will work for your business. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's important, again, to sit down with a professional to help you navigate and know where is it that I get the most.
Yes.
Myself, for example, I don't get much from Facebook and Instagram.
Yes.
But I get a lot from LinkedIn. Okay?
Yes.
So different people, there are people who don't even know how LinkedIn looks like, but they get a lot of value from Instagram.
Yes.
So it's good again to be cross-platform when you're starting, and then measure and see which platforms are working well for me. There are people who are not even on social media, but SEO alone for their blogs does enough for them. So you have to do that analysis and find out which platform gives me the most results. And you know the Pareto 80-20 rule. Spend the most energy where you're getting the most results from.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but presence, visibility is key. And for most business leaders and entrepreneurs, I'll tell you, their problem is not product, their problem is not systems, it is not processes, it is just visibility.
Nice. True. Now, let's talk about still on social media. Almost everything is happening there.
Yes.
And now, how does content creation help in enhancing consistency in personal branding across various platforms?
Very important question again, because the one consideration or the one issue you would have there is there's a lot of noise.
Yeah.
Everyone now calls themselves a content creator. Yeah, you can, today, anything you do, you can choose to make content with it. But this is my perspective of content. It's not just simply waking up and switching on your video. Content must have a strategy. There is what's called a content strategy. You must start from a content strategy. This content strategy is driven from your brand strategy.
Yes.
Your personal brand strategy is what will give birth to your content strategy.
Yes.
Because now here we know who your audience is, what content they want, and what content you have to provide.
Yes.
Now, if you have content for people between the ages of maybe 18 to 25, mostly you would do very well on Instagram.
Yes.
Now, on Instagram, there is certain kinds of content that work there.
Yes.
On Instagram, you can't put written content.
Yes.
And this written content is not going to work on Instagram. So content creation has a lot to do with strategy than the actual content that people do.
Yes.
A lot of it has to do with strategy. So you must know your audience, what they want to consume, what you have to give them, and then consistency. I think it's this 16th century poet and writer, Shakespeare.
Yes.
He said, "Consistency, thou art a jewel." He said that because consistency is easily said than done.
Yes.
So your content strategy should determine your consistency. Are you going to be posting every day? Are you going to be posting thrice a week? Are you going to be posting once a month?
Yes.
Then once you have created that strategy,
yes,
now respect your content strategy and do what you're supposed to do.
As we are coming to the close of the show, what is your advice to aspiring entrepreneurs and business leaders, quickly, as we are winding up?
In one line, I would say, come out front.
Yes.
Stop hiding behind your corporate brand.
Yes.
Come out front.
Yes.
Let people know you.
Yes.
Let people know what you stand for. Let them know your values and your attributes.
Yes.
And when they connect with you,
yes,
you will see your business change.
Thank you so much for gracing our studios.
Thank you for having
we
me.
have been talking to Mengo Sherastin, a personal positioning and branding consultant, expert in branding, positioning, communication, marketing, and digital marketing. This has been a very interesting talk. There's still much to talk about, but we'll end this conversation here for now. I have been your host, Mike Njue. We now head over to the other side, and as Good Morning Kenya, the next segment continues on Good Morning Kenya. Good morning.
mshindani hapa lazima na kuulizana maswali lazima tuulizane.
Kate, what is this now?
Wakili, shut up and double your order. Manake home mkutano kwa mrefu sana.
Ni kawaida yake kutoka mapema ofisini kila siku.
Kila siku?
Kila siku.
Afu wewe mwenyewe mrembo nikaenda ndogo. Kaitwa nani?
Kwa kazini kwako na sikukuona umetoka. Lakini it's too much. It's not good for business.
County Government of Turkana welcomes you to the Ehale Center in Lodwar Town for the 7th edition of the Turkana Cultural and Tourism Festival. From 12th to the 14th of October 2023. Come, experience the origin of mankind with its unmatched beauty from the beaches of Lake Turkana to the oil wells of Lokichar. Live on Channel 1, Radio Taifa and KBC Turkana Service.
It's a cocktail of emotions, the puns that cracks up the family, greed that yields power and a hunger for success. Friends turn to foes. Survival for the fittest is the drive.
Who are we blackmailing?
But nothing beats the feud in a family where one disappears and another fights for the crown.
It was not supposed to go this far.
It's the desire to succeed that keeps us going, the deception that keeps us digging, and the laughter pill that keeps us living.
Reggae music, it's a universal language. Love it is superior, your devil complex inferior. Oh yes, worshipping material. Everything, ever blessed, so everything, ever blessed. Arise, rise. No, I'm hurting but not broken. He blessing,
Baby, when we first met, I never felt something so strong. You were like my lover and my best friend.
Mahali popote ulipo, ikiwa hivi sasa ni saa 2:04 saa za kanda ya Afrika ya Mashariki. Kumbuka kila siku ya Jumanne kuanzia saa 2 hadi saa 3 huwa kuna kipindi cha ushirikiano kati ya KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya yani Zinga na vile vile pia Good Morning Kenya kupitia KBC Channel 1. Na mtazamaji, leo hii kipindi kinakujia kwa njia nyingine tofauti kwa hisani kubwa ya halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini. Nazungumzia kuhusiana na nini? NSA. Waswahili wanasema kwa nini tuandike na mate ilhali wino upo? Umo wino wenyewe ni nini? Nitakwambia katika muda usiokuwa mrefu mtazamaji. Kumbuka mara nyingi sana katika taifa hili tumeshuhudia maafa ambayo yanatokana na majumba marefu, mijengo mbalimbali kuweza kuanguka mtazamaji. Hapa mtaani Isili ambapo ndo tumepiga kambi, kama mpiga picha wangu ataweza kunasa baadhi ya majumba ambayo yanaendelea kujengwa ama mijengo ambayo inaendelea kujengwa hapa, utaweza tu kuona hali vile ilivyo. Kumbuka mtazamaji, katika eneo hili sawa na Kiambu kuna mijengo mbalimbali ambayo imekuwa ikianguka kutokana na kujengwa ndivyo sivyo. Sasa taswira imekuwa hivyo si tu Isili bali pia katika maeneo kadha wa kadha katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mtazamaji, msikilizaji, kumbuka hasara hii ya vifo na mali vile vile pia kupotea imepelekea halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini yani NSA mtazamaji kuanzisha mikakati kabambe ya kuweza kuelimisha umma mtazamaji juu ya swala hili la ujenzi. Bila shaka mtazamaji, NSA inashirikiana leo hii na shirika la utangazaji nchini KBC kukuletea kipindi maarufu kabisa ambacho utauliza maswali mengi na vile vile utajibiwa maswali mengi. Kumbuka mtazamaji, halmashauri hii ya NSA ilianzishwa chini ya sheria kifungu nambari 41 mwaka wa 2021 na ilianza kutumika Juni mwaka huo. Jukumu la NSA ni kuhakikisha usalama wako katika masuala ya ujenzi. Mtazamaji, leo hii mtaani Isili California Resource Center tutakujuza mengi kuhusu usalama wako katika ujenzi, na hapa ndani ya studio mtazamaji, kumbuka tuna wageni wawili. Mgeni wa kwanza ni kutoka halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini, ambapo si mwingine bali ni mhandisi Morris Akech, na vile vile tutakuwa tunajiunga naye Mheshimiwa mbunge wa Kamukunji Yusuf Hassan. Kumbuka ni kipindi ambacho kinakujia moja kwa moja kwa njia mbili, njia ya runinga KBC Channel 1 na njia ya redio kupitia KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya. Engineer Akech, karibu sana katika studio zetu za Isili.
Asante sana Bwana Rashid.
Uko salama kabisa?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Mwana engineer, labda tukianza, kuna Wakenya ambao wanatusikiliza kwa sasa, wanatutazama, wanasikia tu halmashauri ya ujenzi NSA. NSA ni nini na inafanya nini?
Kwanza wacha nichukue fursa hii kushukuru idara ya KBC, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, pamoja na wewe, na pia nishukuru Mheshimiwa Yusuf ambaye ni mbunge wa sehemu hii ya Kamukunji, mahali tuko tumekaa hapa Isili, kwa hii ushirikiano wa pamoja wa kufika hapa kuweza kueleza Wakenya ile kazi yetu ya idara ya National Construction Authority NCA. Nikianzia kwanza nataka kusalimia wananchi wote mahali popote waliko, na nijumuike na hao ili tuelimishane kwa hii idara ya ujenzi, na tujue pamoja kwa kauli moja tunaweza fanya aje ndio tuhakikishe kuna usalama katika sehemu zote za ujenzi, na tuweze kufanya kazi kwa njia sawa. Kila mtu amalize, awachie mwenye nyumba pia kae kwa njia ya usalama.
Ndio.
Mimi naitwa Engineer Morris Akech, vile umesema hapo. Mimi ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa National Construction Authority. National Construction Authority ilianzishwa mwaka wa 2011 vile umesema, kupitia sheria ya Act number 41 of 2011 kupitia bunge ambaye iliidhinisha na ikapitishwa na rais wa Jamhuri wa Kenya wakati huo. Na hii sheria ilitungwa kwa manake kuangalia maneno ya ujenzi Kenya yote, kuhakikisha ujenzi zote zimejengwa kwa njia ya kisawasawa. Iwe ni ujenzi ya nyumba, iwe ni ujenzi ya barabara, iwe ni ujenzi ya bwawa, iwe ni ujenzi ya aina yote. Ambapo kwamba hapo ndani kuna vitu tatu muhimu ambayo tunafanya. Kwa ile hali ya kuangalia, tunahakikisha standards, ile tumeset standards, kuhakikisha kandarasi wale contractors wamesajilishwa na National Construction Authority, ambaye ukiona jengo yote inajengwa nchi hii, kama hakuna mwenye anajenga kama contractor ana leseni kutoka National Construction Authority NCA, basi huyo sio contractor halali. Huyo ni contractor ile duni.
Ndiyo.
Na huenda jengo yako isiwe sawasawa kwa sababu umepatia kazi mtu yenye hajahitimu.
Ndiyo.
Ya pili, katika hiyo hali tu kuangalia ujenzi na kuset standards, pia wale wanasajilishwa, wale wanajiriwa na contractors kama mafundi, awe ni fundi wa plumber, awe fundi wa mason, awe fundi wa electrician, ili uwe ujue umeajiri yule fundi ametimu kamili. Lazima awe na ile accreditation card ya kusajilishwa na National Construction Authority, ambaye fundi yote Kenya wale wanasema wako na ujuzi kamili. Sisi ndio tunahakikisha hiyo ujuzi imefanywa. Labda ameenda training, amepitia college, amepitia technical training institute, ako na diploma ama ako na certificate, ili aseme sasa amehitimu kama fundi kamili, lazima tumsajilishe, tumpatie accreditation card kama mason, kama plumber ama fundi yoyote ile. Ya tatu, pia tunahakikisha kwamba kwa maneno ya kujenga, kabla maneno ya ujenzi yaanze, yani kabla uanze kuchimba, kwa ujenzi yote inaanza kwa udongo mara mingi. Before you start excavation, lazima tuhakikishe tumesajilisha hiyo project. Hiyo project imeregistrwa na National Construction Authority. Na kwa nini tuna register project? Ya kwanza ni kwamba ni kuhakikisha hiyo project inafanywa na wale wamehitimu. Hiyo project iko na contractor, yule amesajilishwa na NCA, either wewe ni contractor wa Kenya ama contractor ametoka ng'ambo. Hiyo project iko na engineer kulingana na ile kazi inataka kufanywa hiyo project. Kama ni barabara, engineer wa barabara; kama ni nyumba, engineer wa nyumba; ama hiyo project pia iko na architect kulingana na ile kazi inafanywa. Hii ni kuhakikisha wakati hiyo project imejengwa itakuja toka kwa hali sawa, because wale wanahusika wote wenye wamehitimu wako kwa hiyo project na wanaweza kufanya kwa njia sawa. So hiyo ni kuhakikisha standards. Kwa ile nyingine tunafanya pia ni kuhakikisha katika sasa ile ujenzi inaendelea. Tunatembea kwa hizi masite zote. Tunaangalia kama kwanza hiyo mjengo imesajilishwa ama iko na shida yoyote, na kama tukipata kama iko na kasoro yote kuangalia hata maneno ya safety tunaweza funga, na mara mingi tukipata kama iko na hitilafu tunaweka X. X inamaanisha kuna kitu umekosea ambayo ukienda urekebishe. Tutakuja kuipeana lifting notice, kwa mara ya kwanza tukiweka X tunapeana suspension notice. Yani tumefunga hiyo. Usiendelee mpaka uhakikishe umefanya ile kitu tumekuambia ufanye. Maneno ya compliance. Na ukishamaliza na tukikuja tuhakikishe kila kitu iko sawa, tunakupatia lifting notice, so unaweza endelea sasa na hiyo kujenga. Na ikiwa mbaya zaidi pia inaweza leta tuwasema hii sasa isiendelee mpaka vitu zingine zirekebishwe.
Labda tukisalia hapo engineer Kechi, umesema kwamba mkiweka X kwenye jengo kumaanisha kwamba kuna vitu ambavyo hawajatimiza, lakini swala linakuja hapo, umezungumzia kuhusiana na mambo matatu kwamba miongoni mwa haya mambo matatu lazima yule mwandakandarasi apatiwe leseni ya kuweza kujenga. Sasa kama mwandakandarasi mshampatia leseni ya kuweza kuendelea kujenga, alafu anajenga kitu ambacho mnakuja weka X kwamba haja comply, inakuwa vipi engineer?
Inakuwa kwamba unajua mara ya kwanza anaweza kuwa amecomply, amehakikisha kila karatasi iko sawa. Kwa hiyo ndio chanzo ya kwanza kuhakikisha kuna compliance. Lakini wakianza kujenga kunaweza kuwa na hitilafu hapo na pale. Wanaweza jenga ile nyumba ama imbatani na ile plan vile ilikuwa approved. Anaweza sema weka hata maybe ilikuwa approval ilikuwa 3 floors, ameongeza floor nyingine 2 juu. Ama inaweza kuwa ilikuwa iwe shape fulani, ameweka shape tofauti. Hizo tunaangalia. Hiyo compliance ni kitu ni dynamic, inasonga. Leo unaweza kuwa compliant, kesho umekosea mahali compliance ikakosekana. So tunasimamisha mpaka uwe fully compliant. Hiyo tunaendelea. Yes.
Alright kabisa. Tukisonga mbele, labda tangu halmashauri hii ya NCA ilipobuniwa mwaka 2011 hadi kufikia sasa katika taifa letu la Kenya, usalama wa majumba yetu uko vipi?
Swali bora sana. So tunaendelea kuangalia kuhakikisha kazi zote za ujenzi Kenya yote iko kwa njia ya usalama, iko kwa njia sawa. Lakini tukiendelea kufanya kazi yetu bado tuko na changamoto. Compliance levels hatujafika kwa ile kiwango tungependelea. Tungependa jengo lote nchi yetu ama majengo yote kwa hii nchi yetu ya Kenya iwe kwa hali bora ya ujenzi 100%. Lakini kwa sasa bado tuko average Kenya yote tuko about 30%, which means bado tuko 70% yenye tunafaa tuhakikishe iambatane na maneno ya compliance. Na tunafuata hii tukishirikiana na wengine wetu, kwa sababu hii idara ya ujenzi iko na regulators wengi, players wengi. Lakini tunahakikisha kwa hiyo kazi ya kufanya tumeshirikiana nao na kila, kwa sababu compliance can be one issue or another. So we are now at 30%. But nataka kusema hapa mali tumekaa leo sehemu ya Kamkunji. Na nafikiri hiyo shirikiano ni mzuri kwa sababu naona mheshimiwa hako hapa. Hii sehemu iko above average. Kama Kenya yote iko 30%. Hapa sahi tuko 44%. Hii area ya Kamkunji na sana sana hii sehemu ya Isili ambaye kwa nchi yetu yote ukiangalia is the most busiest in terms of maneno ya ujenzi ama construction kwa hii nchi yetu kwa saizi.
Na mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuambia, ikiwa hivi sasa ni saa 2:15 saa za kanda ya Afrika Mashariki, ni kipindi ambacho kinakujia kwa hisani kubwa ya halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini, yani NCA, na hapa tuko naye mhandisi bwana Akech, na hivi punde tumejiunga naye mheshimiwa mbunge wa Kamukunji Yusuf Hassan. Kumbuka unaendelea kusikiliza KBC Radio Taifa, sauti ya Mkenya, na vile vile pia unatizama runinga ya KBC Channel 1. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana ndani ya studio zetu za California. Naona studio nzuri sana.
Asante. Na nakukaribisha.
Asante, uko salama lakini?
Karibisha KBC hapa Kamkunji.
Asante sana mheshimiwa.
Unajua KBC ndipo nilipoanza kazi yangu ya utangazaji.
Ulikuwa mtangazaji?
Nilikuwa mtangazaji.
Mashaallah.
Na watangazaji wengi wa KBC au Voice of Kenya walikuwa ni wenyeji wa hapa California na majengo.
Kweli. Kweli umenikumbusha mbali mheshimiwa.
Na talent kubwa sana.
Umenikumbusha mbali. Kwa hiyo mheshimiwa, ni kumaanisha kwamba mimi pia utanibakisha hapa California ama namna gani bwana?
Unakaribishwa.
Labda tu mheshimiwa, umehudumu katika bunge la kitaifa. Je, labda mnashirikiana vipi na halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini katika sheria za kudhibiti ujenzi wa majumba katika taifa letu la Kenya?
Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba mimi nilipochaguliwa tu kwa mbunge ndio halmashauri hii ya ujenzi wa kitaifa ulipoanzishwa, na nilikuwa katika kamati moja ambaye inashughulikia sheria na utaratibu wa ujenzi wa majengo kadhaa za nchi na nilishiriki katika uteuzi wa masharti haya, na kwa hivyo mimi ni muungaji mkubwa sana wa halmashauri hii, kwa sababu najua ni njia ya pekee ambayo tunaweza kukuza ujenzi na maendeleo ya nchi. Pasipokuwa na nidhamu na utaratibu kamili pamoja na usimamizi madhubuti, hutaweza kuwa na ujenzi ambaye itakuwa ni hali ya juu. Mara nyingi hapa watu walikuwa wanajenga kiholela holela, kulikuwa hakuna sheria, hakuna utaratibu. Kwa hivyo kubuniwa kwa halmashauri hii ya kitaifa ya ujenzi imebadilisha mambo mengi. Imeleta nidhamu, imeleta uongozi bora, na kwa hakika ukiangalia jinsi tunavyojenga siku hizi hapa Kenya na hata hapa Kamkunji, ni kwa ujenzi wa siku hizi ni wa hali ya juu kabisa. Kwa ukiangalia nyumba zilizojengwa miaka 10 iliyopita, we mwenyewe utajua kwamba kuna tofauti kubwa sana katika standards. Kwa hivyo tumewafanyia sheria, tunawaunga mkono katika kutimiza utaratibu wao na utendaji kazi wao. Na sisi kama wabunge tunataka nchi yetu isiwe na matatizo ambapo watu wanaumia au wanapoteza mali yao au wanakufa kwa sababu ya ujinga kutokana na mjenzi ambaye ni mkora na hafati sheria. Sasa hivi tuna halmashauri ambaye inachunguza mambo haya yote, inasimamia mambo haya yote, na nafurahi kwamba sasa hivi kuna mhandisi Morris Akech ambaye kweli ni hodari katika kazi zake. Sio tu katika mambo ya uhandisi, lakini hata katika mambo ya uhusiano na wananchi. Ni mtu mwenye utulivu na yuko wakati wote tayari kukutana na wanaohusika katika ujenzi.
Mheshimiwa, labda kabla kurudi kwake engineer, umetaja kuhusiana na sheria ambazo zinasaidia kudhibiti majengo, na umesema kama katika miaka 10 iliyopita ukiangalia majengo ya kisasa ni mazuri, lakini mbona bado sheria hizi na bado tunasikia majumba yanaporomoka, majumba yanaanguka?
Hiyo ni tatizo ambalo linakabili Kenya yote. Sio tatizo ambalo ni mahsusi kwa halmashauri yenyewe. Halmashauri peke yake haiwezi kubadilisha fikra na akili ya watu ambao wanataka kutumia ukora, watu ambao wanatoa rushwa na kadhalika. Hiyo ni tatizo ambalo tunazo kitaifa na tunahitaji kupigana naye, kwa sababu kuna huyo mjenzi ambaye amekwenda akapata ruhusa ya kujenga kwa nidhamu fulani, alafu anapokwenda kuanza ujenzi huo anawahonga watu wanaohusika katika mambo ya usimamizi wa utaratibu huu. Kwa hivyo hili ni tatizo la Kenya. Tatizo la rushwa ni kama ugonjwa ambaye imeingia katika mwili wa Mkenya na ambalo tunahitaji kupigana naye na ambaye tunahitaji kuing'oa katika nchi yetu hii. Na mara tu tukifanya hivyo, hata katika mambo ya ujenzi utaona tutakuwa na maendeleo. Lakini ni lazima wachukuliwe hatua kali kabisa. Mtu kama huyo asiruhusiwe tena mara nyingine kuhusika katika ujenzi wa jengo lolote la kitaifa, kwa sababu kama ni nyumba yake mwenyewe anataka kujiumiza, lakini kama ni nyumba ya biashara, ni nyumba ambayo itatumiwa na wananchi wengi, huyo kampuni yake ifutuliwe mbali, asiruhusiwe tena na hata afungwe kwa sababu ni mhalifu.
Na bila shaka nikirudi kwako mhandisi Morris Akech, labda Wakenya na wajenzi, licha ya kwamba mheshimiwa mbunge amesema zipo sheria, nyinyi NCM kuna taratibu, lakini mbona wajenzi wengi na Wakenya wafuati sheria? Mheshimiwa amezungumzia kuhusiana na swala la rushwa.
Nataka kushukuru mheshimiwa kwa sababu zile mambo ameeleza ni changamoto moja zile zenye pia tunapatana nayo kwa hii idara ya ujenzi. Nataka kusema hivi, hapo awali wakati hii sheria ya ujenzi ilitungwa ambaye mheshimiwa alikuwa mojawapo, kuna mahali yenye ilikuwa tatizo kidogo yenye tunaweza kuja tupate kuna tatizo kwa ujenzi, tunafunga site, tunapeana suspension notice, tunaenda zetu. Tunakuja tunafunga tunaenda zetu. Lakini nataka kushukuru bunge pamoja na serikali kwamba hapo mwaka wa 2020 about 3 years ago. Waliangalia hii sheria tena wakati tuli rudi kwao, tukasema tuko na changamoto, tuko na hii gap, na wakabadilisha wakaongezea majukumu, wakasema mtu akikosa kufuata hiyo sheria sasa kuna hiyo kipenge wameongezea hapo ambaye inaturuhusu kuchukua hatua ya kisheria, ambapo tunaza tukishirikiana na idara ya polisi tunashika yule mwenye hajafuata hiyo sheria, anapelekwa kotini, anafunguliwa kesi, na akipatikana na hatia na hiyo na koti anaweza fungwa kifungu ya isiyozidi miaka 3, ama anaweza toshwa fine isiyozidi milioni 1, ama zote mbili kulingana na vile jaji atapata. Hiyo imetusaidia, so tumeona at least imeanza kusaidia na watu wameanza kutii sheria, kwa sababu sheria lazima iwe ni kama musumeno. Unajua kwa tuna sheria na hakuna vile wanaweza chukua tu wakati mtu amekosea, ni ngumu sana, lakini sasa tunasema tuko na njia ambayo tunasaidia sana. Na pia nataka kusema hivi, tukishirikiana na idara ya Ministry of Interior, pia tumeletewa ama tumetengewa kikosi fulani ambaye inatusaidia kufanya enforcement sana kwa wale wenye haufuati sheria. Nataka kusema tangu hiyo kikosi kuje ambaye ni miaka 1 iliyopita, pia tumeona mabadiliko na tunaendelea kusonga, ndio tusaidiane pamoja.
Kuna swala muhimu hapa engineer, tunafaa kulizungumzia public participation ama elimu kwa Wakenya, kwa wananchi na wajenzi kuhusu usalama wao, na naona hiyo kampeni tayari mmeanza kuianzisha. Waweza ukaizungumzia kidogo?
Wacha niseme hivi, ni vitu mbili. Public participation yenye tumeanza, ambayo tulianza jana, inahusika na ile kuna chombo muhimu sana yenye tunatumia kusajilisha wanakandarasi, contractors, inaitwa evaluation criteria. Kumbuka kazi moja yetu muhimu among other functions yenye tunafanya ni kusajilisha contractor ndio aweze kufanya kazi ya ujenzi, either kwa barabara, kwa nyumba, kwa bwawa, kila pahali. Na ile chombo tuko nayo sasa, hiyo registration criteria tunatumia ni ile tulianza nayo wakati tulianza kazi zetu hapo miaka za 10 iliyopita. Tumeangalia na hizi changamoto pia tunaendelea. Tumeona kumbe hiyo pia ni chombo moja tunafaa tuiangalie, ndio tuitunge vizuri, ndio tukitumia ile contractor unapata through that process atakuwa ni yule ako sawa kabisa, ana dosari, so we are trying to improve the standards of registration. So we have started public participation where we are engaging stakeholders across the country, na tunaenda sehemu zote za Kenya. Tumejigawa, tunataka kuenda tumeweka about 14 regions, so zingine county tumeweka kama 3 hivi, naenda region moja. Tuna engage wananchi, all categories of stakeholders, au ni developers, au ni contractors wenyewe, ambayo hii chombo itakuja ku affect directly, iwe ni other stakeholders, the political class, iwe ni counties, iwe ni professionals, anybody, even the implementing agencies, idara ya serikali ama private sector, all of them tunawa engage, ndio waweze kutuambia hii chombo tunataka kurevise, itaambatana na hiyo kazi, itaongezea ile makali tunataka, ndio iweze kupatia contractor leseni, iwe leseni yenye iko sawa sawa. Mtu atasema huyu jamaa ningemchukua atanijengea nyumba ikiwa sawa sawa. So hiyo ndio tunafanya kuanzia sasa, from 2nd of October tulianzia jana mpaka 2nd of November, ambaye ni hiyo mwezi inakuja. Na tukimaliza tutakuja kukaa chini tena tuangalie zile comments umetupatia, tuweke chini pamoja, tuweke kwa ile sheria, alafu sasa tuende kwa bunge.
Kwa hiyo ni kama mnajaribu pia kuchukua maoni kutoka kwa Wakenya.
Yes. Hiyo in fact ile tumetengeneza ni draft. Sasa tunaenda kuchukua maoni. Unajua, kwa sababu mheshimiwa uko hapa na nimefurahia. Tukienda kwao na tunawaambia ni hii sheria tunataka kubadilisha, kwa sababu hii ni kama moja wao ya sheria inaitwa regulations. It's a regulatory instrument. Ile swali moja watauliza, tulienda kwa watu tukauliza, kwa sababu hata katiba inasema lazima tu engage wananchi, public participation. So hiyo ndio tunafanya, ambapo wakati mmoja sasa turudi kwao, tukishatengeneza tukaweka maoni ya kila mtu, tuende kwao tuseme hii ndio sheria tunataka kubadilisha, na wakifurahia kufanya nini, wakiwa convinced, wakiwa satisfied, watasema iko sawa, alafu itakuwa sasa sheria na tuanza kutumia hiyo sasa kama chombo kipya ya kusajilisha contractors.
Ndiyo.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, nikirudi kwako, kweli taasisi ya bunge mara nyingi huwa kukiletwa mambo pale huwa mnazipinga kwa sababu hakuna wananchi wameshirikishwa. Yani tukizungumzia kuhusiana na public participation, kwa sasa Wakenya wanakusikiliza kupitia Radio Taifa, wanakutazama kupitia runinga ya KBC Channel 1. NCA imesema kwamba imeanzisha kampeni ya mwezi mmoja ya kuweza kuhamasisha umma na kutaka maoni yao kuhusiana na swala hili. Sijui una wito gani kwa Wakenya wanaokusikiliza na wanaokutazama asubuhi ya leo kama mtunga sheria?
Ningewaambia tu kwamba swala hili la maoni kusikiliza maoni ya wananchi ni nguzo muhimu ya demokrasia yetu na ni iko katika katiba yetu. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu chochote ambacho kinaweza kufanywa na idara ya serikali, halmashauri ya serikali bila kupitia kwa maoni ya wananchi. Na lakini kwa bahati mbaya wananchi wenyewe pia wakati ambapo kongamano hizi za maoni zinapofanyika hawajitokezi kwa wingi na pia hawasomi, hawajielimishi na kujifahamisha ni nini kinachozungumziwa. Kwa hivyo naipongeza halmashauri hii ya kwamba imeshaanza kuwafundisha wananchi juu ya sheria zake, masharti zake. Sheria zipo, masharti yapo, lakini wananchi wanazijua au vipi? Kwa hivyo kitu muhimu ni kwamba kila idara ya serikali na kila halmashauri ina wajibu ya kuwahamasisha wananchi na kuwajulisha sheria zao ni zipi, masharti yao ni yapi, na ni kitu gani, ni nini dhamana au kazi ya mwananchi, kwa sababu hata mwananchi mwenyewe ana msimamo wake ni upi, na anaweza kuingiliana na kufaidika kutokana na katiba, sheria na masharti zetu vipi. Kwa sababu mtu ambaye anajua ndio anaweza kufanya uamuzi ulio sawa. Kwa hivyo nawahimiza wananchi wasome sheria zetu, waangalie masharti ya mashirika zetu na washiriki katika kongamano hizi na mashauriano yanafanyika ya kutafuta maoni. Kwa sababu usipokuja kutoa maoni yako, usipoweza kusoma sharti hizi na sheria hizi, huwezi ukauliza masuala yanayoweza kukufaidi na yanayoweza kukuonyesha kazi halisi ya mashirika haya.
Labda tukisalia katika eneo bunge la Kamukunji, eneo hili la Eastleigh lina majengo ama majumba mengi tu sana. Miongoni mwa majukumu yako kama mbunge ni uwakilishi. Je, unahisi kwamba haya majumba ambayo yako hapa ya kibiashara na vile pia watu wanamoishi ni salama kwa wananchi wako na uwakilisha?
Ndio, hapa ni eneo la kwanza kabisa katika nchi hii, na hata katika eneo hili la Afrika Mashariki ambalo lina ujenzi mwingi zaidi, ambalo lina maendeleo mengi zaidi. Sasa hivi ukizunguka hapa ina majengo mengi zaidi yanayojengwa leo hii kuliko mahali popote. Na kama ulivyosikia engineer mhandisi anavyosema, ni kwamba kuna kosa hasa katika watu wanavyoripoti mambo ya Eastleigh. Ni kwamba mara nyingi kuna waandishi ambao kwa sababu ya ujinga wao au kwa sababu ya uhasidi wao hawaripoti hali halisi ya hapa. Kama mhandisi alivyosema kwamba majengo ya Eastleigh hapa kwa 44% zinajengwa vizuri. Ukiangalia average ya nchi ni 30. Kwa hivyo hapa tuko juu, tunajenga bora zaidi, tunafata sheria, tunafata masharti, tunafanya kazi pamoja na mashirika na halmashauri za serikali ili tuweze kutengeneza majengo mazuri na mapya ambaye ni salama kwa wananchi na ambaye yanaweza kutuletea faida sote. Hivyo upande wa ushuru. Pia watu wengi wanasema hawa watu wa Eastleigh hawatoi ushuru. Lakini hiyo ni uongo na propaganda, kwa sababu hapa Eastleigh 30% ya ushuru wa Nairobi unatoka hapa, inatoka Eastleigh. Na pia ukiangalia matumizi ya mambo kama Safaricom, 5% ya mapato ya Safaricom ya taifa lote la Kenya yanatoka hapa Eastleigh. Lakini hatupati huduma za serikali kuambatana na mapato na shughuru ambayo wananchi wa Kamkunji wanatoa. Kwa hivyo tunataka serikali pia ihakikishe kwamba inatumia ushuru tunaotoa kuwafaidi watu wa Kamkunji pia kwa barabara, kwa mambo ya kuchukua takataka, usafi, afya na kadhalika. Wananchi wa Kamkunji wana haki sawa, na kwa sababu wao ni wafanyabiashara na wanalipa ushuru mwingi, wanahitaji kuangaliwa vizuri sana, na hata halmashauri pia ijue hivyo, kwa sababu ndio wanapata mapato makubwa zaidi kutokana na maendeleo yanayofanyika hapa. Kwa hivyo tushirikiane, tufanye kazi pamoja, mashirika ya serikali, halmashauri za kitaifa, pamoja na sisi wananchi na wafanyabiashara, tushikane mkono pamoja, tunaweza tukajenga Isli bora zaidi, Kamkunji bora zaidi, na kuboresha nchi yetu na kuifanya nchi ambaye sote tuna fahari ya kuwa wananchi.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, ni kauli yake Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, ambapo amesema watu wa Isli wanalipa ushuru, ama neno yenu wa kusema watu wa Isli walipi ushuru ikiwa ni kando. Mtazamaji, endapo ndo kwa sasa umefungua runinga yako ya KBC Channel 1, tuko moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa California Resource Center hapa, ambapo ni kwa ajili ya halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini. Nazungumzia kuhusiana na nini? NCA, ambapo wamehakikisha kwamba kutakuwa na vitu mbalimbali vinafanyika kote nchini katika muda wa mwezi mmoja unaokuja. Kwa hiyo mtazamaji, ni wewe pale nje mwananchi uweze kujitokeza, uweze kutoa maoni yako, uweze kuelezea hisia zako kuhusiana na masuala yanayohusiana na mijengo na majengo kote nchini. Kumbuka mtazamaji, unaweza ukatufuatilia kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii. Kwenye ukurasa wetu wa Facebook ni KBC Channel 1 TV, na vile vile pia kwenye ukurasa wetu wa Facebook ni KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya. Kuna swali lolote utakuwa unazungumza nasi, na moja kwa moja tutakuwa tunakushirikisha kwenye mpango huu. Labda kabla kwenda kwenye mapumziko mafupi, nirudi kwako tena Engineer Morris Akech, ambaye ni mkurugenzi wa halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini. Mjengo kama huu hapo unapojengwa, bila shaka kuna wafanyikazi ambao wanahakikisha mjengo kama ule umefikia mahali ulipofikia. Je, usalama wale wafanyikazi uko vipi?
Swali bora kabisa. Unaona kama hii jengo liko hapa ili fike mahali imefika. Watu wengi sana wamefanya kazi hapa. Kweli. Hao ndio watu wangu. Wale wanaitwa mafundi wa Kenya. Kwa sababu kazi yangu ni kuhakikisha wamesajilishwa, hako na accreditation card. Sasa kuna ile kitu muhimu, tuna ibiza wale wenye kandarasi, contractors na developers pia. Unajua contractor anapata kazi kutoka kwa developer. Contractor kishapata kazi ile anajumuisha mafundi wale construction workers. Na kuna ile kitu muhimu inaitwa safety at place of work. So ile kitu moja tunaangalia wakati tumekuja mahali ujenzi inafanywa ni maneno ya safety. Na safety iko mara tatu. Iko safety kama sasa hii tumekaa hapa, sisi ni watu tumekaa nje ya hii jengo, lakini pia safety yetu ina mata, kwa sababu sasa pale juu kitu kinaweza toka yanguke chini na mtu anapita hapo karibu, itamuumiza ama inaweza mdhuru ama apoteze maisha yake. That's part of safety. Mimi sina uhusiano na hiyo nyumba, lakini so unaona hiyo kitu vile mazingira hapo, hiyo ni safety net. Hiyo ni safety net. Inazuia any kitu yote inaanguka loose isiangukie mtu ako kando. So that's part of the safety item number one. The second safety aspect ni vile mwenye ako pale ndani, huyo fundi mwenye muuliza. Na iko pia vitu muhimu anafaa akuwe nayo kama personal protective equipment, PPEs, ambapo anafaa awe na helmet, awe na safety boot, anaweza kanyaga msumari mdunge, kesho aweze kuja kazini, ama mudhuru kabisa hata mguu ikatwe akose mguu. Anaweza fanya hata gloves, maybe msumari anaweza kata mkono, kitu inaweza gonga kichwa. So hiyo na overall pia, so hiyo ni muhimu sana kwa ile mwenye anafanya kazi pale. Na pia mahali anafanya kazi, kama leo jana alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa ground, maneno ya height haikuwa issue. Kesho yake vile nyumba inasonga anaanza kufanya kazi kwa juu pale juu ya gorofani. Kuna ile kitu anafaa ajifunge nayo, inaitwa safety harness, yenye hata kwa bahati mbaya akiteguka anguke, hiyo kitu itamshika pale, aninginie mpaka kuje awe rescued. Hizo ni vitu muhimu kwa kazi kama hii. Na sana sana zile accidents zinafanyika kwa site, inafanyika kwa sababu kuna mtu hakuzingatia maneno ya safety, either contractor hakuzingatia maneno ya kuprovide, ama fundi mwenyewe so mimi hakushughulikia. Yangu ni kuwahimiza mafundi, sasa ile unaingia kazini, uhakikishe kwamba maneno yako ya safety umeangalia. Na uangalie na employer wako, huyo contractor, umwambie mimi nimeingia hapa leo, lakini vile hii kazi nataka kufanya leo ni kama naona iko na risks fulani ya usalama wangu, so kama tungefanya hivi ingekuwa sawa. So hiyo ni kitu muhimu sana kwa kazi. Na ile kitu muhimu sana kwa kila kazi kunafaa uwe na toolbox meeting. Ile mkutano ya asubuhi kwa every time mkiingia, ya kuhakikisha mmepanga kazi vizuri, na maneno ya safety, vile mtatembea, kama kuna shimo, kama mahali kuna lift, iwe na kitu imezuia mtu asianguke tu mpaka chini, because some of them are falls inside, some of them are falls outside, na vitu kama hizo. Safety ya mwisho ni ya jengo lenyewe. Unaona hii nyumba imejengwa, kuna ile what we call structural safety, ambapo inaweza kuwa maybe haijaangaliwa, haijafanywa maneno supervision kule, hii engineer ama mwenye amepewa jukumu ya kuangalia hiyo kazi akaweza kuangalia nyumba ikuje ikaporomoke. Hiyo ni structural safety ambaye sio kupoteza maisha peke yake itafanyika kwa bahati mbaya, na pia yule mwenye anajenga atapoteza nyumba yake ambaye ameinvest kwa hiyo nyumba. So hiyo maneno ya safety tunaangalia sana, na kwa hii idara hii ni maneno ya safety. Kuna ile idara pia inahusika na kuhakikisha kwa kila jengo ikianza lazima isajilishwe, na hiyo idara inaitwa Directorate of Health and Safety, ambaye ni muhimu sana kwa kuhakikisha pia wameangalia na umeambatana na hiyo sheria ya safety. Yetu ni kuangalia kama idara ya ujenzi as a overall as oversight and coordination ya idara ya ujenzi ya Kenya.
Kabla tuende kwenye mapumziko, labda nirudi kwako Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan. Kuna sheria ambazo labda wale wanaoishi karibu na mbuga za wanyama, wale wanyama wanapotoka pale na kuweza kudhuru binadamu, huwa kuna yale malipo ama compensation. Je, sijui kuna sheria kwamba labda mimi anafanya kazi katika jumba la ujenzi kama hivi, alafu litokee la kutokea, Waswahili wanasema kwamba siku zote ajali ina kinga. Je, kuna sheria ambapo inaweza kanilinda?
Ipo. Sheria zipo. Isipokuwa tu ni utekelezaji. Ndio kuna tofauti baina ya sheria na utekelezaji. Kwa hivyo sheria zipo. Halmashauri kama hii inavyokuja kwa bunge kuleta sheria inaangalia kila kitu. Mimi ningehimiza tu ni kwamba watu wanaofanya katika ujenzi wanahitaji mafunzo zaidi. Katika nchi zilizoendelea mafunzo hayaishi. Kila wakati watu wanajulishwa hatari zinazoweza kutokana na ujenzi. Kuna hatari. Kwa hivyo mtu ambaye yuko katika kazi ya ujenzi ni lazima ajue hatari hizo ni vipi na anaweza kuepuka na hatari hizo vipi. Pili, mjenzi anawajibika. Anawajibika kutimiza hayo yote ambayo yameandikwa katika sheria na utaratibu wetu, kuhakikisha kwamba yule mtu anayemwajiri anapatiwa vifaa vinavyohitajika kuweza kufanya kazi zake ili kujilinda kutokana na athari za ujenzi. Alafu mwisho kabisa lazima tutilie mkazo nidhamu ya ujenzi na utaratibu wa ujenzi, na kuhimiza unahitaji kuwa na mkurugenzi katika kila jengo ambalo kazi yake ni kuangalia usalama na afya ya wafanyakazi. Na ni jambo ambalo liko katika sheria zetu za leba, ziko katika sheria zetu za ujenzi. Na pili ni jambo ambalo ni muhimu hata kwa yule mjenzi, kwa sababu ikiwa watu ambao wanakufanyia kazi wanaumia, wanakuwa wagonjwa, utapata watu wa kukufanyia kazi na kumaliza hiyo ujenzi, kwa sababu wewe unatumia pesa na wakati, na kila siku ukichelewa unapata hasara. Kwa hivyo lazima tuwe na msimamo na mwelekeo ya mjenzi, mfanyakazi, halmashauri na wote wanaohusika katika ujenzi, kufanya kazi pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba kazi inafanyika vizuri kwa usalama na ujenzi unafanyika kwa hali ya juu. Jengo lenyewe ni madhubuti na haiwezi kuporomoka tu kama karatasi. Na wote wanafaidika. Mfanyakazi anapata ujira wake, anakwenda nyumbani. Mjenzi anamaliza kazi yake, anakodisha nyumba, anauza nyumba. Halmashauri inadhiririka kwamba kazi zake zimefanyika kuambatana na sheria na masharti ya nchi. Haya yote yanahitaji ushirikiano, na ndio kwa maana nampongeza mhandisi Akechi kwa kuanzisha utaratibu huu wa kuwafundisha wananchi, wajenzi wafanyakazi wa ujenzi ili wapate kujua kwa hakika wajibu wao ni nini.
Shikilia hapo Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, mbunge wa Kamukunji. Mtazamaji, mwelekezi wangu upande wa pili Ben Kamuti na Martin Njue wananiambia Rashid, ni wakati wako wa kuweza kupata angalau maji ya tama la sharubeti, lakini hapa sioni maji ya tama la sharubeti ama maziwa ya Nyeri. Mheshimiwa, leo ungekuja na maziwa bana, namna gani bana? Mtazamaji, tunachukua pumziko fupi. Kumbuka tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa California Resource Center, na ni kipindi ambacho kimedhaminiwa na halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini, yani NCA, ambapo ndani ya nyumba wapo tu wafanyikazi wengi ambao kutoka hapa wataanzisha msafara wa kuweza kuelimisha umma kuhusiana na usalama katika majenzi. Kumbuka, usalama kwa ujenzi ndio kauli mbiu ya halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini, na ndani ya studio zetu hapa California tuko naye Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, mbunge wa Kamukunji, na mkurugenzi mkuu wa NCA Bwana Morris Akech. Pumziko fupi, tutakaporudi tutasonga mbele. Usicheze mbali, na waregesha moja kwa moja hadi katika studio zetu zilizoko jumba la Broadcasting House. Upande wa redio yupo mwenzangu Dora Manya, na vile vile pia nawaregesha kule Good Morning Kenya, lakini tunarudi.
The National Construction Authority, NCA, is the legal body mandated to regulate the construction industry and coordinate its development. The authority, in partnership with KBC Channel 1, invites you for an accreditation drive and safety sensitization exercise under the theme Usalama kwa Ujenzi on Tuesday, 3rd October, 10th Street, Eastleigh. There will be entertainment and free education on matters of construction in Kenya. Come meet your favorite presenters and artists, including Njue, Mgenge, Dufla and Diligon. The exercise shall kick off from 9 a.m. from 10th Street, Eastleigh, next to Huduma Center, where we shall offer accreditation for construction workers and site supervisors. To be accredited, please carry a copy of your national ID, passport-size photos, copies of academic certificates, or recommendation letter from an NCA-registered contractor. This exercise shall then be followed by a roadshow flagged off by the Kamukunji Constituency Member of Parliament, Honorable Abdi Yusuf Hassan. The roadshow will proceed to Shauri Moyo, Majengo, Bahati, Kariobangi, Fedha, Pipeline, Kayole, Dandora, Kangundo Road, Mwiki, Kasarani, and end at Roysambu. Jenga Haki, Jenga Smart. The National Construction Authority, promoting excellence in the construction industry.
Ushindani hapa lazima, na kulizana maswali lazima tulizane.
Kate, what is this now?
Wakili, shut up and double your order. Manake huu mkutano utakuwa mrefu sana.
Ni kawaida yake kutoka mapema ofisini kila siku.
Kila siku.
Kila siku.
Afu wewe mwenyewe mrembo nikaandogo ndogo. Waitwa nani? Nimekuwa kazini kwako na sikukuona, umetoka wapi?
Lakini it's too much. It's not good for business.
Barabara kabisa mtazamaji, baada ya pumziko fupi tumerudi tena. Kumbuka unaendelea kuitazama runinga ya KBC Channel 1, na vile vile pia unaisikiliza KBC Radio Taifa, sauti ya Mkenya. kwa hisani kubwa ya halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini, yani NCA, ambapo tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka eneo hili la California Resource Center, ambapo ni eneo bunge la Kamukunji, ambapo tumekaribishwa na mbunge wa sehemu hii ambaye yuko ndani ya studio, Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, na vile vile pia tuko naye mkurugenzi mkuu ambaye ni mhandisi katika halmashauri ya ujenzi wa kitaifa nchini, Bwana Morris Akech. Tukizungumzia nini? Usalama kwa ujenzi. Labda nikirudi kwenu wageni wangu katika hizi dakika 15 za mwisho, nikianza na ndugu Morris. Je, vile vifaa vinavyotumika, yani materials, huwa mnavi-verified vipi kuhakikisha kwamba vinatosha kujenga mijengo sambamba kama hii?
Poa. Hiyo ni swali nzuri. Nataka kueleza wananchi kwamba kwa ujenzi kuna vitu 4 muhimu. Kama nyumba hii ambapo tunaangalia, tuko hapa karibu, iko materials ambayo umeeleza. Material ndio mtu anaona ikiendelea inakuja mpaka nyumba ifike mahali imefika. Kando ya hiyo materials kuna labor ama manpower, yule mfanyikazi pale. Kando ya hiyo kuna equipment. Kando ya hiyo kuna pesa. Hizo vitu ni muhimu ndio kazi ifanyike. Kwa sababu mfanyikazi lazima alipwe, materials lazima inunuliwe, equipment lazima iwe mobilized. So ukiangalia material, ukitenga material peke yake, material ni kitu muhimu sana kwa ujenzi yote ile, iwe nyumba, iwe bwawa, kwa sababu usipotumia material ile iko sawa, ile iko kwa hali ya quality yake iko bora, hauwezi pata product mzuri pale. Na kwa materials ile kitu muhimu wakati ujenzi inaanza, kuna kitu ndio specifications ama standards ambaye itahakikisha kabla kazi ianze. Kuna drawings ni kusema vile nyumba itakaa, ghorofa ngapi, extent na vitu kama hizo. Na material kwamba kwa specification inasema labda for instance concrete ni ile, na ndio concrete inatumika sana kwa jengo mingi. Almost 99% ya jengo, kila jengo iko na concrete. Hata kama inatumia steel ile structural, ile steel ya chuma, unaona chini bado kuna concrete. Na concrete ni ile imetengenezwa kutoka kwa ballast ama kokoto, ikichanganyishwa na changarawe, sand pamoja na simiti, na wakaweka maji ikakorogwa pamoja. Hii ni material muhimu sana ambaye usipotengenezwa kwa njia sawa, nyumba ikaleta tatizo in terms of kwa good quality. Na kwa materials tunahimiza kwamba kuna hiyo specification inasema kokoto itakuwa size fulani. Kwa sababu kila kokoto iko na different sizes. Mchanga inasema lazima iwe safi. Changarawe iwe safi, clean. Isiwe na hata ukikalia ufai kuwa na uchafu. Hiyo ni clean sand. Alafu simiti lazima iwe simiti imekuwa approved na the standards bureau. Na hii nani anaangalia material iko kwa njia sawa, iko na quality ile inatakikana. Ni yule anafanya supervision. Kama engineer akikuja, architect akikuja, anahakikisha material iko sawa. Sisi pia tukikuja tunahakikisha kuna mtu ameangalia hiyo nyumba kama engineer na ameidhinisha akasema ni sawa. Hata maneno ya steel, ukiwacha concrete, steel sasa ile wanawekwa ndani ya, kuna ile steel chuma, zile madis, kitambo ilikuwa Y, D10, D12, D16, ambaye ni engineer anaweka kwa drawing akiwa amekuwa engaged na developer, na wakati inanunuliwa lazima hakikisha amenunuliwa ile steel iko sawa, kwa sababu hiyo steel isiyo sawa italeta shida. So ubora wa material ni kitu muhimu sana kwa ujenzi, ambapo usipopata ikiwa sawa, hiyo nyumba inaweza kuwa na tatizo na iende ikaanguka. Moja yao ya nyumba kuanguka, among 6 things, inakuanga material yenye iko duni, substandard materials. Na hii inaletwa na hiyo kukosa kuangalia usawa wa material kabla itumike kwa jengo. Kwa hivyo hiyo tunaangalia kwa ile kazi yetu ya wakati tunafanya inspections na tukitembea kwa sites, tunaangalia kuna wale wameiangalia ambayo wamepeana approval kabla next stage of development iendelee kwa kila stage ya development. Nikirudi kwako Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, nyinyi ni waheshimiwa, nyinyi ni wawakilishi na kura ndo zinawapeleka pale, na kura ni watu. Labda una mwito gani kwa watu, kwa Wakenya
Wajua kuna Wakenya wengine Waswahili wanasema kwamba huwa wasikii la kuambiwa mpaka waone. Una wito gani kwa Wakenya ambapo majumba kama haya yanapojengwa wao wanapita tu kiolela olela na badala yake unakuta kwamba maisha yamepotezwa, si kwamba ni mwenye nyumba ama ni halmashauri ndio imefanya, ni yeye mtu. Sijui una wito gani?
Hiyo ni swala muhimu kwa sababu mara nyingi watu hawaangalii wanakwenda wapi na hawajali wanapoingia katika mahali ambapo kuna ujenzi. Katika nchi nyingi unaambiwa hapa ni mahali pa ujenzi. Tahadhari, angalia, na unapoingia unahitaji kujihami kutokana na athari za vitu vinavyoanguka. Unaweza ukatereza, unaweza ukaanguka ukavunjika. Kwa hivyo pia na mwananchi mwenyewe lazima ahakishe kwamba anaangalia usalama wake. Tumia akili yako unapoingia mahali au unapopita mahali kuhakikisha kwamba unahifadhi maisha yako na usalama wako. Na ni jambo ambalo ni wajibu kwa kila mtu. Haiwezi kutimizwa na sheria, haiwezi kutimizwa na masharti, na hakuna halmashauri au mjenzi ambaye atakuwa na macho kila mahali kujua kwamba kweli kuna shida hapa. Kwa hivyo sisi pia wananchi wenyewe tunapotembea, tunapoingia kwenye mahali palipo na ujenzi, tuwe na tahadhari na tujichunge, kwa sababu itatusaidia kuwa na maisha ya usalama na afya. Lakini mara nyingi naona kuna watu ambao hawajali kabisa. Wanaingia kwenye majengo haya ambayo kuna ujenzi, hawachukui tahadhari, na wakiumia, unajua hata naona wandugu zetu hata barabarani, naonaga hawa ndugu zetu wa bodaboda wanavyocheza kwenye barabara. Kuna gari kubwa nyuma yao. Na kwa sababu wana hii akili mbovu ya kwamba mimi pia nahitaji kutumia hii barabara. Lakini ukigongwa na gari kubwa na wewe unatumia bodaboda, ni nani ataumia? Ni nani atavunjika? Ni nani atakwenda hospitali? Ni nani atakufa? Hivyo unapoingia kwenye jengo linalojengwa, ni mahali hatari. Chochote kinaweza kutokea, kuna makosa yanaweza kufanyika bila mtu kujua, lakini mwishowe atakayeumia, atakayewekwa hospitali, mtu ambaye anaweza kupoteza maisha yake ni yule mwananchi ambaye anatembea tukiolela hivi. Kwa hivyo nawaomba tu, tafadhali mjihadhari mnapotembea katika sehemu ambapo kuna ujenzi. Mfate utaratibu na nidhamu, na mhakikishe kwamba mnapokuwa ndani pale mnavaa vifaa vinavyoweza kukuhifadhi kutokana na vitu vinavyoanguka au vinavyoporomoka.
Bila shaka nduko katika dakika za mwisho tukiweza kumalizia, nikirudi kwako engineer, kabla kurudi tena kwake mheshimiwa, tumeambiwa na idara ya utabiri wa hali ya hewa kwamba kuanzia huu mwezi tulionao wa Oktoba tunatarajia mvua kubwa inajulikana kama El Nino. Mara ya mwisho mvua hii ilionekana mwaka 1997. Je, tumejitayarisha vipi kuhusiana na halmashauri hii?
El Nino ni ile climate seasonal condition ambaye inaleta mvua mingi, na mvua mingi inaleta maji ile inafanya floods, na floods inazaleta madhara. Sisi kama idara ya National Construction Authority tukishirikiana na idara zingine za serikali tumeweka mpango kabambe ambaye itahakikisha wakati El Nino imeanza madhara haitakuwa, ama kama itakuwa kuna vile itashughulikiwa. Ya kwanza ni kusema hata sasa hii tunajua kuna jengo inaanza leo. Ukitembea nchi hii, hata sio Isili peke yake, kuna mahali wanaanza kuchimba leo. Wakati mvua itaanza kunyesha, hiyo shimo kuna vile inazaleta shida. So tunahimiza wale developers kwamba kama kuna mahali imeshachimbwa, uhakikishe kwamba fast track, yani ujaribu kujenga kwa njia haraka. Of course bila kukata shortcuts. Kuhakikisha umetoka hapo chini, at least umeweka ile kigezo ile ukuta ya kigezo, retaining wall. Ndio. Kuhakikisha hata ile nyumba iko karibu na hiyo nyumba yenye inajengwa haitakuwa na madhara ya kuanguka. Kwa wakati itanyesha, hiyo udongo itakuwa nyepesi, na ile foundation na ile nyumba iko karibu itakuwa weak, ama kama ni barabara iko karibu itakuwa weak na ianze kuporomoka. So hiyo tunahimiza watu. Na kama El Nino wakati itakuja kuanza, tutahimiza watu piga break kidogo. Kama hujaanza yako, pena tu muda kidogo, mvua iishe ndio anze kuchimba yako. Usianze kuchimba wakati mvua imeanza. Ya tatu ni kuhakikisha kwamba zile drainages, zile pathways, maji inapita.
Ndio.
Watu hakikisha, na hii ni jukumu ya kila mtu. Si usingoje mtu akuja kufanyia. Kama mlango yako iko na drainage, tafadhali hakikisha ume clean so that hiyo maji inaweza kuenda mpaka ifike kwa mto iende kabisa, because usipofanya hivyo maji itakuja kuingia kwa nyumba yako na ilete madhara. Na sana pia kuna zile nyumba ziko karibu na sehemu za maji, either karibu na mto ama karibu na water bodies. Tunahimiza kwamba wawe kwa makini, waangalie sign yoyote. Kama hujaona crack kwa nyumba yako na mvua imeanza kunyesha umeona crack, jitahadhari. Sasa zile watu wanasonga wanatoka kwa lowland kwa sababu ya flood, wewe pia ujaribu kusonga na uitena. Tutakuwa na zile hotlines pia yenye watu wanaweza tumia kupiga simu na waseme kuna kitu wameona ambayo ndio wahimize tuweze kuja kusaidia. So tumeweka mpango kabambe ya wakati El Nino itaanza.
Bila shaka namuona mwelekezi wangu hapa ananifanyia hivi sasa, sijui anataka kunisabu lakini tukimalizia, tukianza na Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, kamera yako ni hapa. Labda kwa wale wanaokutazama kwa sasa, una ujumbe gani tukizungumzia swala la usalama wa mijengo na majengo nchini?
Kwanza ningetaka kuzungumza kidogo juu ya El Nino. El Nino ina tatizo kubwa sana. Ni mvua nyingi kabisa, italeta mafuriko. Na tayari naona kwamba kaunti ya Nairobi imeanza hiyo kazi, lakini juu ya swala la ujenzi hapa na halmashauri ni kwamba wajenzi wengi hapa Kamkunji na Eastleigh ninavyoona ni kwamba wanapomaliza kujenga wanamaga changarawe na sementi kwenye mitaro, na ukiziacha zinakauka, zinafunga hizo mitaro. Mimi ningehimiza halmashauri pamoja na kaunti kushirikiana kuhakikisha kwamba wajenzi wanaofanya makosa kama haya wanapewa ilani na wanashtakiwa ikiwa hawatajirekebisha, kwa sababu hilo tatizo linaleta hasara kubwa. La pili ni juu ya ujenzi wowote unaoona hapa ni kwamba mtu anapojenga anaharibu barabara. Sasa hivi hata barabara hii tulijenga makaribuni, kuna ujenzi kadhaa, barabara imeharibika. Sasa ningeona tu halmashauri pia iweze kuwahimiza wajenzi kwamba hakuna haja ya kujenga jengo zuri na hali barabara imeporomoka. Wahakikishe kwamba haitaharibika. Lakini mwisho ningesema kwamba jambo lolote la kikazi duniani lina matatizo. Ni kwamba unaweza ukaingia kwenye ajali ya barabara, unaweza ukaanguka katika nyumba yako, unaweza ukagongwa na gari ama pikipiki au baiskeli ambayo hukutegemea. Tunahitaji kuwa na tahadhari wakati wowote, kuhakikisha kwamba tunachunga usalama wetu. Usalama sio jambo ambalo tunaweza kuachia wajenzi au halmashauri. Kwa hivyo mimi ningewahimiza tu mnapofanya kazi na kama wewe ni mfanya kazi katika ujenzi, hakikisha kwamba unafuata utaratibu na nidhamu. Usifanye tu kazi kiolelehela, ukaanguka, ukajiumiza, ukajeruhiwa, ukawekwa hospitali. Ni common sense. Ni jambo la mtu kuwa na akili timamu, aangalie kwamba hapa kweli ninafuata utaratibu, hapa ninajichunga, hapa kweli nimefanya tahadhari. Hapa hata nyumbani unapoingia chooni kuoga, utahakikisha kwamba huwezi ukakanyaga sabuni ukaanguka ukajiumiza.
Asante mheshimiwa. Engineer, wajua ndo mdosi wetu hapa. Sasa kamera yako ni ile, tufungie kipindi, waeleze wananchi na watazamaji na wasikilizaji ratiba zenu. Umesema kwamba mna ratiba ya mwezi mzima. Kamera yako ni ile pale, wasia wako engineer.
Asante sana. Vitu tatu kwa kifupi sana. Kwanza ni kushukuru kipindi hii na kushukuru mheshimiwa ambaye leo ametupatia fursa tujumuike na yeye tuanze hii mkakati ya usalama katika ujenzi. Ya pili, usalama katika ujenzi inaanza na wewe, inaanza na mimi. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu letu kibinafsi na jukumu letu kijumla. Hatuwezi waachia mtu mwingine. Mwisho, tumeanza mkakati ya public participation ambaye itahakikisha batilisha ama tumerevise contractors evaluation criteria. Hii ni chombo muhimu ambayo tunatumianga kusajilisha contractors. Na jana tulianza huko Embu, kesho tuko Eldoret na tutaenda nchi yote kuhakikisha tumeengage wananchi. Nataka kuwahimiza wale wanakandarasi contractors na wale wahusika wote wa idara ya ujenzi wajumuike na sisi. The whole program ama schedule iko kwa website ya National Construction Authority, that is www.nca kbc.go.ke. Ukienda hapo utaona public participation schedule na uangalie ni gani utaweza kujumuika na sisi. Ile ya mwisho tutafanya hapa Nairobi tarehe 2 Novemba pale Kasarani, ambaye tutajumuika na kila mtu. Tumekaribisha nyinyi wote na tumpatie maoni yenu ndio tuweze kusonga mbele pamoja. Asanteni sana.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, ni mhandisi Mbori Sakech wa mkurugenzi wa halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini. Pembeni mwake amekuwa Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan, mbunge wa Kamukunji. Tumezungumzia kwa kifupi tu kuhusiana na masuala haya, lakini endelea kutizama runinga ya KBC Channel 1 na kusikiliza KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya, bila kusahau 15 FM, ambapo katika mwezi huu mzima unaokuja halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini imeratibu vipindi mbalimbali ambavyo vitakuwa vinakuelimisha wewe mtazamaji, wewe msikilizaji, kuhusiana na swala zima hili la ujenzi. Mtazamaji, mimi hapa sina la ziada, ni kuweza kuwashukuru tu wageni wetu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan kwa kutukaribisha Kamukunji, na vile vile pia asante sana engineer. Natumai nikitoka hapo utanipatia bulldozer, na Mheshimiwa nikitoka hapo utanipatia ngamia ama namna gani? Mtazamaji, basi kwa niaba ya wote ambao wamefanikisha kipindi hiki, kumbuka hii kazi si yangu peke yangu, wala si ya engineer peke yake, wala ya mbunge peke yake, ni vitengo mbalimbali. Asante sana afisi ya mbunge wa eneo hili Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan. Shukrani sana mdhamini wetu mkuu wa kipindi hiki, halmashauri ya ujenzi nchini kupitia mkurugenzi mkuu Bwana Mbori Sakech. Asanteni sana wenzetu kutoka 15 FM, wafanyikazi wote wa KBC. Mtazamaji, leo wako hapa, paka Simon Radoli yuko hapa, paka Dickens yuko hapa, paka jaji wa vioja mahakamani leo yuko hapa. Asanteni sana wakuu wangu wote wa idara ya runinga. Kumbuka mkuu wa kitengo cha runinga Bwana Michael Ndetei, shukrani sana, na kikosi chako kizima chini ya Major General Ben Kamuti, na vile vile pia senior superintendent. Na muona hapa Mato, nimeona wapigaji picha wangu wazuri sana. Huyu nikimtaja anaweza asinitoe na picha nzuri, acha nisimtaje kwa sasa. Asanteni vile vile pia wakuu wangu wa redio, mkuu wa redio katika shirika la utangazaji nchini Bi Mary Daraja. Asante vile vile pia mzalishaji wa kipindi changu hii leo, si mwingine huyu mumuita Brigadier Geoffrey Ondonga Ondit, bila kumsahau ndugu yangu pia Ngala. Mimi nimekuwa wako, jina langu naitwa Rashid Mwamkondo, na kuregesha moja kwa moja katika studio 2. Studio ya redio yupo Dora Manya na Martin Kingasia, na studio ya runinga yupo Vivian. Endapo unanipata, twende kazi upande wa Broadcasting House.
Asante sana Rashid. Now that was my colleague Rashid Mwamkondo coming to us directly from Eastleigh with a comprehensive discussion on construction safety. I believe that you have gotten to get a word or two from that particular discussion that they had right there in Eastleigh. Now we're switching gears into health matters. There are many deaths that occur in the country that if they were acted upon sooner, they would not have occurred. Now, for this reason, we are having a discussion on emergency medical services in the country. Do we have enough facilities that care for emergencies? Do we have proper infrastructure laid for emergencies that may occur in the country? And what are we doing right? Where are the loopholes when it comes to emergency services in the country? Now, joining me for this particular discussion is the Managing Director, Emergency Plus Medical Service, that is Dr. Christine Memusi, and Felix Musila, who is their Communications and PR Officer. Welcome to Good Morning Kenya.
Thank you, Vivian, for having us.
How are you doing this morning?
You're very well, thank you.
Yes. It's a pleasure to have you on set so that we can just get to talk about this particular topic that is on emergency medical services, that I believe is a topic that we should bring awareness on. If we may just go straight into you telling us, I will begin with you, Felix, what the Emergency Plus Medical Services is all about.
Okay, thank you, Vivian, for having us. Let me start by saying that E Plus, or basically the Emergency Plus Medical Services, is a private commercial company or entity fully owned by the Kenya Red Cross Society. We do specialize in the business of provision of what you call pre-hospital care. Many people basically services. We are fully owned by the Kenya Medical Society, and we have operations in all the 47 counties. And we are arguably, East Africa's biggest ambulance, ground ambulance provider. Yes.
Before we get into matters ambulances, because I believe that is something we're going to be talking about in depth right here. Probably, Doc, you may tell us, do we have enough facilities that cater for emergencies in the country?
Thank you, Vivian. So when we look at what WHO states, that one ambulance at least should cater for about 70,000 to 100,000 people, and we are able to amount or count all the ambulances that are in Kenya, we are still very far. But when we look at what we as E-Plus are able to do, we have the largest number of ambulances in the country, and thus in terms of our brand, we are leading in that area. But can we do more? Yes, we actually do need more. Looking at the 54.5 million Kenyans that we are, we surely need over 2,000 ambulances. So there is a need there. There is a need to have more ambulances to cater for the needs of the Kenyans at large. Yes.
Can every doctor attend to an emergency, or is this a specialized area that specific doctors get to go study?
Okay, thank you for that. So when we talk about pre-hospital, the point pre-hospital means it's care that's given outside of the hospital scenario. So in that situation then, those who provide the care are not called doctors per se, but are paramedics and emergency medical technicians. So this is a new area in Kenya that's growing in terms of capacity building and growth of a cadre or of a speciality. Those who end up doing paramedicine or EMT don't have to go to medical school. There are schools that offer emergency medical technician courses. Emergency medical technician is a certificate course. Kenya Red Cross Training Institute offers this course for a duration of 6 months. Now, once you're done and you get certified, then you can practice as an emergency medical technician in an ambulance, running what you call a basic life support ambulance. And if you want to go further in the scope of your practice, then you go back to school and you do a paramedic diploma course. Kenya Red Cross Training Institute again offers the diploma course, which is 2 years, and you become a paramedic. There are universities that have tried to start paramedic as a degree, but that's work in progress. And so that's basically what entails pre-hospital care. It's usually manned by emergency medical technicians and paramedics. So who would fit? Anyone who is passionate about giving first aid. I do believe the passion would start from those who did first aid in high school or in primary school, who see a need to give those life-giving care outside of hospital. So then comes a need and a birth for taking care of or giving that fast care that's really the key and makes a difference in terms of those deaths that you mentioned that can be salvaged. So those who actually are passionate about taking care of the sick outside of hospital or giving that the fast treatment to any care to save life, and have, I would say, adrenaline junkies who are willing to deal with different scenarios, whether it's a case of a fire and you're called to the scene, whether it's a case of someone who has just fallen down, maybe they've gotten a heart attack and you're called to the scene, or a stroke, different scenarios. If that is who you are, then this is a course you should think of, emergency medical care.
Okay. Yes. Felix, do we have a national emergency number that someone from anywhere can call in case of a medical emergency? Do we have that?
It's a bit unfortunate because we do not have such a number. The different kind of responses we have in this country are more or less fragmented. For example, when you come to E+, when you want to request for an ambulance, we have a short code which is 1514. If you call, the Nairobi fire station, I believe they have their own, emergency response number. When you call the different, ambulance provider in this country, each and every EMS provider has their own number. When you have, when you want, intervention or help from, the security agencies, they do also have their number. So there is no one common number for you to call when you have an emergency. And I think that is what, should be adopted going forward, because, learning from what other countries do best. For example, when you go to a place like the US, for example, if you have any emergency, be it a fire incident, be it a medical emergency, be it a crime situation, be it any kind of emergency, there's that 911 number that is used to call. But when you come to Kenya, for every different kind of emergency, there's a specific number for that. Yes.
Okay, so you've mentioned a number that one can call. There's no particular number, but there's one you've mentioned. If you can just repeat it, the 15.
Yes, it's basically what you call a toll-free number. That is 1514. And that number functions 365 days in a year. It's operational 24 hours in a day once you call. On the other end, we have, like Doc said, trained medics who are on standby to advance that medical intervention for you. 1514 is toll free.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what are some of the loopholes, or what are some of the gaps in the emergency system in the country, if you may take that question? We already have seen one where there's no particular number, there's no number for emergencies, a national number. So what are some of the other loopholes or gaps in this emergency system?
A while ago, we had a big gap because the different EMS providers in this country did not have what you would call as a regulatory framework to operate within. Basically we had no standards. If you wanted to get into this EMS industry, what one needed to do was to simply purchase a matatu, and then just put a stretcher in it, and then just label it and brand it as an ambulance. But with the enactment of what you call the EMS care policy and strategy, at least now we have standards. We have a proper definition of what will constitute a properly and a well-equipped ambulance. We have also standards for people who are supposed to work in an ambulance, because previously we only had basically just a normal driver, quote unquote. But what Dr. said, now you have to be fully trained to the levels of either basic life support or advanced life support for you to be able to operate an ambulance. So one of the problems you had in the beginning was that we didn't have a proper framework to conduct the EMS business, but now you have a strategy to it. And then the other challenge is that we had a somewhat of an abuse of what you call emergency medical services. Sometimes you have people calling in, and after careful assessment, you may be able to deduce that what this individual is requesting for is not basically an emergency. Because if you're just seated at home and you have just a minor ailment which is not really life-threatening, then that cannot be considered to be an emergency. So lack of awareness on what would constitute an emergency is also another problem that we've had in this EMS industry.
Okay.
Yes.
What is your main focus as an emergency doctor?
The main focus is to save life. When the Health Bill Act was put in place, or was passed as law for Kenya, the aim was to basically be able to revert the unavoidable deaths or morbidities that happen. In a situation where, for example, if you don't manage a stroke patient quick enough, it results to early death or disability, which really is unwarranted. And those are the numbers, those small numbers are what makes a difference. It's not the mass casualty incidences that we have, but it's really being able to revert the incidences that happen, the unavoidable deaths and morbidities. And that's what is key for EMS and for any EMS provider or doctor, to be able to save that life. that could have been avoided. That child who is choking, that patient who has received a certain percentage of burn injuries, saving that life is what is essential to avoid unnecessary or untimely death or morbidity.
Okay, on that note, we'll take a short break, but don't go too far. We'll be back to continue with this conversation.
Serikali ya kaunti ya Turkana ya kualika kwenye kitovu cha utamaduni cha Ekales, eneo la Lodwar, kwa makala ya 7 ya tamasha ya utamaduni wa Turkana na utalii. Tangia tarehe 12 hadi tarehe 14 mwezi Oktoba mwaka 2023. Njoo ujionee asili ya binadamu pamoja na visima vya mafuta vya Lokichar. Kenye kwenye runinga ya KBC Channel 1, Radio Taifa na idhaa ya Kiturukana.
The National Construction Authority, NCA, is the legal body mandated to regulate the construction industry and coordinate its development. The authority, in partnership with KBC Channel 1, invites you for an accreditation drive and safety sensitization exercise under the theme Usalama kwa Ujenzi on Tuesday, 3rd October, 10th Street, Eastleigh. There will be entertainment and free education on matters of construction in Kenya. Come meet your favorite presenters and artists including Jua Kali, Mgenge, Dufla and Diligon. The exercise shall kick off from 9 a.m. from 10th Street, Eastleigh, next to Huduma Center, where we shall offer accreditation for construction workers and site supervisors. To be accredited, please carry a copy of your national ID, passport size photos, copies of academic certificates or recommendation letter from an NCA registered contractor. This exercise shall then be followed by a roadshow flagged off by the Kamukunji Constituency Member of Parliament, Honorable Abdi Yusuf Hassan. The roadshow will proceed to Shauri Moyo, Majengo, Bahati, Kariobangi, Fedha, Pipeline, Kayole, Dandora, Kangundo Road, Mwiki, Kasarani, and end at Roysambu. Jenga Haki, Jenga Smart. The National Construction Authority, promoting excellence in the construction industry.
1 year in office, 23 ministries. Time to review the journey in implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What is your assessment of the government's performance? Will they ace the performance test? Tune in to KBC News at 9 p.m. for the government scorecard.
Okay, and we are back right here on Health Tuesday. Good morning, Kenya. And our discussion today is on emergency medical services in the country. And if I may just get to you, Felix, maybe what goes on when someone calls that toll-free number of 1514? They call you, they have an emergency. Take us through that process. What is the procedure from there?
Okay, basically, when you call the toll-free line 1514, the person on the other end receiving that call is a trained medic, First of all, they'll ask you for your location, they'll ask for your name, and then they'll ask you questions about your condition, or if you are maybe standing next to a person who has an emergency, they'll ask you questions about the medical situation of that individual. And upon you giving that information, they are able to first of all decipher if that is an emergency and if it qualifies for what you call an ambulance evacuation. Because contrary to what many people may think, an ambulance may be dispatched to you, but it's not really a necessity that that ambulance has to evacuate you to our hospital. We also do what you call treatment and stabilization on site. That means we give you that medical intervention at your place of emergency, and once the paramedics are able to discern if you're okay, you can basically there's no advancement of you being transferred to a medical facility. So once you give that information, then we have a system that will automatically allocate an ambulance that is near you. Yeah, so and by the time that ambulance gets to that person who has emergency, we normally issue what you call pre-arrival instructions. Pre-arrival instructions will mean basically medical instructions that are able to more or less better the situation, such that by the time the E+ ambulance arrives, the situation has not really aggravated to another level. So that is what basically happens when you call for an ambulance using a toll-free line, which is 1514.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, every Kenyan has a right to emergency treatment according to our constitution, but we know that sometimes this is not the case, because I may be having an emergency, but I don't have money. I don't have money, and sometimes this comes in the way. What do you have to say concerning that? I call you guys, I have this emergency, but I don't really have the money to cater for your services. What happens?
Right. Thank you, Vivian, for that question. The law is very categorical, or the health bill is very categorical that no Kenyan should be denied emergency care services. Now, the emergency care services initially begins at the pre-hospital care. As E+, it's our mandate and part of our corporate social responsibilities to actually evacuate any emergency of someone who has no monies, or for example the road traffic accident casualties, for free. Now, where the money or the monetary element really applies to is in the hospital scenario, because we will evacuate that patient with an ambulance for free. But in the hospital, it's a mandate and it's a right that in a hospital situation, when you're brought a patient who is critical, that it is by law that you have to provide services to that patient to revert the emergency state from worsening, so that you actually prevent, like I said earlier, the morbidities and the mortalities that are unwanted or are early. And so that is what it entails, that every Kenyan should know their right. That in an emergency state, no hospital should prevent to provide for you the care, because by law they should be able to give you that care to revert your illness or that emergency, to prevent further worsening or death. Yes,
I get that. Now, do we have enough ambulances in the country? Do we?
I would say, unfortunately, no, we don't have enough ambulances in the country. Just drawing from what we have, only a number of ambulances are what you call well-equipped ambulances. Because contrary to what a lot of people may see out there, not all ambulances are what you call well-equipped. Some of them are just basically what you call maybe
transport vehicles.
They are not basically equipped to the standards that are recommended by the WHO in terms of a well-equipped ambulance. So we do not have enough well-equipped ambulances in the country. Yes.
Okay, and so when you talk about a well-equipped ambulance, what are we talking about, and do we have different kinds of ambulances?
Yes, we do, Vivian. So a well-equipped ambulance is an ambulance that can save your life. That's the message that I would start with. And by saving life, it means that it's not about the speed, but it's a care that's given. And when we talk about care, then we're looking at what is inside that ambulance. So the Kenya Bureau of Standards has regulations of what an ambulance should have in terms of stocking, capacity, space. And so when we talk about stocking, we're talking about consumables. So the equipment, what is it for someone who has a respiratory compromise? Are you able to give me oxygen? Someone who has a cardiac problem, are you able to give me drugs that can save me on transit to hospital? Someone who has broken limbs, are you able to basically support the limb or even arrest the bleeding if there's bleeding from the site of the injury to actually prevent loss of life because of hypovolemia, which is blood loss. Someone who is in shock, are there fluids that you can give me to be able to ensure that you're reverting my shock states? So that is what an ambulance is. It's a care. It's not it's the care that's given, and it's what is inside the ambulance that saves someone's life, the ability to save their life. At the same time, that ambulance, is it manned by equipped professionals who understand their scope and are able to use the consumables in a way to save life. So when we look at an ambulance and the types of ambulances, we basically have two types of ambulances. We follow very much the Anglo-American emergency medical services equipment and standards of care. So we have what we call a basic life support ambulance. One, it's manned by an ambulance operator and an emergency medical technician. By just saying an ambulance operator, it's really alluding to the fact and should emphasize the fact that our ambulance operators are not just your everyday matatu driver or PSV drivers, but these are trained staff. They have first aid training on top of the defensive driving on the road, so they know how to maneuver the ambulance in the right and appropriate way to ensure that they reach the destination in the right and careful, with care. With care. Then when you look at the emergency medical technician, like we said earlier, these are trained professionals. They have gone to school. It's an upgrade from a first aid, so they're able to save life. So in the basic life support ambulance, that's one type of ambulance that is there, manned by an EMT and an ambulance operator. Now, when that EMT advances and due from skill, as well as going back to school and gaining more knowledge, then they actually man what we call an advanced life support ambulance. So an advanced life support ambulance to us is what we call a moving ICU. This is a patient, any patient who is evacuated using an advanced life support ambulance gets the same care like in an ICU in any hospital in Kenya or wherever you can imagine. So we're able to manage this patient adequately. We can ventilate this patient if the need arises, and ensure that they reach hospital with the right care and the right management already commenced. Yes.
Thank you for that. Do you feel like we've done enough awareness on such services? Because I believe that as Kenyans, most of us, when we have emergencies, when you have a patient who requires urgent attention, medical attention, we tend to try move from one hospital to the other, we take a cab. Have we done enough awareness of such services, that is the ambulance services, because that's the way to go when you have an emergency patient?
That's true. We need to do much more. We need to market more. Kenyans need to know about the short code or the other hotline numbers, the 0700 395 395 or 0738 395 395. Those are the same emergency hotline numbers that will direct you to our emergency dispatch center for emergency plus medical services. We need to actually educate many more Kenyans to understand that during an emergency, there's more harm done in using your your ordinary Uber driver to get you to the hospital quickly. we need to understand that emergency medical care is not about speed, but it's the initial commencement of treatment of any emergency that arises that makes the difference. If you were to commence management for a stroke patient from when you receive this patient at home, it does more good than harm than using an Uber driver who takes you very quickly to the facility, and then the facility now has to begin from scratch in terms of managing you. When we commence our management from pre-hospital, when we deliver you to the hospital, it's a continuity of that care. And that's what makes the difference in terms of how quickly you stay in hospital vis-a-vis how long you stay. So that care is essential, and we need to really market these services for people to understand that these are these services are essential. It's an essential service as it is, but it's essential for you to know these numbers, and it's also important for you to know what to do in a state of emergency to be able to revert those morbidities and mortalities, or to revert the long stay in hospital vis-a-vis just the continuum. So it is essential, it is important. We need to market these services more and more.
Yeah, yes. Maybe I can just, let me just add to what Dr. has said, that, Kenyans need to be sensitized on the importance of having an ambulance within reach. Yeah. Because, as Kenyans, we have, this mentality that when someone is in an emergency situation, it's all about speed. But like Dr. said, many times it's not about the speed. It's about, it's more or less about the care that is that is advanced to you inside an ambulance. So when, for example, you are in an emergency situation, and you call for, let's say, a taxi, or you call your friend to rush you to the hospital, that may not really help you much, because supposing your situation gets or worsens inside that private vehicle, what happens. But when you are inside an ambulance, a paramedic is there giving you care from the point of the start of the evacuation to the minute that paramedic will officially hand you over to a doctor inside the hospital. So the care is unlimited so long as you are inside that ambulance. But when you request for a taxi or a private vehicle, that may not really get to help you. So I think it's the high time that Kenyans get to appreciate that it's always advantageous for you to request for an ambulance as opposed to requesting for another form of transport.
And if I may cut you short on that, how do I know if there's an ambulance within my reach?
Okay, it's a bit tricky to know if you have an ambulance within your reach, but it basically calls upon you to undertake to know that. For example, what at T-Plus we do, we have stationed ambulances across every part of this republic. We have ambulance distribution across all the 47 counties. So even if you are at the far end of Kenya, so long as you place that call to that number that we shared earlier, an ambulance will be dispatched to you in the shortest time possible. Yes.
And maybe have we sensitized? Have we done enough sensitization rather to public road users? Because I've seen cases where an ambulance is stuck in traffic, which is not supposed to, it's not supposed to happen. So have we done enough sensitization on just public road users?
Thank you for that. So according to the our road ethics or ethos as a country, those vehicles that are given priority of way, one of them is an ambulance. And I do believe for those who drive, whenever you hear the horn or the hoot of an ambulance and the siren and the lights, you give them priority of way. So there is a lot of sensitization on matters of giving ambulances the priority of way. So that is known. That is part of ambulances, as well as the motorcade for heads of state are part and parcel of the vehicles that you should always give priority of way. And the police actually, whenever they hear the siren, you always see them trying to clear the traffic for that. Yes.
And are our roads maybe well designed to handle such emergencies? Are they well designed to accommodate, ambulances, fire trucks in case of emergencies? Would you say our roads are well designed for that?
Well, if we are to compare with the West, then we would say no. But from where we have come from, there's an element of trying to expand our roads in the country. More needs to be done. But so far, what we can say is that, for example, in the interior parts of Kenya, where the terrain is rough and all, there needs to be tarmacking of those roads. But those are county regulations. Those have to come from the county and the roads, Kenya roads, to ensure that all roads are tarmacked and accessible, because that inaccessibility also hinders how quickly an ambulance can get to you. If you look at if the roads are not there and there's an emergency and the ambulance has to reach you, what do they do? And so in that improvisation, then we need to really understand that an ambulance is not only just a vehicle, but an ambulance can be in the form of a boat, an ambulance can be in the form of a helipad, a helicopter, or a small plane. An ambulance can also be in the form of a donkey, because in some areas people have used donkeys.
In the form of a donkey?
Yeah, with a cart, as long as it has a first aid and someone who can be able to give the care. That is what an ambulance can be, because we always think of an ambulance as a vehicle, but a vehicle can come in very many forms. In places where, our island areas where it's only water, then the ambulance is in the form of a boat. Yes, in those rough terrain areas where there's no road, then a donkey can do the job, or a bicycle or a bike. And we're seeing a mandate by the government to try and see how they can use the same borders and educate them on first aid, because when they have those skills as first aiders, then they're usually the first on the scene. They can actually make a difference to the lives of those who are involved in road traffic accidents, or in the lives of those they are called for. And again, there's also a lot of work being done to sensitize community health workers, because they are the ones who are usually in those communities. Can they be equipped as first aiders, even have a first aid kit to be able to give interventions before an ambulance reaches them and make the difference? Yes.
Maybe what do you think can be scaled up generally around this, area?
First of all, let me add on to what Dr. Ari previously mentioned. Sometimes it also boils down to our ethics as a country. When you are a road user and you see an ambulance that has sirens behind you, what do you basically do? Do you try and compete, with that ambulance for, space within the traffic, or do you excuse that ambulance so that the person who's being evacuated using that ambulance can get that proper care within the shortest time possible? Because we've had incidences in the road before where you can clearly hear the sirens of an ambulance behind you, and instead of being courteous enough and giving way to that ambulance, you try and outmaneuver that ambulance, or you try and just meander your way through traffic by following through that ambulance. So sometimes it's also a call to Kenyans to also be more courteous enough. When you hear an ambulance siren, kindly give way. Because that person who's in that ambulance is in need of that dire care more than maybe you do.
Okay.
And just coming back to your question, what can be done? I think more awareness in terms of people knowing about and understanding the critical role of emergency medical services in Kenya. A lot of people do not know. Actually, if you were to take a sample of maybe 10 people in a street and ask them what will happen if someone seated next to you would be in an emergency situation, most of them actually tell you, I would call for an Uber, or I would call a friend to take my friend to the hospital. Many people not even mention an ambulance. Yeah, so I think much more awareness should be done in terms of upscaling, the knowledge of emergency medical services in Kenya.
Okay, I get that, and we're going to get into some first aid tips that everyone should know in a moment. But just a question to you, Doc: is there a duration limit that a patient should wait in an emergency room? Is there something like that?
Emergency room in a hospital?
Yeah.
Well, I would say yes and no, because one, it's based on when you find yourself in an emergency department in a hospital, you're not there just to waste time or for time to pass by, but the medics around you are trying to ascertain your type of your condition. For example, if you just landed, not having been handed over, because I just need to emphasize that when you look at what we do, and in terms of our operation, when you call the dispatch center, a medic gets the call. The medic is able to ascertain, one, where are you, so that they're able to send you the nearest ambulance to you based on our ambulance mapping and our adequacy in ambulance mapping in the country. And when the ambulance gets to you, then they're able to begin the treatment on site of what your injuries is. But at the same time, this ambulance team is notifying the dispatch center that we are carrying patient A and they have this condition, and based on this, the facility that we know can manage this is facility B, and it could be 10 kilometers away. Vis-a-vis maybe a facility A, which could be 3 kilometers, but is not fully equipped to manage your condition. That information is essential. Now, when the dispatch understands that we are carrying this patient and we are taking to facility B, which is 10 kilometers away, the dispatch is notifying that facility that an ambulance is coming en route to your destination. Will be there maybe arrival time in the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and they're carrying patient so-and-so, and patient so-and-so has this condition. That already prepares that hospital and that emergency department to know that this patient is coming. And you see, that care, that whole complete circuit is what is pre-hospital care. Now, if you are to compare that with just being picked by your Boda or whatever it is and being rushed to hospital, the hospital doesn't know you're coming, so they'll not be equipped, they'll not be ready. And so they'll have to start from scratch. So when you talk about how long should we say is long enough to stay in an emergency department, then that depends on, one, the nature of the injuries or the natures of the emergency this patient has. Intervention is already managed in the emergency department. You can be in the emergency department even for 2 days, but not just sitting there and time passing by, but care is already commencing. But when you look at turnaround time for hospitals, that varies on the turnaround that they have said that we should have a turnaround time of at least 12 hours, meaning that every patient who comes to the emergency department is managed, diagnosed, and treatment commenced before then moving them forward to the respective wards within the hospital for the continuity of that care. So it really varies based on, one, the nature of the condition, two, what is their turnaround time as a hospital, what have they said that is efficient. Mostly it should be within 12 hours, meaning that in that 12 hours they should have known your condition, they should have begun to stabilize you. If it's taking you to theater, they should be able to take you to theater within that 12 hours. But when I said about conditions varying, when you look at, for example, what we call PCI for someone who has a heart attack, they talk about door to door being about 120 minutes, meaning that from the time you're picked to the time you get your intervention in the cath lab should be about 90 to 120 minutes. So it varies based on what is your condition, and then every hospital has their own turnaround time, but mostly, generally, it should be within 12 hours. You should be able to have been managed and discharged to the wards, or if they can manage and treat you, then discharge you home.
Yeah. Yes. Now that you work for emergency care, I'm sure that you have handled a lot of emergency cases in the country, that is pre-hospital cases. Are our hospitals rather well equipped for that? Because you definitely know what hospital to take which patient. Are our hospitals well equipped for that? Or is there a time where you sit wondering, you know, I mean, we've done our pre-care, but which hospital are we taking this patient to? Maybe they're full. Are we well equipped?
Well, the well equipment, I don't think we are able to basically stand and give an answer to that, because that's since health was devolved in 2012, it became the mandate of the counties to ensure that their hospitals from level 4 to level 5 are well equipped. What we do as EMS, and why we have actually seen a role of us, you know, the importance of having EMS working with counties and working in this country, is the strengthening of the referral systems. So when it comes to strengthening of referral systems, truly we have endeared to that, and many counties that we have partnered with have seen the value addition when we onboarded our services with them and provided them this care. And when we talk about strengthening the referral system, it means that a level 3 hospital that receives, for example, a mother with a cord prolapse, a pregnant lady with a cord that has prolapsed, and they do not have a theater, then we come in and are able to evacuate this mother from that level 3 facility to a level 4 within the same county, or level 5 within the same county, that is able to operate this mother immediately, to be able to revert the death of the infant, and to be able to also revert any worsening state of the mother, because a dead baby in a mother's womb basically becomes a septic, you know, becomes an infection to this mother. So that's how we're able to come in and strengthen the capabilities of our hospitals. We can only hope that by working hand in hand with them, that we have also been able to strengthen them to be able to go a step further, because when you are dealing with us as a provider, and we are able to come on the ground and be able to even help you on a day-to-day, it actually becomes a plus to those facilities and all. But to be able to say if they're well equipped or not, we might not be in a position to answer that. But we hope that they are. But in terms of how we have worked and partnered with the counties and the facilities, and the facilities that we have referred patients to, we know that we refer them to facilities that are able to manage the conditions and save lives at the end of it all.
Okay. Yes. Generally, so far, are we in the right track when it comes to emergency services?
I would say yes, because you know, first of all, the number of ambulances in this country has increased. We are now seeing you know, significant players coming into the market with what you call you know, well-equipped ambulances. As for E+, we have invested quite heavily in ambulances, well-equipped ambulances, you know, equipped to the level of what Dr. said, ALS, advanced life support. We have also invested heavily in what you call a state-of-the-art dispatch center. You know, we are able to manage up to 500 calls in a day. You know, we are also able to manage all manner of conditions. You know, we also continue to, you know, upskill our paramedics and also ambulance operators, you know, because, you know, EMS is a very dynamic, you know, space. Yeah, so I think we are on the right track, and also with the enactment of the EMS care policy, I think now we operate in a space that is, you know, a bit, you know, regulated. So I would say that yes, we are on the right track.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good to hear. Now, Doc, if you may just take us through some of these first aids as we finish up with the interview. I am next to someone who's choking, or maybe I'm feeding a baby and they choke. What should I do? What's the first response?
So the first response is never try to make them vomit. Never try to insert anything in that child's mouth to vomit. What you should encourage is for them to cough it out. So for a child, there's what we position on the leg for the neonates, and the aim is to give back slabs, at least 5 adequate back slabs, to ensure that this child is able to cough out. For any child above 2 going onwards, there's or anyone that you can be able to basically be at almost at the same height as you. The aim is then there's what we call the Heimlich's technique, where you try to actually help them again cough out the obstruction. So the back slaps or the Heimlich are first aid techniques that can actually help this person cough out. The child, the back slaps, or an adult, the Heimlich maneuver.
Is there a technique to the slaps on the back? Do I just slap someone's back?
So the aim is to always
the
aim is to always hit like you're hitting the back towards the head, because the aim is to try and basically cause the diaphragmatic muscles to cough it out. So you're actually using force. But in every first aid, the first thing is always shout for help. So whether shout for help as you do this, get someone to call an ambulance as you're giving the back slabs.
Okay. Yes. Someone is having a heart attack.
Someone is having a heart attack. So the position, because remember the attack is it's an attack to the cardiac. So are they conscious and unconscious? So if they're conscious, because many times for a patient who is having a heart attack, it's not like they'll collapse. They will have that syncope, like fainting. They'll have the chest pains and all. So the first aid is always to put them in a half sitting position, whether it's a pillow in between their legs, and if you have junior aspirin, junior aspirin is the first aid drug to give. Remember, always shout for help as your first thing. Shout for help. Put them on a half-seated position. If they're able to chew, give them the junior aspirin, 4 tablets of baby junior aspirins, because a junior aspirin tablet is about 75 milligrams. So at least 4 of them will get you to the recommended dose of 365 or 325. And they're able to chew as you call for an ambulance.
Okay.
But if they're unconscious and you're a first aider, then this is where we say where we need to go as a country, where we need to go as a people, is to be able to have automated electrical devices where just like a first aid kit, I hope KBC has a first aid kit or an AED. That AED, given that fast shock, makes the difference in someone with a heart attack. And yes, that's where we need to go in terms of how do you have first aid champions within companies, how do you have first aid champions within schools, higher schools, or where there are many people, do they have these devices to be able to revert? Because an AED can save a life in someone who is unconscious after they've had a massive heart attack. That AED, that fast shock, makes a difference before you start the CPR.
Okay. Someone has just fainted. What am I to do?
Someone who has just fainted. The aim is, I know the sun, like right now, we're getting a lot of solar as we wait for El Nino rains. Keep them away from the sun. Move them towards a shade. Loosen any clothes. Always elevate the head. And then just wait. They'll come out of it. But remember, we stayed shout for help as fast, and get someone to call an ambulance as you give this first aid skills or first aid medication to be able to revert that.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for joining us for this particular conversation. It was really, really insightful, and I hope that we are, for those of us who are watching us from home, I believe that you have gotten a thing or two from this particular interview, and you have gotten to know how to just do some first aid, for different situations. Thank you so much for coming. And continue doing.
We can give the emergency numbers if you don't mind.
Very quickly.
Yes. Number one, we have the toll-free line, which is 1514. We have another hotline line that is 0700 395 395, 0738 395 395. Very important numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You have gotten those numbers. In case of any emergency, you can reach out to those to the toll-free numbers. And one more thing, whenever you are on the roads and you get to hear of a siren that is coming from an ambulance, kindly give way, because you may be saving a life. Okay, this is where we end Good Morning Kenya this beautiful Tuesday. I will see you tomorrow, same time and place, God willing. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing.
This magical urban neighborhood draws in the inner city public as well as the chic food and drink-loving crowd from the city's suburbs, merging two worlds. And that was exactly the case with Aphiwe Nxasani Mawela, merging the old with the new by reviving an old South African technique, brewing. Check this out.
This is where the magic happens.
And yes, there is magic in the process of making one of the most loved beverages in the world, beer.
So at any given point in time, one of these tanks will either have our lager or sorghum pilsner ready to be fermented or either ready to be packaged.
Here in Soweto, South Africa, we meet the nation's first female brewmaster, Aphiwe Nxasani Mawela, who is at the forefront of crafting African beer made with the same love and passion that was taught to her by her mother and grandmother through the brewing of traditional African beer called mqombothi.
Traditionally, the brewing of mqombothi is something that is reserved for women in the families, and it's been like that for centuries. But I think it's probably related to the fact that beer or mqombothi is actually more of a food product. So it would typically, in the olden days, probably have been part of what was made by women in the kitchen or in their small huts.
From the beer hall here in Vilakazi Street in Soweto, we journey to the OC Brewery, the brew house where Aphiwe Nxasani Mawela is crafting her own brand of beer. A brew that is inspired by African tradition and produced using modern beer crafting methods. A brand proudly named after her Xhosa clan called Tologazi beer. And from the modern to the ancient, from Tologazi beer to ancient traditional beer, Aphiwe also gives classes on how to make your own traditional African beer, mqombothi.
Today we are here making mqombothi. I'm actually teaching this beautiful lady how to brew mqombothi. So I normally go on a 1:2 ratio. So for example, if I'm making a 5 liter, I would do a 1 kg maize and 2 kg sorghum. From then on, you add your sorghum. So you mix this up in hot water. And then you keep stirring until it's stirring, yes.
At the brewery, this is done in bigger tanks because of the bigger quantities.
So these are our fermentation tanks. So this is where the beer would sit for about 3 weeks, being fermented by the yeast.
Fermentation for the mqombothi would mean leaving the bucket to stay and ferment overnight. And from boiling mqombothi to brewing modern beer.
This is delicious, and you get that bit of that sour note. So you are actually allowing some of the yeast and other organisms that are on the grain to actually then start the fermentation process. So that would normally take about 2 to 3 days. So this is how the final product will look like. So you can see when it's fermenting, you have all the bubbles. So once we're done with the fermentation, we will then sieve out the grain. The strainer would then, you can see there at the bottom, it's got the sieve. Oh, yes. So on the sieve, all the grain will be trapped here, and the liquid
goes in the
out.
bucket.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
So the other key thing is that you need to let it sit a bit after the sieving, at least like 2-3 hours, so everything just settles out. So don't give the people when it's still too fresh.
From homebrew to bottled beer, the next logical step for Aphiwe is to share her clan's brewing skills with the world.
The brand pays homage to female brewers of the African soul, past, present, and future. So for me, it's not just about me as a Tologazi living today, but it's about all the other women who have been there before me, who paved the way so that I'm here today. But also I celebrate those who are coming after me, the younger Tologazis who would come, who would see through this brand that anything is possible, something that would outlive me and actually represent all of us and all the women in the beer industry. We would cheers, but then in Africa we don't cheers.
We don't cheers.
Thank you for exploring exploring this vibrant corner of Johannesburg with me here on Afrimax. Don't forget to check us out on social media. We'll see you again next time.
Coffee and Ethiopia are so related. Some people say it's a way of showing love to one another. While I was growing up too, we see coffee as socializing between neighbors living in a neighborhood. They gather around coffee to have a cup of coffee. Usually they don't have one cup, they have 3 cups.
Ethiopia and coffee are intertwined. The country prides itself as being the birthplace of coffee, roughly discovered in the 9th century. The coffee origin story strongly influenced the culture, traditions and methods of how coffee is made throughout the country.
There is a common legend which everybody knows about the goat herder who found out that his goats were acting differently from before. He was herding his goat in the Kafa Mountains, so he followed them what they were eating to be so active and so hyper. He found out that they were having reddish berries, and once they tasted that, they became so energetic and they jump around. At that time, there was a monastery nearby, so he went with the berry, tell them what happened. The abbot wasn't excited, so he threw it in the fire. They roasted it unintentionally. He saw the aroma of the smell of the coffee. He had to try it. So they washed it and so they tried it. That's why we started the coffee.
Originally, it's traditional coffee in Ethiopia. Now things started changing. We go to machine coffee. I think now I prefer machine coffee than traditional coffee. I think because it comes fast. Traditional coffee needs processing. It needs minimum of 1 hour, 1.5 hours. When you come to machine coffee, you do it in 15 minutes.
When they prepare the coffee traditionally, they have the small pots, the small glasses.
These are called sini, and it's like pretty much a traditional cup that is used in Ethiopia when having coffee ceremony or drinking coffee. We have popcorn, which is also a popular snack while having the ceremony. This is called tad, which is grass. And when you're having a grand celebration like this, you have it all over your house and it just brightens it up. And this is ambasha. It's a type of bread that is made in Ethiopia. It's really good. It's also another popular snack. And this is buna, which is coffee. I'm roasting it right now.
The next few steps entail manually grinding the coffee and then scooping the grinded coffee into a clay pot called a jabena. The whole process takes a few hours to complete, leaving plenty of time to socialize. Once done, 3 rounds of coffee is distributed to each guest.
They drink the first cup, called abol. It's very strong. It has a lot of ground coffee. And the second, they put water in it. It's called tona, and they put water. For the first time, it's called baraka. That's how we came for the dark roast, medium roast, light roast. The first shop of coffee shops was opened in Italy. They came up with the machines. They brought it to Addis. We are the source of coffee. There is demand of coffee. We can now serve forever in the pots in the traditional way. Yes, it's good. We have to find a quicker way, and here we are.
Established in 1953, this coffee shop is part of the first coffee roasting company in Ethiopia.
Since the opening of the shop, we have machinery who dates back to the starting of this business. So we only use authentic, old machinery. We had to find a way to serve it quickly and efficiently. They had to taste that good Ethiopian coffee. So we had to bring the Italian machines along to spice our flavorsome coffee.
Italian machine coffee rapidly changed the pace of how coffee is made in Ethiopia. In the streets of Addis Ababa, you are spoiled for choice when looking for a quality cup of coffee. The smell radiates in the air, the beans flow in their bloodstream. It's more than just a drink, it's part of who they are.
I feel like Africa is not taking its space in the global design industry because I see other big brands manipulating our culture and selling it to us as their own. And it's quite sad. They're giving us second-hand goods instead of us giving them the originals. Why don't we set our own trend instead of absorbing what the world is giving us? That's why I've decided, you know what, I'm going to be original. I'm going to tell an African story through jewelry.
Njue-raised Koketso Mpomuhlala created her own range of African-inspired statement jewelry that encourages South Africans to support local designers. Koketso is on her way to meet with her sister, who is both her biggest fan and most honest critic, to discuss the latest designs.
I bought you some goodies. What you these?
These are so pretty.
It's important for me to share my designs with someone I trust. My sister-in-law, Rose, I treat her like my customer.
I love.
Okay, let me show you the next. If I make something and I get a bad reaction from her, I know that, okay, it means it's a bad design. So having her around me, it's actually quite important. She's coming in as someone from the outside, and she's very honest. Makes a bold statement, but simple.
Yeah.
It's simple, but it makes a bold statement. But you have to be careful because you might spike. Yeah, or someone.
Oh, Koketso, my sister. She just goes all out. You know, jewelry means a lot to her. It means everything to her. The workday has only just begun. Koketso heads to her studio to work with her team of very talented jewelry makers.
So today we'll be making statement hammered Africa earrings, and Nati will be cutting. And then Eddie here will be hammering, which is texturizing. I'll be annealing the metal and then soldering. And then Leseho will be polishing and assembling the earrings. She's actually finishing everything off.
Tunazungumzia maadili ama uadilifu miongoni mwa vijana.
Allah amekuamuru wafanyie wazazi wako wema. Mzazi hahitaji kitu kwako, anachohitaji
Mshindani hapa lazima na kulizana maswali lazima tulizane.
Kate, what is this now? Wakili, shut up and double your order. Manake huu mkutano utakuwa mrefu sana.
Ni kawaida yake kutoka mapema ofisini kila siku.
Kila siku?
Kila siku.
Afu wewe mwenyewe mrembo nikaenda ndogo. Waitwa nani?
Kwa kazini kwako na sikukuona umetoka wapi? Lakini it's too much. It's not good for business.
Reggae music, it's a universal language. Love it is superior. Your devil complex inferior. Oh yes, worshipping material. Everything, ever blessed. So everything, ever blessed. Arise, rise. No, I'm hurting but not broken. He blessing all it. Baby, when we first met, I never felt something so strong. You were like my lover and my best friend.
Good morning. It is indeed the third day of October, 2023. My name is Njue. Thank you so much for joining us. This is KBC, and you're just in time for KBC News Check. And for the next 2 hours or so, we'll be talking about a number of things that are happening in the country. On this first hour, we are looking at the state of the nation. A number of things are happening and have already happened. And in the headlines in this morning, the government has suspended all non-essential foreign travels to cut down on costs. And not only that, the government has also suspended foreign benchmarking and study trips. That is that's a conversation that we're going to have today, and we are sure we will be having that conversation as well. A number of things are happening in the country. Remember, the bipartisan talks are also happening at the Bomas of Kenya, where we're expecting the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission also to be making their submissions. Not only that, the National Construction Authority, in collaboration with KBC and a number of other stakeholders, are having a public sensitization program and campaign advocating for adherence to building regulation for safety and prosperity. And you bear me witness, for the last couple of years, we've lost a number of lives, and also people have been maimed due to building collapsing. And having the heavy rains that we are expecting from next week is something that we should also bear in mind as well. We will be also engaging. Regina Manyara is keeping tabs with that. She's actually at California, if you like, the resource center in Eastleigh, Kamukunji constituency, where she will be engaging the MP Yusuf Hassan on requisite infrastructure should proceed building and construction of buildings as well. And also, she's also having a discussion with Maurice Akech, who is the Executive Director of the National Construction Authority. I believe that's a good starting point. Let's first of all have a look at what to expect in the sensitization campaign. Over to you, Regina.
Because buildings are going up, and there are a lot of risks. And both the worker and the constructor must be familiar with the risks involved and must be able to educate, do social education, civic education, to inform their workers to be able to minimize injuries or death. Nevertheless, the authority is also empowered and has the mandate to educate the public. And I think this is the exercise they're doing now, which has started recently. This is the second or the third civic education campaigns they're doing. It's a good start, and they should keep on, because public participation is a significant aspect of our democracy. It is enshrined in our constitution. It is our responsibility as legislators, as citizens, as government officials and institutions to educate the public about what these legislations mean, what these rules and regulations entail, so that we're all on the same level and we can build a safer and a healthier society.
Now, sir, from a legislative perspective, the NCA management says that they need to have the construction levy reinstated. It was dropped in 2017 to give them more capacity. Would you be willing to support them so that they can have more capacity to, live through the expectations or rather their mandate? Absolutely.
You can't just create institutions and leave them without the budgetary capacity to do their job. It is like setting them up for failure. So I fully support, despite the problems that we have with levies, that levy should be reinstituted, and that they should be capacitated financially and given the necessary resources to make sure that our buildings are built according to the standards, they are safe and secure, and also to improve the quality of life in our society. Beautiful buildings, well built, is the foundation of a healthy society. And also it's a very good image for the country, for the rest of the world to know that our buildings are up to the standards, international standards, and they're safe and secure.
Now, one last question. When you talk about building and construction sector, there's the issue of the requisite infrastructure capacity. Looking at your area, it is not as it was 10 years back. Are you worried or concerned about, the upcoming buildings vis-a-vis the current infrastructure, the drainage, the pathways, and the road? Is that something that is an area of concern for you?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not only Kamkunji or Isli, but the whole of Nairobi has a problem because construction and development has gone faster, maybe 5 to 10 years ahead of planning. We've had a dysfunctional city, which was badly run, badly managed, and rules and regulations were abused left, right, and center. So we need some kind of order, first of all, in the Nairobi County government to ensure that, in fact, all the departments are streamlined. You eliminate corruption and wastage and nepotism. And secondly, you make sure that, in fact, you invest in sanitation, waste collection, water provisions. All these things require big financial investment from the local government and the state. And, but our people are, Kenyans are resilient, they are hardworking, they are driven. They're not going to wait for government to do these things. The government has to shape up, put its act together, and be ahead of the development, the economic and pressure from the business sector.
Very well said. We have been speaking to the area member of parliament, Honorable Yusuf Hassan there, who has rightfully put that, this is the heart of music in the Kenyan industry, but more so when it comes to matters of construction, says that governments needs to shape up, so to speak, and increase infrastructure, rather plan ahead, because the populace is working at ensuring that they have adequate housing, such that planning on matters of infrastructure have to follow suit. Actually, they have to be in place before these buildings come up. We're reporting live, as I mentioned, Ben, Njue and Troy, as we are engaging the NCA as well as KBC when we discuss matters of safety within the building and construction industry. I'm Regina Manyara. Now back to you, Broadcasting House.
Thank you so much, Regina Manyara, there engaging the MP for Kamukunji in regards to the partnership that the National Construction Authority, including KBC, have had so as to check on the stability of buildings, matters construction, all that. And especially now that we're expecting heavy rains, we should be a little bit keen on in regards to the buildings that we are constructing or the ones that we are already inhabiting. As I said, we have a lot of this happening in the country. There are so many committee sittings, both by the Senate and the National Assembly, and I would want us to visit one at Bunge Towers, where there is the Senate Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources are meeting in regards to a number of items, including concerns raised by a resident of Ikanga whose land was encroached on by the Kenya Airports Authority. Another thing that they are looking at is the compensation of residents displaced around Ukunda airstrips, not to mention the proposed expansion of Kabude airstrip in Homa Bay County and the compensation of the affected Kenyans. Let's first of all cross over to Bunge.
Chair, thank you. Honorable member, the biggest room on earth is that one for improvement. So we take your comments very, very positively. For comparison, it was both for the land as well as the development thereof.
Thank you, senators. Any senator? Okay. Now we proceed, and we have admitted this statement response by Kenya Airports Authority MD. Now we proceed. We note that Senator Chimera is not with us, and we can proceed with the response as tabled by the MD. If there are any other issues that we may need to follow up on this statement, we will, or the senator wants to follow up with this statement, then we will inform him so that we can give to the Kenya Airports Authority. So you can proceed, MD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, Chair. The first phase of our response statements is to put record straight that there was no encroachment. So the Kenya Airports Authority, never encroached any private land in Ukunda. The subject parcel of land Kwale Stroke the Diani Beach Block, parcel number 675, Ukunda Airstrip, belongs to the authority. The first survey of Diani area was done in March 31st. Oh. Thank you. Okay.
Because of time, you can proceed giving points or summary of the response.
Chair, the land which is where Ukunda Airstrip sits on is a government land. And all said and done, even the survey office of Kwale made the following conclusion. As Ukunda registration section and Diani Beach Block were set apart at the same time, it is not possible for them to overlap. In fact, the line that first delineated the two registration sections along the airstrip appears in all the subsequent maps, and the two beacons remain undisturbed on the ground. So therefore, there is no land which was encroached. We were taken to court in 2021, and the court dismissed that case in our favor. So, Chair, what is on the ground is that there are some people who are within that land. Now, what we've done is that we've involved the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, to do the evaluation so that we can compensate these people on ex gratis. And I think I'll be getting that report, if not today, then tomorrow, so that we can see the process which we can, if we can fast track the compensation for these people to get out of this place so that we can extend that runway by 200 meters to allow the operations to proceed. Chair, I submit.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The answer to me, Chair, is clear, but I want the MD also to clarify what he means by he wants to compensate some people. Again, if the land was squarely airport land, then how does the issue of compensating again? Maybe I never heard the answer well, but it appears to me it gives a different perception now again.
Yeah.
Because your answer was very clear. This was government land. It was yours. To me, even from the ministry, is very clear. So whom are you compensating and for what?
Thank you, Chair. We are not calling it compensation. We are calling it ex gratia basis. In other words, on humanitarian.
That's the Kenya Airports Authority Managing Director Alex Gitari there before the Senate committee in regards to matters compensation for the airstrips that the government has embarked on. And we will be getting more details in regards to that story a little bit later on. But for now, let's cross over to Mombasa, where there is the Africa Region Judicial Dialogue Committee, and currently addressing is the CJ herself, Martha Koome. Let's first of all listen in.
It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me on behalf of the Judiciary of Kenya to welcome all of you to this wonderful conference. I am most encouraged by the speeches that have been given this morning by the Chief Justice and all the speakers this morning, our partners who have expressed great words of encouragement to us in Africa to continue working together. And I therefore, as a good lawyer, wish to adopt all those statements and associate myself with them and make them my own. But I also wish to welcome you most warmly to Kenya and to the Mombasa city. Indeed, the best place to be, especially this particular time of the year. Even for me, I think I feel happy to be here rather than sitting in court. So please feel at home, given that we in Kenya are strong believers and practitioners of the saying that no African is a foreigner in Africa. So consider Kenya and Mombasa our home. My memory takes me back to May this year when the Judiciary of Kenya hosted Chief Justices and Justices from Africa, and we had a congregation of 34 African nations represented by their Chief Justices or senior judges at a forum where we were discussing environment. This is the Aginel Group, the Africa Justices Network on Environmental Prevention and Protection. And now we are here again from 21 countries to discuss issues of transnational organized crimes. So we are coming together more and more to discuss our challenges because, Jody, you told us about love. Justice also has no boundaries. We have been able to break those boundaries to say that every culture requires justice. Every system of law or governance requires justice. So justice has no boundaries, so we do not care the kind of system that is applicable in any country. For us, we are joined together because we are all seeking for justice for our people. So at the onset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Kenya Judiciary Academy for hosting and organizing this vital regional symposium. In addition, my appreciation goes to our development partners, the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. Embassy in Kenya, IDLO, UNODC, GIZ, and those two others.
Chief Justice Martha Koome there engaging during the Africa Region Judicial Dialogue Conference just to point out on how we can improve the jurisprudence of African judiciaries and also look at the milestones that judiciaries have also been able to achieve, not forgetting the challenges. A little bit later with our Mombasa team who are keeping their eyes peeled for that report. And from there we now cross over to Kericho. Let's have a check on the preparations for the great day, Mashujaa Day. Beatrice Gatonyenge is in Kericho and now joins us with this report where she's engaging the project manager in charge of the renovations at the stadium. Let's first of all hear what they have to say. Over to you, Beatrice. I can see you. Good morning.
Thank you very much from the studio. I'm coming live to you from Kericho Green Stadium. This is where this year's Mashujaa celebrations will be held, and celebration that will be presided over by President William Ruto. And there's a lot of work going on here, a lot of construction, a lot of facelifting, and the national government together with county government are working to ensure that by 20th, this stadium will have a national look. But to give us an overview and just some few details on how much work is remaining here is James Murigu, who is the project manager here, together with his colleagues from Public Works. Just give us, just Tombie, how far is work here?
Good morning. My name is James Murigu, architect with the Public Works and representing the project manager on the ground here. With me is the Work Secretary, State Department for Public Works, QS Nicholas Mutua, and also DG Sports Kenya, Mr. Pius Meto. We are working towards having this stadium host the Mashujaa Day celebrations, and we are targeting a seating capacity of 10,000 seated on the terraces. We've upgraded the VIP pavilion, as you can see behind us, and currently we are at around 85% completion. And our target is to be out of sight with construction works by the 10th of this month. This is to pave way for other service providers to move in with the activities, and as well as allow now for other rehearsals to take place fully. Yes. We are also working in conjunction with other agencies who are doing the roadworks. Those are the parking lots and the form-up areas. And as I've said, by the 10th, we are targeting to have fully completed and handed over the site to other agencies to proceed with the next phase of the preparations.
Okay.
Yes.
But when we look at the ground, quite a lot is yet to be done, and probably that's why we are seeing all the government agencies here running up and down, making sure that everything is okay. Are you sure by 10th everything will be set?
Yes, for sure, everything will be set. As you can see, the main works, which was the VIP pavilion, is almost there. We are doing the final touches and the finishes. And the other terraces, most of the material is on the ground. The contractor has a full setup that's on the ground, ensuring that the works will be completed by the date that we have given of the 10th. So from our side, we have no worry about completion. We are sure we will be able to achieve our completion by the date which we've set.
Thank you very much. Mirugi is the project manager here at Kericho Green Stadium, which will be the host of Mashujaa Day this 20th this month. And a lot of work, as he has said, is ongoing at 85%. Only 15% remaining by 10th, he says, will be complete. We'll be giving you more details on what will be happening here, because we are expecting Interior PS, Dr. Raymond, to be here to assess the work that is happening here. And we'll be giving you a report on what happens much later. Back to you, studio.
So much, BT Gatonye there live from the Green Stadium in Kericho, where we are expecting it to be hosting, or to be the host of this year's Mashujaa Day. And as they have talked about, it's 85% completed. And they're talking about in the next couple of days, they're expected also to be winding up on the next 15% that is still to be done. But the project manager says everything is in course. And I believe that is where we will begin our conversation on. Allow me now to introduce my guest. Beginning from my immediate left, we have Abraham Kirwa, who is the MP for Mosop constituency. Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Just next to him, we have Gibson Gisore. Gibson Gisore is an advocate of the High Court. He's also a leadership and governance expert, and is also a lecturer of law at the University of Embu. First things first, mheshimiwa. We are having the Mashujaa Day on 20th. Yes. We were speaking with the wakili here and talking about we're talking about 85% completed.
Correct.
And this is not something that they were told a month or a couple of weeks.
Yes.
And we still have 15 to be done. We are hoping it will be done.
It's very interesting, Njue, to know that we came to know who is going to be hosting Mashujaa Day a year ago.
Yes.
And the preparation should have started immediately.
You can see the graders right now.
The graders are still on site.
This is 85% complete.
It's only a few days before the event.
Yes.
But we are always like that. We just wait to the last minute.
Yes.
And then we rush as if now the wall is coming to an end. And we knew this. I don't think it takes that long for any project to be completed.
Yes.
But I think the government needs to be serious on some things.
Yeah.
Because Mashujaa Day, the president is there, the whole government is there. It is a very important project that now, 6 months before the event or 3 months before the event, everything should be ready.
Yes.
But unfortunately, as you can see, we are seeing the tractors, we are seeing the people. Everybody is just burning the midnight oil to make sure that this thing is done. But this is something that we knew. This is not, it was not decided 3 days ago.
Yes.
This is something that was known 1 year before. So we should get better as Kenyans. We should get better as government so that we do a better job.
Wakili, you can see some pods of water. You can see some patches of ungrown grass. We might have a rush like we did in Nairobi a couple of years back, where we were doing when Obama was coming, we were actually planting even some artificial turf the last day. But with all fairness, I believe we should do better. We have a tendency of rushing the last minute. You remember even during the Huduma number, we had queues the last day. I would like you to weigh in as we wrap up on that.
I think I will join Mashujaa in saying that, we need to do better.
Yeah.
We need to do better because, as Kenyans, we ought to do something for posterity. I don't think the works which are being done now, however much they're saying is 15%, what I can see is not 15% left. This case should be like 30. And somebody's mixing things there. And you can see the people are running up and down, some guys in a suit and in gumboots at the same time. You actually see the kind of confusion. It's like they were told yesterday or 3 days ago, as Mashujaa said, and now everybody is jumping. We only have to Mashujaa Day, we only have a few days.
Yeah.
I don't think if they were to do a good job, they have enough time to do that.
And they really need to pick up the pace, because if the heavy rains start pondering, it's going to slow down the exercise. But okay,
even the workmanship itself will be very poor.
All right, away from the Green Stadium in Kericho, where we are hosting the Mashujaa Day, we've talked about 85%, the 15% is what they are working on. But away from that, Mheshimiwa, looking at the headlines today, is that the government has suspended all non-essential foreign travels to cut down costs, and they have also suspended foreign benchmarking and study trips. And this is also going to affect you as a honorable MP.
That is really a good question. When I read that headlines today about suspension of foreign trips, I tend to agree with the head of public service and the government in general. This country is also going through a tough time. You see the cost of fuel is high, the cost of living is also high. So what the government is doing is to see what can we do to reduce our expenses. When you find yourself in a hole, you try to just make sure that you don't dig any deeper, you walk your way up. So I think what government is trying to do is to see, okay, in the last 1 year, what is our biggest expenses that we have, expenditure? And looks like the foreign travel has eaten quite a bit into the government budget. And so what they're trying to do is to reduce the foreign travels, the expenditure when these people get to travel outside the country. Because by DM, for every member who is traveling, or for every government official, is quite a bit. And so if we're really serious about now conserving our expenses, we have to reduce the travel. Because think of it, how many ministries do we have? How many departments do we have? And if everybody says we are going benchmarking, if everybody says we are going to for this, it will balloon, and it will take a lot of expenses, so that the development will take a little bit. We'll have less money left for development, but we have a huge expense for just foreign travel. So I do support the head of public service and the government in putting down this measure, so that they will review it. I don't know whether it will affect also Parliament, because Parliament has its own budget. Members have their own budget, and I think that is the Speaker, the Clerk, has to make that decision by themselves. But the public service, which was issued by the head of public service, Felix Oskei, is the one that he saw after consulting with the government, and they thought it's wise to reduce and to cut on foreign travels. And I support that, and I think it's the right way now the government is going, because if we continue to balloon like this, we get to a point where it will be uncontrollable.
And because you've also had foreign trips when you're an MP,
yes,
and you see how much we spend out there. I've never been to a foreign trip while working here, but you know very well how much is spent.
Yeah.
Do you really support the numbers? That the numbers have been scaled down to 3, they have to even to leave their secretaries here, their security here as well. Were we spending that much?
100%. I support it 100%. On an average, when a member, let's say, travels to US, on an average, cost is about 1 million per member, per person. So if you're looking at an average cost of 1 million or a little bit less, you see now, or the rest of the individuals who are going. So in one trip, it is quite a bit of money. It is good to reduce to only essential trips, because if everybody is traveling, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of, that means the government is spending billions. And so when they say that we need to tighten and look into the issues of reducing the foreign travels, it is very, very good. I support it 100% because I know as an accountant myself, and I've looked at the numbers. And I support the government in reducing, because sometimes you see one person is traveling, but they have the secretary, they have the PA, they have, so one person is going, but 6 other people who are supporting him are going.
Yes.
Who are not really part of the essential trip. So if anything, if they reduce, let's say, instead of taking 3 people with you, you go by yourself. That means you've reduced, because the cost will be almost the same. Whether you are just going to present and these other people going to support you, they will still pay the same because it's standard. So I think, and I support the government in reducing the travel expenses, so that at least as a country we put some measures in place that will help us as a country to come out of the hole.
Wakil, it's a good thing hearing this coming from a member of parliament who could be affected because of the foreign trips. But we have seen a situation where you find the CS is in maybe in Russia, and then the PS is in Colombia. So you find the two of them and they are having a huge detail. But at the end of the day, we're going to cut some cost. But at the end of the day, we also going to have some ripple effect in regards to that. I'd like you to comment on that.
Thank you, Troy. And I wish to echo what Mashujaa is saying. And it's good he's saying he's an accountant. I was worried that it could be somebody who has not. But coming from the position of numbers, then it makes quite some sense that we need to cut the money involved when we're having our officials travel out there. My question is, did it have to come from, if we are really serious, did it have to come from the public service? Is it chairperson? CS. Is it the head of public service? Yes. I thought that should be something which should have started at the budget level. When the budget was being read, it should be something which should have been captured so that it cuts across, so that Mashujaa does not have to enjoy some funny trips to Burundi. Yeah. You wonder what is he benchmarking in Burundi. The next day you hear is going to Gambia. I mean, to go to Gambia you have to go to Europe and then come to Africa. Yes. And you know that it's a bit of some money. So some of these things are really not necessary, because we are now networked internationally. The world has become a global village, and I like what the head of public service said, that utilize the online or the virtual meeting so that you can attend virtually and be able to submit whatever it is you are submit as if you are there. Because you cannot be complaining that we have a lot of economic or fiscal challenges. At the same time, we are seeing the president, the deputy president, the vice president, the cabinet, and a couple of CSS are out always in every week. That others feel the confidence to just say now we are the acting presidents. That's a joke, because we don't seem like we are organized people. So if we start organizing things from that particular level, then it means some messages being communicated that all is not well, because we need to have some order in terms of government expenditure. Something else which I would also love to see thereafter, this money saved, where is it going to be redirected to? Because that is the next question, because you can stop all these travels but then divert the money to other things which are not necessary. So I would love to see that whatever money which is being saved out of this should be able to direct to either a particular road, to either a government project which is ongoing, so that we end up seeing the money being used wisely.
Yeah, and building up from where Wakili has left, Mashujaa, do you believe that is something that should have been in the budget process? And secondly, we've talked about the foreign trips, which are gobbling up billions of shillings. What about the local ones? You'll find MPs in Naivasha, in Mombasa every now and then. You find government officials, symposium, everything, right here in the country, but in very big hotels. We could also save up, in as much as we've saved on foreign trips, we can also save on the local travel and whatever we have here. And even the choppers, Mashujaa.
Exactly.
That is something you can identify very well with. You find, it's a Thanksgiving, you'll find 5 choppers. It's something, you'll find 5 choppers. This is something that we can also be able to cut down on. I'd like to pick your mind on that.
Njue, thank you again. As Wakili has mentioned, that we have to be fiscally responsible as a nation. And for us to be fiscally responsible, we have to be very careful on small things. Because, you know, there's this thing that says, who is entrusted with much is expected much from them. So what happens is that, as much as we want to say this is a process that should have started in the budget making process, but you see some of these things happens when it goes to the ministry. Assuming you give a ministry, may say, you know, this year your budget for travel is about maybe 20 million. So they are supposed to sit down and budget and say, okay, we need to make sure that before the end of the year, we'll have been able to budget and make sure that this is. But what they usually do, they go above and beyond. And so that is what the head of public service, when they were reviewing, they were able to discover that most of the ministries and departments are spending above and beyond what they had already been budgeted. Because in the budget, there is always the amount allocated to travel. And it is done so because they know that there are some meetings that you need to be there physically. There are some meetings you can actually attend virtually, so that you are able to make use of the technology, as the head of public service was advising. But what happens is people have made it a culture where they are so used to that we have to go to Europe, we have to go to Ghana, we have to go to Nigeria. And it's a way of just, you know, because every member knows, and every let's say, director in a ministry knows, if I travel out, I'm going to receive per diem. It is a way of just, you know, I can make a lot of money here and there. But if I do a virtual meeting, of course, you know, there will be no per diem. And as such, I think as a people and as a nation, we have to instill a culture of responsibility. We have to instill a culture of responsibility where the responsibility starts with me. It starts with the MD, it goes down to the director, and it goes to the employees. Once that discipline is already instilled in any organization, it will be easier for us to save. Because you see, there's this thing the president has been pushing and saying, as a nation, we need to start saving. We need to start saving. But you see, we become a nation that we know we don't have much, but we are overspenders. We spend more than what we make. If you look at our exports, is always we import more than what we export. We spend more than what we make. And so it starts from things like now cutting down on travel expenses. You mentioned about things like choppers. You see members, you see of politicians with choppers here and there. Those are their private choppers. It's okay. If you have money and you are able to buy, spend on a chopper, that is okay. There is no. But now when a CS or a director uses the money of the ministry to hire a chopper to just go for a meeting with the citizens, yes, it might not be acceptable. But I know if it's a politician, you want to, show, you are flamboyant, you want to show that I can afford a chopper, it's okay. It's fine for them because they can afford. They're using out of their personal resources. If you're using your personal resources, it's okay. But if you're using government resources, we need to be strengthened. We need to put systems in place so that we are very disciplined as a nation. We start saving slowly, and at the end of the day, we'll have enough money to run this country. We will not be able to go out and borrow the money. But if we become disciplined, we'll be a better nation.
All right, Wakili, put a cap on this discussion in regards to the foreign travels. We have seen that even according to the control of budget, the money that we are using on foreign trips is immense. And we are also guilty of the same when we come to Nairobi. In our local travels, we have seen millions being spent in posh 5-star hotels, either here in East Africa. But this is also something that we can check. We don't need to be having all these symposium and meetings, even in the region. Let's talk about the foreign. Even here in our country, you find MCAs having a couple of weeks in Mombasa. You'll see people going to, as we've talked about here, Uganda, Tanzania, in our neighboring countries. But it's gobbling up a lot of money.
It is indeed, and it's quite sorrowful, I can say, as a country. I mean, that's where some people actually, that's the incentive for them to work for government. I know of a couple of friends, I don't want to mention where they work, but they will never have a meeting even for discussing the tea budget in the office. They will have it from Naivasha. The next thing they say, now we want to discuss on how we are going to procure some goods. They have it in Manzoni. The next week they say, now, I don't think we have been to the coastline for the longest. So within a month, they have done like 4 trips, not sitting in the office.
Yes.
You wonder, what time do these guys sit? What time do they work? Is this the only thing they do? And you get to wonder, sometimes they say that they even don't touch their salary because the per diem is good enough. They're working from the hotels.
You have seen others changing their clothes at the airport.
Exactly. Somebody has like 3 meetings in Naivasha to attend, and you expect him to render services. And you know, these are critical government services. They're busy gobbling per diem, but they're not working essentially. All they're looking at is what it is that they're getting into their pockets. And that is the sad reality. Yeah, I think, on the other end, I would want to say that the public service is good that they have noted that, and they've decided to nip it in the bud so that we can be able to have a public service which works for Mwananchi, not works for themselves. Because essentially that's working for yourself and you're being paid for it. Because some of the things they actually go for meetings or the expenditures used are not. And you find that their CEOs are not even in the country. I don't know, they are visiting CEOs from other countries, because there's an organization I know where the CEO was in Switzerland last month for 2 weeks. This month I'm told he's gone to Canada again because I needed some help from there. But the guy has not been there. You virtually can't find him. And even now, the other people he has left, they are errant. They are busy organizing trip after trip, even doing public participation where they have already done one, just because they want some per diem. So they are out into expenditure, not giving any public service. So it's important that we go that direction so that we can be able to have some semblance of public service and also save some money while at it.
Mheshimiwa, the heavy rains are here with us. In the next couple of days, we're expecting, according to the weatherman, is that we are going to expect some El Nino rains, in as much as they might not be as much as they had forecasted earlier on. But counties have talked about they need 15 billion shillings to mitigate that.
Yes.
Let me just take a few steps back. The COVID-19 pandemic. There was a kitty that was set aside for that. And we know what happened. The COVID-19 millionaires emerged there. And I remember the anti-graft Caesar here in the country, they've said that they will be monitoring to see how counties, especially Mashinani, they are spending that money.
Correct.
I'd like you to comment on that, because we might end up having something that we had not anticipated.
That is very true. The meteorological department has mentioned that we will be having El Nino in the next 15 days, and it will go on until December. The unfortunate part is that Kenya, we didn't expect this. It usually happens after every 7 years. We have a very serious El Nino or a rain like this. The biggest backbone of this country, the economy of this country, depends on agriculture. And as such, when we get this kind of rains and we get this much rains, it destroys a lot of crops. And as such, we have to have enough funds in place to cushion the farmers, to cushion the country in terms of bridges, to prepare us. You mentioned about pandemic that we had. We were not ready for it. And when it came, it affected the economy of the country, it affected many families, it affected many individuals. So I think what the government is doing is that they are preparing themselves for a Nino, just in case it comes and it becomes a worse nightmare. But you see, because we have these systems and we know it is going to rain, and most of the places there will be huge erosion, there will be bridges that will be washed away, there will be crops that will be destroyed. Then the government is preparing itself and putting some system in place so that when it happens, at least it will not be a surprise, but at least there will be some cushion and mitigation that is going to help to reduce the damages and the losses that we are going to incur, which I want to challenge farmers, especially from my constituency.
Just a second, the pictures are appearing on your screen right now. The last time we had El Nino, as you can see, it was quite devastating. Roads, bridges, houses, and that is why KBC has also partnered with the National Construction Authority to sensitize the public. Because during these heavy rains is when we have a lot of these incidences. Kindly continue.
So as we speak now, so many security teams are having meetings. My constituency, they called me the security team, have convened a meeting today in Kabiet to discuss now measures that has to be put in place so that just in case the rains will be too much, then they have system in place to make sure the bridges are not, if they are washed, what are we going to do? Because you know it's happening during exam period. And this is now when exam has to be transported to different schools, the bridges and the roads may not be passable. What are the measures they are putting in place so that they know that the exams will not be interrupted? This is now the time the school is also closed and some students will be going home. What are we going to do to make sure that the children get home safely? The farmers are harvesting. And they say that if we don't harvest in the next 1 week or two, most of the crops in the farm, like now maize in my constituency, Mosop, if we don't harvest, this rain is going to destroy a lot of it. And this is the year we were expecting a huge bumper harvest. And so if it rains too much, that means most of that corn or maize that is in the farm is going to go rotten. So now we are challenging the farmers to take the next 1 week or two and harvest their maize so that at least we don't lose. We're expecting 47 million bags this year. But if we don't do anything now, between now and next week before this rain starts, we are going to have a huge loss, which will lead into a very serious shortage of food, and it will be a big problem. So we need to be ready as a nation, and I'm glad that at least some funds are being put in place. But now the problem usually is, if these funds are set aside, assuming it's 15 billion, and it's not monitored, the money for the pandemic that we had, a lot of that money didn't really actually go for the cause that was being set aside. Some people used the money for their own causes. And as such, the government needs to be serious on the issues of corruption. Because this 15 billion, if it's set aside purposely to make sure that we have medication and something to control this issue of El Nino, then there has to be systems in place to make sure the money actually is used. And if we don't get to get to the level that you're expecting and that money is not used, it needs to go back. Otherwise, people will find a way to spend that money, not purposely for the cause of pretending the Nino, but also to enrich themselves. But people need to be ready, because actually it is going to rain. And the El Nino is going to cause a lot of havoc in the country. So we need to be ready so that we are not rushing like what we are doing in Kericho now, to make sure that last minute we are rushing in to make sure the stadium is ready. And we know the rains are coming. You know, like in the Bible they were saying, Noah was telling people, get ready, it is going to rain. And they waited until the last minute, then we are trying to get to the boat. We need to get ready now, because it is going to rain, it is going to destroy a lot of crops, it is going to mess a lot of things. So we need to be ready. It might not be a huge magnitude as it was expected, but it is going to rain. Most of the roads will be washed, most of the bridges will be washed. Let's try to make sure that we have a system in place to make sure that when it happens, we are ready for it.
Again, Wakili, talking about time, because we have seen what is happening at the Kericho Green Stadium, where we have a couple of days, the works are not yet complete, and we're expecting the heavy rains as well. The El Nino phenomena, we know very well it's between let's say 5 to 10 years. In between there is when it comes. But when we come to preparedness, right now we are talking about 15 billion shillings. I think this is a conversation we should have had a little bit earlier, so that people like Mashujaa here can also work with the county governments to ensure that his bridges in Mosop and his schools are not do not bear the brunt of the heavy rains. But unfortunately, when you talk about the farmers, as he's talking about, he's making a very valid point, saying that we find that there are farmers that are having a lot of harvest, but when it comes to post-harvest losses are quite immense. Storage. I saw an article yesterday that we had in Trans Nzoia County, where we have a building that was supposed to be a store, and they were supposed to be drying their maize there, but unfortunately it doesn't have a roof. I don't know what happened. It was constructed. They has doors, windows. Whether the roof was stolen or it's yet to be there. This is something that we were expecting, and we always know that when the rains are coming, and they're coming thick. Okay. Unfortunately, when it comes to the timing factor, it becomes an issue.
This is what I will say, Troy, about this. Kenyans are a very funny lot, especially when people get to authority. I'm happy Mheshimiwa is able to articulate issues in a very elaborate manner. But most of the people, I hope it's not only in the media, but most of the people get into public service who are actually supposed to be in positions of authority, who are supposed to implement these things, the way we see them, the way we are discussing them here. They are very colorless people. I mean, how can you be doing a building without a roof? And you are not bothered, the rains are coming, nothing is going on. It means somebody must have eaten the roof. It's in his stomach, or it's in form of an apartment somewhere. And that's what we need to guard against. We need to have a lot of fiscal discipline. We need to guard against corruption. We need to be serious with the projects that we do. And we need to have checks and accountability all through the process. It's good we mention El Nino is not a new thing in Kenya. It has been happening. I mean, the most peculiar one I remember is 1998, 1997, 1998, which is being talked about. I was so young then. But then people keep speaking it as if it happened yesterday. It had very devastating effects on the economy. From then, we should have come up with the measures to ensure that every other time these rains are coming, we should be ready for them. Our roads should be compliant, El Nino compliant. We need to have houses which are El Nino compliant. We need to have projects which are geared towards mitigation of El Nino, so that we can be able to be ready. Some of the things we are doing right now is akin to what is happening in the Green Stadium in Kericho right now. It's like the notice was given last month, and then it's not the case. This is a period which we have. The meteorological department has weather tracking mechanisms. Even if that they don't have, they are internationally, they are weather tracking mechanism. They can be able to collaborate with other people, whereby we can be able to mitigate a disaster before it happens. You remember now there's something called the Katrinas, or the hurricanes, which at the very onset used to cause a lot of devastating effects. But nowadays, you know, in the West, people are prepared. They're able to track even when it's actually starting to develop. And then they warn people early enough. They even evacuate people. Even a whole city is evacuated so that they don't get the brunt of this effect. I think Mheshimiwa has been in the West and he knows this. So these are some of the things we expect when Mheshimiwa is in Parliament. They should be able to put in place some laws. There could be existing some laws for disaster management, but then the issue of the funding and the issue of checks and balances is what we need to ensure that our policies should be able to be endeared towards ensuring that whoever has been put in authority, whoever is responsible for this expending of these monies, should be able to ensure that this is expended in the best way possible, so that we have results for the same.
And Mheshimiwa, counties are asking for the 15 billion shillings. I'm quite sure we're going to find something, at least, even if it's not that 15 billion, but we're going to find something. Have county governments started working with you? Because you are the guys on the ground. You know, if a bridge in Mosope is carried by the waters, you are the one to be asked. They won't go to the county government. They will come to Mheshimiwa, because a lot has happened because of the heavy rain.
The first call is to him.
The first call is you. Have you been working
very closely
with county governments?
We work very closely with the county, especially the Nandi County. The Nandi County government and the governor himself has taken keen interest on making sure that we work together. In the previous times, it was always a fight between the national government and the county government, the MPs and the MCAs. But somehow we found a way to be able to work together. Because as a team, we had to work. Like I mentioned to you today, as we speak, there is a security team that is meeting in every sub-county. They are meeting in Mosop, they are meeting in Aldai, they are meeting in different, so that they can find a way on what can we do, just in case this El Nino just comes and it escalates to another level. Wakili here mentioned that in the Western countries, I lived in the US for over 20 years. If that country have really perfected the way they manage incidents like this, like you mentioned, Katrina, fires that usually come, and many other disasters that come. So there is disaster management team. So that just in case it comes, and they just know before it actually develops, they would call it Maria, they would call it whatever it is. They know that this is going to come, and it will take this period of time for it to touch down. They will even tell you the time and minute that it's going to touch down. So they will want the people to make sure that if it's going to touch down where you live, you move, so that when it touches down, it doesn't destroy your property. It will destroy the property. But at the same time, they also have insurances, so that when things like this happen, the farmers or the citizens will be compensated. And the government has taken those measures to make sure that their citizens are protected as a nation. And I think these are things that we are going to bring into Parliament, and we are going to share and bring a bill so that we have mitigation measures, so that when something like this comes, and it is going to come, as much as we're saying we're going to get, they have requested 15 billion, supposing it goes beyond the 15 billion, what are we going to do? What are we going to do to absorb the losses that are going to come? What are we going to do to absorb the losses the farmers are going to incur when this too much rains comes? So as a nation, we need to make sure that we are ahead. And I think the Meteorology Department of Kenya is also doing better, but we can be better than what we are doing now. So we need to invest quite a bit in those technology. We need to invest in insurance. We need to sit down. But I think the government is doing better than expected, but they need to do better than what they are doing now.
Indeed.
But I think we are going the right direction, but we need to be very careful, because this is going to come. It is not going something that we are talking about. It is going to come, and people need to be ready, because many lives might be lost. But we can also reduce that by making sure that if we know where this is going to be the most affected, we move the people, especially people who are living in escarpments. Those people who are living in the hills that are going to be eroded. They need to be moved as soon as now. Exactly. So they need to be moved now, so that if it happens and the rains are too much, we'll not be able to lose lives.
Indeed, and I will hold you to that. Bring a bill so that we may know exactly, in case of any eventualities, we are covered as well. Wakili, as we wrap up, the bipartisan talks, I believe that some of the submissions are supposed to be winding up today.
Sure.
And Kenyans are more than expectant, in as much as we have seen some of the political class have downgraded those talks. Some people do not believe in them, but at the end of the day, they are anchored in law. They started out in both houses, and Mashujaa, you did a good job in ensuring that those talks are anchored in law. I would like you to comment on what maybe we should expect and what can be anchored in law as we wrap up.
It's good you're raising that, Ben. Yesterday I happened to listen to one of the legal scholars give his presentation, and it was quite eloquent, and I could agree word for what he said. And I mean, other than him, I also saw the county governor, the COG also present their issues about subdivision and coming up of new counties. You see, these are very critical things. I remember one MP from Kuria Kitamaya having come up with a very elaborate plan on how to come up with the other new counties. And these are serious debates which we need to look at, because you realize how we ended up with the counties we have. It was not specifically, or there was no clear statistics which were used. There was no particular system which was used. It was a political tokenism. I remember, in case you could be having 3 counties now, it's safe for one section which they said, oh no, as we are not sure where the headquarters should be, and we missed out. Otherwise we could be having 3. So those are some of the key things which we should be able to look at, and you couple that with the presentation on whether we should have the Prime Cabinet Secretary, what is his roles, and then you come into the issue of what Mheshimiwa have been fighting for so long, the NCGDF and the World Fund, the affirmative action. Are these really things we should be having necessarily on board? Because constitutionally, we have 2 levels of government, even expenditure-wise. So should we cut these particular special funds and then we'll be able to cap them with the levels of government? That is a debate we need to have. So some of the people actually, I believe it's politicians, is because they know some of the debates are not very, very interesting for them, and they should be aiming at cutting some of the bunnies which they control. Because, Bentroy, if we can just allow me raise this issue, how do we have members of parliament appropriate monies, and the appropriate money is to the counties? Before the money gets to the county, find them seated there waiting for it to spend. It's a joke. So some of how do we? And then they come back and then they start accounting for the same. They start asking questions of now that who asked them how they spend. Of course, there is. We understand. Of course, the case has been lost over and over, but they have been finding always a mechanism, the patching up works which they have been doing. But then you look at it, I mean, it's really a joke. As a country, we need to be very serious so that we can be able to give monies to the people which the Constitution anticipates that the monies be given to, and then let the members of parliament be able to be oversight, to be able to oversight these funds the way the Senate does. I don't agree with the aspect that we need to have a Senate oversight fund. No, we shouldn't. Let them remain as the watchdogs, and that's when we can be able to have proper checks and accountability.
All right. Mheshimiwa, as we wrap up, the talks have been both commended and also downgraded by even the political class. But at the end of the day, it's something that is anchored in law, and Kenyans are waiting. And especially when it comes to the delimitation of boundaries, this is something, an emotive issue. And as Wakili has talked about, also some of the issues like NGGCDF, and also things like how counties are going to be quite the boundaries. I remember Mutula Kilonzo having an issue saying that it's not quite clear where some of the boundaries in counties are. These are some of the issues that are being addressed in the dialogue committee.
Yeah, Ben, this issue of bipartisan talks have brought in the good and the bad. You know, there's some things I support in it, there are some things I don't agree in it. But at the end of the day, we live in a democratic country where people have a right to sit down and air their views. They have a right to discuss. They have a right to just give. So this is also one of the forums where the public was given to give the ideas. This is where the politicians, the governors had a chance to come and just give their views as to what we really need to see. And as such, the issues of NGCDF is very, very crucial, and it has to be anchored in the law, because now somebody can come from nowhere, because the funds that we spend in NGCDF is felt in almost every constituency. If you look at the little money we have and the projects that we make out of this NGCDF, it goes a long way compared to the funds that comes from county government. And as such, so it is one of the things that we wanted to make sure that it is actually in the law, so that nobody comes and says from today we want to just get away with NGCDF. The second thing that we wanted also to look into is the position of the prime cabinet position, which I think is also very necessary. It is there, but it has not actually been entrenched in the Constitution. We also talked about the issue of creating the office of the leader of the opposition, so that the leader of the opposition will always have now an official office to issue statements. They will have the members. So this is some of the things that we think it is good. And also the issue of IBC, which you know right now we don't have really the committee, which we are talking about the issues of the boundaries, we are talking about the issue of subdivision, but nobody else can handle that issue other than the IBC team. So it was very important to sit down and discuss. But at the same time, this issue of bipartisan talks, I actually, in every democracy, once a government has been formed, that government has its responsibility to run the country, to come up with ideas. Some of these things that have been discussed in this bipartisan talk could have been done in Parliament. And we could have finalized everything. We didn't have to. So much resources have been spent, so much. But at the end of the day, these are things that we could have just finalized in Parliament and maybe through the 2-3 other sittings. So, but anyway, because it's going on, let's agree to it. But we know that something good will come out of it. But as a nation, we are moving forward, and we want to make sure Kenya is stable and moving in the right direction.
All right, and we are hoping that the National Dialogue Committee comes up with some of what Kenyans are expecting, that will sort out some of the most critical issues that we have, and also surrounding the whole electoral process, which is always disputed each and every cycle. But I've been engaging Honorable Abraham Kirwa, who is the MP for Mosop constituency, and just next to him we have Gibson Gisore, who is an advocate of the High Court, a leadership and governance expert, and also a lecturer of law at the University of Embu. The gentlemen, thank you so much for coming, and shukrani sana. But we have not concluded the conversation. We will be discussing two very pertinent issues here: the menstrual and mental health. You might think they are not quite related, but I can tell you for a fact is that a lot of people who suffer, they suffer in silence. Well, we are here to demystify all that. I will be engaging Aruna Mavji Vasani, who is the founder of Together for Better Foundation. She will be telling us all about that. We'll also be having Abigail Modoka, who is the co-founder KMB Mental Health Services, and also a consultant psychologist. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
1 year in office, 23 ministries. Time to review the journey in implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What is your assessment of the government's performance? Will they ace the performance test? Tune in to KBC News at 9 p.m. for the government scorecard.
County Government of Turkana welcomes you to the Ehale Center in Lodwar Town for the 7th edition of the Turkana Cultural and Tourism Festival. From the 12th to the 14th of October 2023. Come, experience the origin of mankind with its unmatched beauty from the beaches of Lake Turkana to the oil wells of Lokichar. Live on Channel 1, Radio Taifa and KBC Turkana Service.
Ushindani hapa lazima na kulizana maswali lazima tuulizane.
Kate, what is this now? Wakili, shut up and double your order. Manake huu mkutano utakuwa mrefu sana.
Ni kawaida yake kutoka mapema ofisini kila siku. Kila siku. Kila siku.
Afu mwenyewe mrembo nikaenda ndogo. Waitwa nani?
Nimekuwa kazini kwako na sikukuona umetoka wapi? Lakini it's too much. It's not good for business.
Music can be magical. It's the soul for life and gives immense peace to us. It has a powerful therapeutic effect on the human psyche. Whether secular or gospel. There's a song for everyone, every occasion, and every emotion. God bless you.
If you're so sure about your accusations, I suppose you have a proof, right? I know how rotten you are. That is why it will only be me who's going to drag you out of my sawmill plant.
Help me!
Hey, you leave her alone, will you?
That's enough, Uriel!
You told my brother what I did. I have told you that when you irritate me, it will cost you very dearly, and I mean dearly.
Why don't you go with her instead of pursuing me just to annoy your brother? Because what can be expected from a man who allows his wife to treat him like this?
Sir, something urgent has just come up. May I leave work? What's wrong? Jing Jing, that agency ripped me off. I gave them my rent last week.
You have no choice.
I've got nothing! I already told you that I gave all my money to that agency!
This is a really big deal. You need to be serious.
I am being serious about this.
Hey guys, I just arrived at the party! And I know that I might be ruining the surprise you had planned, so I'm really sorry about that.
Reggae music, it's a universal language. Love it is superior, your devil complex inferior. Oh yes, worshipping material. Everything, ever blessed. So everything, ever blessed. Arise, rise. No, I'm hurting but not broken. He blessed me all day. Baby, when we first met, I never felt something so strong. You were like my lover and my best friend.
It's a cocktail of emotions. The puns that cracks up the family. Greed that yields power and a hunger for success. Trends turn to foes. Survival for the fittest is the drive.
Who are we blackmailing?
But nothing beats the feud in a family where one disappears and another fights for the crown.
It was not supposed to go this far.
It's the desire to succeed that keeps us going, the deception that keeps us digging, and the laughter pill that keeps us living.
Tunazungumzia maadili ama uadilifu miongoni mwa vijana.
Allah amekuamuru wafanyie wazazi wako wema. Mzazi hahitaji kitu kwako, anachohitaji ni ihtiram.
My talents are modeling, swimming and doing arts and craft. My aspiration is to be in the national swimming team and be an environmental engineer.
Technology is our future as humans. As agriculture says, soil is fed by humans. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
I love this story, and I hope that you will like it too, because it's a story about friendship.
Today I'm going to show you guys on how to make the yummiest chocolate chip cake at the comfort of your home.
We're going to make a bookmark for this very special person in our life.
See, I'm on a middle that she want you. I'm a
Wiki hii kwenye mkulima tutajifunza jinsi ya kupanda miche
badala ya kuomba pesa kwa barabara, tungaungana pamoja ili tubadilishane mawazo.
Kisha tutengeze mbolea asili.
Ukiangalia zile vitu zimepandwa na compost na zile zimepandwa na artificial fertilizer, utaona ziko tofauti sana. Hata taste yenyewe iko tofauti. Hiyo kitu ukikula unasikia mzuri, iko sawa.
Jiunge nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1.
KBC Channel 1 magazine programs strive to disseminate news and information.
Welcome to Happening in the World of Entertainment
and achievements of individuals navigating through life.
Be part of the intelligent conversation.
Hapa KBC Channel 1.
Related to the interest of Kenyan public on various subjects of national importance.
Basi karibu tujifunze.
Keeping you up to date with the latest tech news,
challenges and remarkable stories of individuals with disabilities.
And you have a say.
Our magazine programs empower communities with words for conversations and a common language to approach the world.
For your infotainment needs, we have a great range of programs.
These are the moments we live for every Friday as we catch up with the world of football.
Manchester City go in front.
With your favorite stars in rivalries like no other that keeps you on the edge of your seat. Learn a few tricks that keep you ahead of the game and spice it all with unforgettable moments on Dunda Dunda. On Saturday, you're in for another treat as we rock your weekend with all sporting disciplines, bringing you insights on what's happening behind the scenes as we share players and athlete stories, preparations, and celebrate their achievements.
Charging to the line! Is it going to be a world record? Yes, it is! She smashed it!
Whatever angle you look at, we've got you covered. KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Nasema hivi, naona siku hizi kazi za secretary zimehamia majumbani.
Wamaanisha nini?
Yaani imefikia mahali wewe uandika mimi kwa voicemail. Kila nikikupigia simu mteja, ulikuwa unatarajia mimi nifanye nini?
Si ungengoja tu unajua nitakuja ofisini tuongea. Wewe ulitaka kuua mtu kwa kumjeruhi kwanza. Nyanyuka kanenda. Wewe uko na madharau sana wewe. Unacheka nini sasa? Unakula space ya bure hapo. Nenda katoe kiviti chako, nenda.
Welcome back. This is KBC News Check. On the second hour, we are looking at menstrual and mental health. And before the break, I said that sometimes you find that they are quite closely related because you find people who are suffering, but they keep quiet. It's mental health, it's period shame. You will find that a lot of people suffer in silence. And I was preparing for this hour. I had some startling figures, and I'm quite sure my panelists would guide me accordingly. Study by UNESCO found out that 1 in 10 girls in sub-Saharan Africa missed school while on their period. Another study in Ethiopia found that 50% of girls miss between 1 to 4 days of school every month due to menstruation. In Kenya, it's estimated that girls lose an average of 4 days of school a month, which cost them 165 learning days over the 4 year of high school from Form 1 and from Form 4. But the experts are right here. Allow me to engage them. Just beginning from my extreme left, we have Aruna Mavji Vasani. She is the founder of Together for Better Foundation. And just next to her, we have Abigail Mudoka, who is the co-founder, KMV Mental Health Services, and also a consultant psychologist. Ladies, karibuni sana.
Thank you, thank you.
First things first, Aruna, let me begin with you. The foundation is called Together for Better, which sounds like something to make life better for our girls. Tell us something about it.
This is a foundation. We empower women and a boy child also with the menstruation health and hygienic. But parallelly this also, we have realized that we have to also provide them with a sustainability product. Why so? Because something we need to have it as our rights, as our privilege to have it also. You know, some areas you don't even get it the single-use pad. Yeah, where under foundation we provide the pads which is sustainable. We normally give 6 pads to a girl. Why so? There's 2 for night because periods do come at night also, and 4 for daytime. So this pack, which is made out of cotton cloth, without plastic, without any chemicals, and also is doable for at least for 2 years. So they will be using it for these 2 years. As you said earlier, that there are certain numbers of days girls are missing in a school, especially 4 days in a month. That becomes a huge part of the education period, right? So we actually innovated a pad which lasts them for 2 years and plus.
All right. You'll be telling us about what some of the things that you are doing in regards to that. Just first of all, hear something about KMV Mental Health Services and you are the co-founder.
Yes, my name is Abigail, and yes, I am the co-founder and co-director of KMV Mental Health Services. So KMV Mental Health Services basically started in last year, November 2022, and it just started out of my partner Kushali Mavji Varsani's and I passion for mental health and raising awareness, because we've seen a lot of people struggling due to awareness not being out there and people not knowing enough about mental health challenges. We ourselves have had personal experiences which have, ignited this passion to start with.
Where are you based, and what are some of the things that you've been able to accomplish in the short period that you've got? Because I believe when you started out late last year, you bear me witness that COVID-19 had really pushed people to the edge.
Yes, yes, very much so. Actually, I think COVID brought a lot of mental health awareness in Kenya, because many people still didn't know much about it up until, the isolation and whatnot really came in with COVID-19. And so last year when we started in November, currently we're still online based from last year, but we're planning on moving on now to having a physical location. So what do we offer? We have a lot of therapy services, consultations. We have, we go to schools and organizations to give trainings. We also organize events, just to raise awareness as much as possible. Basically, anything that can be done in regards to raising awareness, we're doing. Yes.
And let's look at the cost itself, because you bear me witness that the cost of treating someone with mental illness is a little bit higher than of other diseases.
Well said.
And looking at people, and especially those living in the informal sector, this is something that is a bigger burden to them as opposed to other people.
Yes. Well said, because you'll find typical rates usually range from 5,000 to 7,000. So in fact they could even go up to higher, even up to 12K. In cases where people have more severe conditions or learning disabilities such as ADHD, such are difficult to diagnose, and medication is also not a cheap thing, I must add. It's something that you need to keep investing more and more money towards. But yes, so now we at KMV, for example, we've made it our mission to have and offer affordable healthcare, mental health care. So, you know, every now and then, like now, we actually just finished an initiative in July where we offered around 40-50 people therapy sessions for 500 bob each. 500 per session, yes. So we had a criteria, you know, we give people, everybody can be able to log in and register for it so that we can be able to offer them these services. And yes, so we offer them for 500. In January, we had another one where we did for 1,000. Last year when we started with free.
That's a very noble cause. And what about the treatment itself? Because I've looked at some of the medication and especially antidepressants. They have quite a price.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And it's something that, you need to spend quite a large amount on. You know, it's something that you need to keep spending a lot of money on, and even seeing these doctors, because your medication needs to keep being adjusted based on how your mental health is progressing, whether there are any improvements, whether there are any setbacks. And so it's something that's actually quite costly. You know, so which also, you know, one thing we're also trying to push at KMV is, you know, you can also get help through psychotherapy. You know, in some cases psychotherapy can be fully effective, but in more extreme and severe cases now medication is required. So like now for us, when we do get clients who perhaps may need the medical aspect of it, we do have psychiatrists who we refer them to now in regards to such. But yeah.
And we will be getting to Vasani in a bit to tell us more in regards to the initiative, which I feel and I believe it's quite something that even other organizations should join in, because we are helping out. When we talk about mental illness, a lot of people don't even know that they are suffering from one of the many conditions in regards to mental health. Yeah. But there is no way that they can know, and there's no way they can be helped. This is another big challenge. Sensitization. If somebody, you kind of feel A, B, C, D, this is what you're supposed to do. That is not something that we are doing on a daily basis. What are you doing as an organization? So, you know, first of all, one thing I'd like to say is we can't blame them for not knowing, because this is something that even in our country and even in Africa as a whole is still a bit foreign to us. And so we can't blame them for not knowing such. And that's why organizations like now KMV are working towards raising awareness. And how are we doing so? We are organizing events, we hold webinars, and now in cases now for rural areas where they may not be able to engage with us on a digital platform, now we plan outreaches to go and speak and communicate, because how else will you know? You know, so we want to play a big role in really spreading as much awareness as possible, because so many people don't even know they have issues, as you say. They don't know they have certain challenges or certain issues. You know, even we have the whole thing of how, you know, the African belief of, you know, ni uchawi, as people say, and, you know, they need to go see the doctor, you know, they are not okay. And, you know, we even have such terms, and that's just why? Because of stigma and people not being aware of such. So raising awareness is the goal. All right, Vasani, there's a noble cause that you Together for Better Foundation are doing in regards to the sanitary pads program. Kindly tell us something about it.
We provide normally them sanitary towels, which is sustainable, but since it's been a journey of 9 years, I've realized also that 90% problem is education. And this is education in a whole holistic way. Not only that I'm bleeding and I have a period. It's a lot of things goes around with this. So 90% we try to cover is education. And that's why it's one-to-one connection is important on the ground to see the girl, how she feels, or if there is any other question apart from that. Despite that, we provide them 6 sanitary towels, which is, we have sized them between medium to large. Why so? Because it's difficult to size for individual. Because when we go on the field, we are dealing with 2,000 to 3,000 girls. So we give them pads which last them for 2 years. We do also promote plastic-free product and sustainable. If we get enough time, or school allow us to spend more time with girls, we teach them also how to hand stitch their own towels. So we leave them with the skills, because we normally go to the border area of Kenya, and it's difficult to go very often or every month. So we wanted to bring the sustainability and build them with the quality of lifestyle. Because remember, there is a lifestyle we have adopted which is fashionable. But now we forgot to be sustainable. Yeah, so everybody is talking about environment, everybody talking about the effect of the other healths are coming around in menstruation. And we tackle individually when we go to different counties.
And somebody, after hearing what you're doing, might wonder, why is menstrual awareness important? And how can we rope in even the males so that we may help eradicate the issues surrounding period shame?
Yeah, I think it's a time to educate both gender. Because remember, parallelly, they are a family. If one is not, there is imbalance already, right? And that's the nature of family, right? So when we go on the field, we decide to also educate our boys. We educate them around the menstruation, educate about how to react if there is a situation, or support the girl when she is not in her mental state. When I say mental state, this is not extreme what we are talking, but this is where she does not have a pad available. Can you believe how much shock it can happen to her? And the next person to her is a boy. If we don't educate that boy child, that means we are still living, or we are coming up with another gap between male and female. And I don't want to do that anymore. So we decided to educate also boys parallelly together by giving also a strong example, saying that you do have a mom in your house. You should know what's going on with your mom, right? And that's how we connect a boy to a woman. The first introduction is, and I'm 100% sure they're connecting very well, because everybody is well connected and they're very close to their moms. So what we do is we educate the boys also, where we also educate the leaders on the ground. When we go to any counties, we make sure also we involve the county level people also. In government area.
Kindly tell us more about that, because that is what I wanted to ask in regards, because if you have this very noble gesture that you are doing, because more or less you're giving more than you're getting as a foundation. Tell us about counties and how you're working to increase capacity to spread awareness.
Yeah, so let's say example, if I go to any specific county, the first step I need to do is to do the research. Which county I'm going to, geographical, where it is, which tribe is there, which culture is based there, and also what is the population, what are the challenges. This is done prior, before even I talk to anybody in that county, okay? And next step I do is, first I visit the county offices. And I at least give my presence there and say, this is what I'm planning to do, and we like you to join us. So now these are the gender-based directors, right? We try to bring them on board. Environmentalists, whoever is in agriculture or maybe into the sustainability program, we try to bring them on the board. So since we have started bringing the county level, all our leaders in our program, I have seen also a change. The change is now they are approaching us to also educate the vocational training centers, because they do learn also how to do the stitching and sewing, right? So every county, past at least about 7 months we have been to, every county has a vocational training center who knows how to make their own pads. Despite this, when we go to the school, the first thing we're going to have is a dialogue with the head teacher. Because she or he knows exactly what's happening with the family of their children in the school, right? So we get all this data, and then I go to the children to educate them. So all this process prepares me also how to modify my training. It's not going to be one standard training. Sometimes the request from head teacher is, please, can you more elaborate on sexual health? Or sometimes, please, can you talk about that it's a woman's right. It's a natural process in a woman's body when she is getting her menstrual cycle. Sometimes the ask is also, can you little bit talk about career building? I am an educationalist also. It's been 10 years I'm in a field of education, and I understand when this ask is there also. Because everything is connected with each other topic. Right? And now what I'm seeing is the mental health topic is coming very loud out there, because this is not only related to menstruation. This is now gender-based, this is now environment, this is now the culture of family, this is now also the type of school they are in. So these are the lot of things are connected, and that's where we said also we need to bring the champions or the leaders who educate for mental health. So there are so many aspects we bring together, special key people, we bring it together to give the holistic, I will say in my understanding is a healing. Because when I talk to the girls or a boy, I have seen it's not the education problem. it's a problem is a generation gap education now. What my papa was doing, I'm doing the same. I don't want to educate myself why my papa was doing. A man asking me that, can I go and buy a diaper, a pad for my daughter from the supermarket? I said, what's wrong there? They're only talking when we're educating them at the radio level. They're not seeing us, you see, but they're hearing us, and they're ready to educate themselves. The other approach we started doing is every county, we try to go at least give interview on a local channel. We do have a translator because every county has a different language as a mother tongue, right? So we have a translator who translate for us. But you'll be so surprised to hear that they're willing to do, but they don't know how to do it. There was a question that I'm willing to go home and talk to my daughter, but will she open up to me first? You see, that's called a generation gap education. It's a family education which have been not given, one passed on to one to another. Yeah, so this is what we try to do. So when I educated the specific dad, I said, it was a live interview. So when I talked to him, I said, this is your daughter. When she was a baby, you are in a supermarket buying a diaper for her, right? He said, yes. So I said, what has changed now? In fact, she is more mature now. She can understand what you're doing. She can be explained, or she can explain to you. So why you step back now when you have to buy a sanitary towel for your daughter? Why you have to wait in a supermarket that, okay, no woman is watching me, I'm going to pick a towel for my daughter? Why a woman has to come and help you to pick a towel and put for you in your basket? What's so traumatic?
So it means that we really need the male folks as well, in as much as we are educating on this. You tell us, we have seen some school feeding programs, and Nairobi and a number of counties, that they want to scale it to maybe all the counties, if it is possible, the school feeding program. Do you also believe that we should also inculcate such a program in schools? Because these girls who are not in school, there's a lot of waste that they go through because they are not in class when they should be in class. If we are providing a meal, why not a pad? Anyway, you will answer that, but let's first of all hear from Abigail in regards to mental illness and people with disability. Because you will find that somebody without a disability will be a little bit more able to express himself, will be able to access any help if he needs help. But when it comes to people with disability, they are already marginalized as they are. How are you inculcating this in one of your projects to ensure that we are also remembering persons with disability?
Okay. So I think, as you've said, they're already marginalized as is. There's nothing much that can, I mean, that's already something that's happening. Leave mental health aside. But now when it comes to mental health, one of the things that now we are doing is, even in conjunction with Aruna, is, you know, we are trying as much as possible to make to grow our website even in ways so that people can be able to listen to what's going on, you know, be able to have like an audio version of what's on the website. We also have our therapy, you know, doesn't have to be physically in person, you know, considering the way I've told you we're working online. So that way we can be able to, you know, we don't need to see one another. All we need to do is to be able to communicate. So that way we are not pressuring you or making you feel like, you know, there's so much that you have to go above and beyond for in regards to that. But yeah, we are doing as much as possible to mitigate that.
All right. But back to you, Aruna, in regards to if we should inculcate this in our education system so that if we are able to provide at least a meal for both the boys and the girls, we can provide some pads for them. And are you working with other companies? Because I'm quite sure if at all 2 or 3 companies can embrace what you guys are doing, we'll have a better sector, and especially for education for our girls.
Yes, the nutrition-based meal is very important, but same as also well-being is important, right? Because if you don't have a proper meal, you're not going to function. So same way, if you don't have a proper dressing, proper sense of hygienically how to look after yourself, in specific these 4 to 7 days of cycle, and to also feel comfortable to express around your, you know, like if you have a desk mate who is a boy, you can easily say that I need a little assistance today because I'm feeling dizzy or something. So it's very important to provide the pads. But I will still go back to that. We were always been taught to be sustainable. Who took away this from us? Our syllabus. Why did we remove it from our education syllabus about home science and about well-being? Why we have taken away, or the topic whole about, we only touch base very minorly. Why not we elaborate more where the classroom is full of boy and a girl both? Right? So whenever I go to the classroom also, before that when I teach I talk to the head teacher, my first question to the head teacher, if he is a male, I said, do girls come and talk to you? And most of the time I've been told no. When I'm conducting the classroom, head teacher also prefer comfortably to step out. So I said, if you are being leader, if you're not comfortable, then how you teach boy child to be comfortable in that classroom where we're talking about menstruation, which is always been a sensitive topic, and say, or neglected, I'll put it that way. It's not always sensitive. Sometimes we just neglect. Why? So that's why we as a foundation, we said, we are going to also teach other organizations how to make these parts. Right? It's not my rights to keep it to me. Knowledge is something I believe you. The more you share it, more you gain it. And tomorrow, hypothetically, Aruna is not there. There is 35,000 Aruna out there who knows how to make their own pads. So if there is a challenge, you have to bring this challenge from grassroots. Not from only sitting on the desk or stitching something behind the machine. No. That's why the education is important. Giving them practicality around menstruation is important. There's a lot of things we learn in individual county. And we do make all this research and reports also to make sure, because so far we have managed to go about 28 counties. This is our 9th year, 35,000 girls. We have a testimony also. Yes, definitely we need more corporates to join us. Right now we do have one corporate, which is Diamond Trust Bank, who has joined us to at least provide 5,000 girls sanitary towels. But parallelly this also, we are teaching them how to be sustainable. There are 4 organizations in Narok County. We are going to also educate them. This is a vocational training centers. We are going to teach them also how to make their own sanitary towels. So that county, at least they can be sustainable within their community in that area. So yes, we need more corporates with us, more people to join us, because I have seen also, you can do something without money also. As we said earlier, who took away our sustainability? Come on guys, we used to have our own little farm, grow our vegetables, we have our own animals, milk it out. Everything was there, right?
Yes.
The pets were there. Yeah? Yes. But who took away? And who adopted this lifestyle which is too fast? That we are neglecting our health around this. So yes, it's very important to provide the sanitary towels. I will also say closely look into its sustainability. Because giving 1 month solution, you're really not giving solution. You are actually messing up their mental health there. I'll put it that way. Because remember, the sanitary towels we are giving them in a school, right? Being given. But when she goes on holiday back to her house, which is easily 2 to 3 months, what is she going to use? Nobody is thinking that. But once you give them reusable parts or technique how to make, even if she's on a holiday period, she'll able to make her own.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And it's very true, whatever you're saying, because a candle loses nothing by lighting up another candle. I'm quite sure these 35,000, there are others, they have already been able to train on that. But we'll be getting to a little bit on that. But Abigail, looking at in the month of May, we had the Mental Awareness Month.
Yes.
And the first thing you hear when you hear about mental awareness is public participation, ensuring that people out there know that there's this illness and this is how you can get help.
Yes.
In the last one that we did a couple of months back,
in May?
Do you believe, in May, do you believe that we had enough sensitization in regards to management and even diagnosis of mental illnesses?
I think I would say we are doing better, because there's still a whole lot more that needs to be done in terms of, people need to understand that having a healthy mental health, having a good mental health state is a lifestyle. It's something that you practice every day. The way you wake up, you comb your hair, you brush your teeth, you clean your face, shower. It's something that we need to keep practicing every day. It's not something that we should just, I feel like just during that month of May, it was highlighted so much. There was such a spotlight on it. But it's like after May, it's died down a bit, and now it's coming up again because we have the International Mental Health Day coming up in October 10th, if I'm not wrong. And now it's something that's for sure over the years, I can say right now, we're getting better. We're getting there, but still not yet. We need to talk about it more. We need to see more people sharing their stories. We need to see, even like what's happening right now, television channels, calling professionals like myself, to come and discuss and raise awareness. We need to see even, media personalities. We all have someone we look up to. to.
Yes.
So, you know, when we see our, you know, for lack of a better word, icon, you know, embracing this lifestyle, talking and being more open about some of the challenges they face, you're encouraged and you feel inspired. Like, wow, if they can do it, why can't I do it? And so the more people begin to talk about it and make it a part of their daily lifestyle, the more we can actually get to that point where we're actually making significant change. But yeah, I think we're on the journey there. We're on the journey there.
Aruna, what are some of the speed bumps or challenges that you have experienced? You've been in operation for the past 9 years. I'm quite sure it has not been just been smooth riding. And what exactly do you believe there should be done more, or who are some of the partners that you are eyeing so that they may help you accomplish this? Because I believe this is something that we can do as a nation.
Yes, and we stand together in this. I believe in this. So challenges I've found it is, few of them, one is language. Yeah, because many areas still education is there, but I think there's a gap when we talk about English or any language. So language is first. Second is mode of travel. Some of the area I go, there is no geographically roads, yeah? So you can't use Google. You're now taking pen and paper and say, I turned it right and there was a tree here, and now when I was going straight, I passed 2 rivers, because when you're coming back, that rivers might be flooding and you don't know where you're heading now. Yeah, so geographically some areas have been not marked, but I think as also we said, we are patriotic community, so we keep moving around, right? So we lose them sometimes also. So travel, mode of travels also, yes, I do get sometimes challenged, but despite that also, the biggest one is the funding. I wish I had a funding, because every county I go, I try to utilize my 100% funding what I have. So
and are there some counties who are warming up to this idea?
They all want to adopt this, and this is so amazing. Yes, and I feel so proud when I go to the county leaders are doing much better. I'll say, even when you say environment, you will see they are working on it. They are welcoming us also, right? They're sitting with us with the training for 3 to 4 hours. So they are really want them to, you know, rectify the errors being made earlier, or at least make it a better county. It's like you can feel it that you're out of Nairobi and now you're in different counties. You can feel the culture base, the welcoming, the royalty we get, you know, kind of a warm welcome. So they're always with us. So yes, county leaders are all joining with us. That's why there is always a ask, can you come and teach us how to make these pads? And that's why I said earlier, each county, almost they have about 200 to 300 schools. I can only manage 3 to 4 when I go. Because the population in each school is 800 to 900 girls. Each girl is costing me 800 Kenya shilling for 2 years. So now to finish few more schools, I need that much muscle in my financial.
And the Ministry of Education, has it maybe warmed up to the idea as well?
Yes. I have seen also that sometimes they feel like, oops, we have missed this. How can we miss this?
Yes.
So they are asked now to other organizations to join us. Like they are looking for other organizations who can bring the same kind of concept to come and educate them. Because I've been to, in 4 weeks, I've been to 7 counties. In 4 weeks. And I've seen everywhere, the highly educated education is going about drugs now. Drugs is something taking over very fast in everywhere. In a border area, also in our central counties, which is more of educated, and you know they have access to other kind of organization. But yes, they are warming up, they are welcoming you, and also they want to keep going to do something around this. It's not like you come one time and talk and you're gone. You're gone in a way. No. They realize your journey, what you're doing. They're watching you also, what you're doing, how the impact is happening. Because when you leave the county, it's not only the leaders are speaking about us, there's also moms are talking about us. There are teachers also appreciating this. You know, when you talk to someone and you see the spark on their face, you know already you're in the right place.
Yes.
Without even me showing them sanitary towels or telling them this is 2 years, you don't need to be worried, all this thing, no. They are also surprised there's something called sanitary towel which lasts for 2 years. Yeah, the struggle is so real individually in the schools also. So head teachers are the one who is buying sometimes also pads. Because emergency can be any time.
All right, as we wrap up, you know very well that the two are quite related because there are some who even go to depression because of period shame.
Yes.
As we wrap up and as we look forward to the International Mental Wellness or Awareness Week, is it day or week?
Day.
Yeah. It's coming up in the next couple of days.
Yeah, October 10th.
Like to your final sentiments.
So I think I agree. You know, even the way she mentioned, you know, children are not going to school. This is causing a lot of problems for them. You know, they are falling behind in classes. You know, there's the whole, you know, how she said the importance of educating the boy child, because, you know, if my periods were to begin here and maybe my desk mate is a boy, you know, I don't know how he'll react. He could laugh at me, make fun of me, and such ridiculing is could really affect people on so many levels. I think the isolation plays a very big role, because now you're stuck at home. You know, some African cultures, you know, to date, I'm sure Aruna would attest to the fact that you're still seen as unclean. You know, when you're on your periods, and you know, it's almost like, you know, stay there, and you know, the people are talking, using funny words to describe you on your periods. You know, they are calling pads interesting words, and why can't we just say it? You know, they make you feel like there's something going on with you. And during this period of the month, I feel so little. I feel so belittled, and so I can imagine it would create a lot of anxiety. It could even create a lot of depression issues, and even people could struggle with low self-esteem during such, you know, because of all the bullying and whatnot that goes on with school and people not knowing. And this is something that's also happening to your body that perhaps you're not understanding, because maybe you've not received the menstrual health education that you should have. You know, we have in many cases where people, I'm sure Aruna has encountered, where people don't even know what exactly is going on with them. They don't understand menstrual health. They don't know what they need, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. And, you know, we are happy that people like Aruna are able to give them that education, so that now the rest of us can now be able to take the mantle from there now when it comes to mental health.
All right.
Yeah.
Aruna, wrap it up for us.
I feel it's very important to individual to talk about this topic, because the damage has gone deep down. It's not something I will say. We talk a lot about myth and taboo and all this, but education is where the gap is. I 100% believe in that, because it's my experience based also. I'm not taking statistics much from other organizations, but this is 100% from experience what I gain. That first time period, or even if there are multiple periods, and then the first experience when you see a thicker blood, you feel there's a meat is coming out from your body. These are the kind of question I've been asked, and I feel like, what meat is that? But can you believe how can be a traumatized somebody feel like, oh, something has come out and now I'm not normal? Or sometimes what happens is also, when we go to the school which is only girls' schools, okay, in a classroom we have our photographer with us. We do have also boys who advocate for menstrual health. Yeah, we have about 76 university students, where almost about 40% is boys who's advocating for menstrual health and hygienic. So when we put them in a corner first, and when I talk to them, girls, periods comes to the girls, yes. It comes every month, yes. Is there any boy in our classroom? They don't even look around. The answer is direct, no. And I said, girls, are you sure? Because this is how been practiced always. We have never put a boy child in that classroom, not even a teacher. So this is very important. I need each of everyone out there to please advocate and educate, because it does not cost you money there. And that's not a poverty, it's called a weaker education. I will not say the poverty.
All right. Thank you so much, Aruna Mavjivasani, who is the founder of Together for Better Foundation, and also Abigail Mudoka, who is a co-founder, KMV Mental Health Services, and also a consultant psychologist there. We are looking at menstrual and mental health. In any way that you can be able to help our girls, kindly do assist, because we are in this together. Men or women, we are in this together. That's why we put a cap. My name is Njue. Thank you so much for watching. Giving now the baton to the Swahili desk. We have Kurunzi Mashinani, and also we have Tamrini. Let's continue this conversation on social media.
Herbal is formulated from a unique blend of natural herbs and is scientifically proven to strengthen teeth and keep gums healthy. Try Colgate Herbal, scientifically proven for strong teeth and healthy gums.
1 year in office, 23 ministries. Time to review the journey in implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What is your assessment of the government's performance?